Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MSWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
Good morning and welcome to the final day of Money Smart Week. We have had over 125 segments relating to money, 90 participants, over 42 links, more than 10 live Q&As and 5 Power Hour sessions, all live, all here on MSWSA.co.za. Our day begins with the Pension Fund Adjudicator on pension funds, followed by the Credit Bureau Association, the NCR and Liberty Corporate.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mobangulu Kaimani, the Pension Funds Adjudicator. Thank you very much for joining me for this Money Smart Week. Our office is once again very excited to be part of this initiative that is aimed at creating money-savvy South Africans. My focus with you today is going to be on how best can you grow your nest egg and be able to navigate through your retirement fund investment with the easiest possible interventions. Our agenda today is going to cover what we do in our office and also the process that we follow, the type of complaints that are lodged through our office, and a little bit of just guiding you on how best to avoid coming to our office in the first place. The Office of the Pension Funds Adjudicator is an office that was established in terms of the Pension Funds Act because there was a need for an alternative dispute resolution that is akin to a court, however, that dispenses of the formalities and the costs that are attendant with court proceedings. The reason that why it is important for all of you that are members of pension funds to understand and know about this office is that in actual fact, the office is funded by yourselves. Every retirement fund member pays a levy every month out of their contributions, which goes towards funding the running of our office. This is so that in case you would need our services would then be free. You would not need lawyers or attorneys to represent you, and we can best resolve your complaint to your satisfaction. The Act will say that the functions of the office are performed by myself. However, I don't do this all by myself. I do this with a team of dedicated professionals that will investigate the complaint, liaise with you, and also make sure that at the end you understand the outcome of your complaint and are able to then monitor the implementation of whatever resolution we would have come to. What helps you with our office is that my decisions are equal in status to those of a High Court judge. Therefore, you will be able to enforce them against anyone just as much as you would be able to enforce a binding High Court order. When we deal with your complaints, if you were to come to us with a complaint, we are bound to deal with them in a procedurally fair, economical, and expeditious manner, which means that currently, if a complaint goes through our entire process, we endeavor to resolve it within 6 months. Defined in terms of the Act, to involve a decision of the fund or any other person purportedly taken in terms of the rules that you as a member might feel that was in excess of what those rules provide for. The definition of a complaint is very detailed in the Act. However, if you are a member of a fund, really, you don't even have to read what the Act says. It would actually be any decision that might be taken or any rule in terms of the Act that makes you feel uncomfortable and you want to then query or have that properly explained to you. Who may complain to us? Members of pension funds like yourselves may complain to us. Beneficiaries, in case we are dealing with a death benefit, may complain to us. Really, it is any person that got an interest in a decision of a pension fund or a retirement fund has the right to complain to our office. You just have, if you are not directly impacted by the complaint issue, then what you must do is then show in your complaint how that the resolution of that complaint is of interest to you. As a creature of statute and an organization that must then abide by the mandate that has been given to it in terms of the Act, there are certain complaints that we cannot deal with. That is why it is very important for yourselves, and you will see later on in my presentation, it is very important that if you are a member of a pension fund, a provident fund, or a retirement annuity fund, you really pay attention on an ongoing basis to what is happening with your fund, what is happening with your investment, and what is happening with your benefits. One of the reasons is that the Act does not allow us to look into complaints that may be more than 3 years old. So from the time that you know that there is a dispute, you have 3 years to lodge a complaint. Otherwise, we will not be able to assist you. However, in certain instances, for example, there is a lot of talk out there about unclaimed benefits. Even if our office cannot look into a complaint where you as a member or a former member of a fund, you feel that there might be funds that are with a certain fund for your benefit, if we look into that and we see that the period has already exceeded 3 years, we are still able to refer your complaint to the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the FSCA as the regulator, because they have a database of every single unclaimed benefit in the country, and they are able to assist you to claim that. And I think here I must pause and also advise you that there are many people out there also that go around going to old mining towns, old towns where there were industries that were flourishing, and making people pay and saying to them that they can assist them to claim their unclaimed benefits. Please note that for you to claim your unclaimed benefit, you don't have to pay anybody anything. All you have to do is that either contact our office or contact the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, and we are bound in terms of the law to assist you for free. And if indeed there is a benefit that is available for you, we will assist you with the initial process to claim it until we hand you over to the fund that actually has your benefit for the payout. We, like the FSCA, we don't sit with anybody's money in our office, but we are able to advise you and hand you over. We can even assist you with the completion of whatever paperwork might be required. Again, this is very topical at the moment. If a fund is under liquidation, and a fund can go into liquidation under different circumstances, we are now in a period where COVID-19 has hit quite a lot of employers hard, and employers are being liquidated. In that instance where an employer is being liquidated, it means that also the fund that you were participating in as an employee will also undergo liquidation. In that instance, you will not be able to approach our office because there is a specific process that gets followed in order to ensure that all your contributions that may have been outstanding up to that period are also paid and up to date. Also, if a business is undergoing business rescue, which is also the situation in during this COVID period, that there are many businesses that are suddenly under business rescue, there is a different process altogether that will exclude us. Sometimes people go to court in order to claim certain benefits. So once a person goes to court and the court proceedings are, the court case is registered, then we cannot get involved because then we would have a situation where there's parallel jurisdiction with the High Court, and that is not allowed. So you then have to pursue and finalize your matter there in the High Court, or withdraw it at the High Court with the consent of all parties and then lodge it with us. We, however, always prefer that people get all the information up front and not have to spend any money on costly court proceedings. Also, we would not be able to assist you where the matter relates to a transfer from one fund to another, which is also something that is really happening now with the advent of COVID-19. You'll see that other big companies are selling off their divisions to other companies. Other companies are merging. in those instances, you will find that because for you as a member of a fund, you have not ceased employment, your employment was just transferred from one employer to another. In that instance, you would not be entitled to a benefit. Your benefit will just be transferred to the fund of your new employer. In those instances, then you will not be entitled to a benefit, and that process is also handled by the regulator. So complaints in respect of that, we would not be able to entertain. Also, issues relating to apportionment of surplus, these kind of things are dying down because the legislation came into force over 20 years ago, and I think most funds have by now dealt with their surplus issues, unless there were other issues that were stopping the proper rollout of the surplus legislation. Unfortunately, this is also one other issue where unscrupulous people are going around telling you as former members of pension funds that they can go and get your surplus for you from your fund. Again, this is an area where the FSCA can assist you, because all you have to do is contact them, and even if you contact us, we will direct you to them so that they can assist you on whether your fund actually did have a surplus and if you are entitled to a benefit. So all in all, one of the takeaways thus far is that as a pension fund member, you should not have the need to get into touch with anyone else in order to have your benefit explained, in order to have a complaint resolved. You have direct access either to your fund, to your board of management of your fund, or to our office, or to that of the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. We also do not have the mandate or authority to deal with complaints that have to do with the Government Employees Pension Fund, Transnet Pension Fund, the Post Office Pension Fund, and the Social Assistance Pension Scheme. These are funds that are supervised by different legislations altogether. When you lodge a complaint with us, one of the things that the Act and our office encourages is that you must first lodge your complaint with the fund, because they are also under an obligation to answer you and give you a satisfactory resolution of whatever it is that you might be the source of your misunderstanding. Once you have done that, if you remain dissatisfied with the response from the fund, then what you can do is then you complete our complaint form and lodge the complaint with us. That you can do very easily. Either you do it in writing and you email, or you can also do it on our website. Sometimes, owing to our understanding and also owing to members' literacy levels, members will walk into our office, and that until COVID-19 hit, that was really the highest proportion of complaints that we received, people that would walk into our offices. Once you have lodged the complaint and we have registered it, then we will give, whether your complaint is against the fund, your employer, or any other stakeholder, an administrator, we will give them an opportunity to reply. Sometimes when they have replied, we are able to see that the matter is settled because maybe you just misunderstood, or depending on the kind of complaint, they have since resolved the issue. If the issue remains unresolved when they submit their response, then we will do what is called a formal determination. With that, we will hand down a formal ruling that will bind all the parties involved, and we will file that with the High Court. And if any party that is supposed to perform under that ruling does not perform, you are then welcome as the complainant to enlist the services of the sheriff to assist you with implementation of that order. Also, I must say that in terms of assessing whether our rulings are being complied with. The FSCA also has a mandate whenever they go out to funds to do their monitoring and their enforcement functions. One of the things that they do is to ask for how many complaints and how many rulings does the fund have against them or the employer has against it, and then ask how far they are with the implementation of that. So it is a very serious issue for funds and administrators to comply with our rulings. We can either dismiss your complaint because we have found that there's no merit in it, or you just misunderstood something. We can settle it, or we can also issue a formal determination. I will now go through the types of complaints that are lodged with our office, but also indicating to you as a member of a fund how it is that you can avoid being in a situation where you have to lodge a complaint with us, especially those where you can monitor for yourself how your investment or your benefit is doing. In the olden days, people would start with one employer and they would retire with that same employer. That doesn't happen anymore. So one of the biggest complaints that we receive from yourselves as members of funds is your withdrawal benefit. When it becomes payable at resignation, or if you are retrenched, or if you are dismissed, then mostly people will complain about the amount that is being paid. It is very important when you are a member of a fund to look at what it is that your contributions are applied towards. Usually people will complain about the amount that has to be paid because members do not understand that when you pay your contributions and the employer pays contributions, not all those contributions go towards your retirement benefits. Some of it goes towards administration costs of running the fund, and a certain percentage sometimes goes towards providing you what is called risk benefits, which means the insured benefits that would be payable if you were to become disabled or if you were to die whilst in service. So most of the time, what members do is they look at their contribution, they look at the employer's contribution, they add that together, and then they expect a little bit of a return on top of that. And when they do the calculation at the end, the amount that they have received doesn't come to that, then they have a complaint. It is very, very important that as a pension fund member, you look at what those contributions of yours go towards, because depending on the industry that you might be in or in the job that you might be doing, the amount that is applied towards the risk benefits, that is the cost of disability and the cost of death, might be so high that they end up eating into any meaningful retirement benefit that you might have. So it is very important, even for your own planning, that you know if you need then to have another fund or another short-term investment to be able to augment your retirement benefits in case the amount that will be payable at the end is not what you expect. Should you be one of the lucky ones that gets to retire in the same job or in a job that you have performed for a considerable period of time, it might be that you either take normal retirement or early retirement. Normal retirement is where you will reach either the normal retirement date that has been set in terms of the fund. It can be 65 years, it can be 60, it can be 70, depending on what the rules of your fund say. Early retirement, again, can be anything from age 55. That is because the Income Tax Act does not recognize any other form of early retirement except if you reach age 55. So the earliest that any fund can set for early retirement is 55. Usually, when people reach their normal retirement or early retirement, they also have an issue with how their benefit can be paid. Do they want to receive their benefit in a lump sum? Do they want to receive their benefit in installments? Unfortunately, here the law prescribes if you are in a provident fund, you didn't have to annuitize, that is, you could take all your money as a lump sum. But starting from 1 March of this year, in a week's time, contributions that every member will make to a retirement, to a provident fund, must be taken the same way as a pension fund one. That is, a third will be a lump sum, and the remainder will have to be taken in monthly installments. But that will only be applicable to contributions in a provident fund that are paid after 1 March 2021. Before then, if you are in a provident fund, you can take all your money in a lump sum. So usually people come to the end, and it's understandable, because while you are working, you can only provide so much for your family, and most of us get towards retirement, or get to our age of retirement still having other debt. For example, a house that still needs to be paid, children that must still go to university, things like that. And therefore, we require more of a lump sum than an installment. So at this point, you will find that members will come and complain, especially members of a pension fund, to say they would want to receive all their money in a lump sum. There's nothing that the fund can do. That is why it's always important for you as a pension fund member to see and to work out 6 months towards your retirement. Go ask, how much am I going to get? Also understanding that because your money will remain invested in the market, it is subject to the ups and downs of the market in that time that you still have left in the fund. So they will give you what is called an illustration of what your benefits are likely to be at the end when you get to retirement, and that way you can do your planning. What is also good at this time is that from about 2 years ago, funds have been asked by the FSCA through an amendment to provide what is called retirement fund benefit counseling. So before 6 months or so, before you reach retirement, your fund is actually obliged at no cost to you to provide you with counseling on your retirement benefit, to say this is how much you are going to get. If you want it in a lump sum, this is only this much that we can give you, and so forth. One of the things that you must then do when you are awaiting your retirement benefits is to really ensure that you complete all your paperwork in time, because there is nothing that like when you do those things late and the administrator needs to satisfy itself that you have submitted all the documents. SARS also needs to satisfy itself that you are tax compliant. Remember that when you get to retirement, you will not be having a salary after your date of retirement. So it's very important that you process your paperwork in time, and you don't have to lodge a complaint about the delay in payment of your benefit, so that you don't then have a situation where you are sitting a few months after your retirement with no salary coming in and with no monthly pension coming in. Sometimes I dabble as a High Court judge just to assist with the backlog at the Pretoria High Court. One of the things that happens when you are a member of a retirement fund is that you may be divorced in the process while you are still a member. And I must say that from the period that I acted at during the last term, it is not an anecdote. It is really true that COVID-19 really did bring in quite an increase in the divorce rate in the country. So what is it that you need to know as a member in case you are divorced? This is something that attorneys don't really do. Attorneys that are practicing in matrimonial property law don't really interact with the Pension Funds Act on an ongoing basis. Therefore, sometimes they make errors in terms of how they complete a settlement agreement for what must happen in terms in case there is a divorce. So a fund will only be able to pay out the non-member spouse a portion of your retirement benefit if the order is 100% correct. So the order must be such that it indicates what percentage is payable to that non-member spouse. It also indicates that the fund is obliged to pay that amount over, and the fund must be cited correctly. So you cannot give the incorrect name of the fund. It has to be correct. If it's not correct, the order will remain binding between yourselves as spouses, and the fund will not be able to implement it. And one of the things that people also get confused with is, when will pension interest be payable? Sometimes an issue that I have seen is that the member spouse will see that there is a divorce pending, and what they will do is they will resign from their job and take their retirement benefit out. Once they have done that, even if a court order comes and says to the fund, they must pay out or even if, say, they resign on the 30th of June and the court order is issued on the 7th of July, even if the payment has not yet happened to that member spouse, the mere fact that the date of the divorce occurred after the last date that that member was a member of that fund means that there's no pension interest anymore, and all the money must be paid over to the member spouse, and that the other spouse must then go and try and get the money from that spouse that was a member of a pension fund by using other means. The fund can never, after that time, pay directly to the non-member spouse. So always pay attention to those things. This is one of the things that we really would ask, that if you are a member of a retirement annuity, you concentrate on the rules of the retirement annuity. It is very sad that retirement annuities are always taken either to augment, if you've got money that is left over and you feel that you want to invest it, or if you are self-employed and therefore you don't have an employer-funded pension fund or provident fund, then you buy from an insurer your own retirement annuity. Unfortunately, there are quite a lot of rules and regulations that apply to retirement annuities, and yourselves as members, you only discover this when a problem arises. When you take out a retirement annuity, you take it out and you project to what date you would need it to retirement. The earliest can be 55, 60 or 65, whichever age you choose. But that age you choose right at the beginning when you enter into that retirement annuity. Currently, if you look around, even people that were doctors, whatever, they will tell you that because of COVID, they were not seeing as many patients as they would have wanted to see. Therefore, they have had to reduce their contributions because the income has not been what it was supposed to be. Now, the pitfalls with a retirement annuity is that whereas you are trying for yourself and or over and above what your employer might be providing you with, you are trying to put aside certain additional provisions for yourself. If you reduce the contributions or you stop paying at a particular period on what we called old style retirement annuities, then penalties are applied, and those penalties are a portion or a percentage of your fund value at the time that you choose to reduce the premiums, stop paying premiums, or you want to transfer to another retirement annuity. We have over the period indicated to National Treasury that some of these charges are obscure, members cannot work them out, they are unfair, they are not linked to any value. Therefore, Treasury have at least listened to us, and on a reduction basis, over the next few years, we will have a situation where these penalties have been done away with. But at the moment, it is very, very important that if you are a member of a retirement annuity and you wish to make it paid up, you want to transfer it to another provider, or you want to stop the premiums, then you should find out ahead of time if any charges are going to be levied against you for that action, and if so, how much. Then you must work out the benefit if you still want to transfer, because sometimes maybe you are able to absorb for whatever benefit you are going to get in future where you are going, or by stopping the contributions, maybe you are able to absorb those penalties. But it's always good that you go into that decision knowing fully well what it is that it's going to cost you. Now, it might happen that when you are a member of a retirement fund, you die whilst you are in service of your employer, or if you are in a retirement annuity, you die before you reach retirement age. Now, this is one of the things that yourselves as a member, you must have a discussion maybe with your family members and whatever as to what would happen to your benefit. Funds will always provide you with an opportunity to put down in writing how you would want your benefit to be distributed to your beneficiaries or your dependents when you pass away. Now, because you are granted tax benefits, and because retirement provision in South Africa is something that is also largely driven from a tax incentive point of view, in terms of the fact that the Revenue Service grants you certain relief or certain deductions for your contributions that you make, the government remains interested in what happens to your benefit when you pass away. And one of the things that the principal thing that they look at is the fact that because they've given you those opportunities and those tax concessions, one of the things that you cannot do when you reach retirement is you cannot then allocate or want your benefit to be distributed in such a manner that it deprives those that were dependent on you with support. So then the decision as to who gets what when you pass away is then taken by the board of management of your fund. It is solely within their discretion to allocate to whoever they would deem a dependent or a beneficiary, and in whatever percentages that they deem equitable. So this is regulated by Section 37C of the Act. And so what will the board consider? They will look into the ages of the beneficiaries, their level of dependency. So a younger child will get more than a child that's a little bit older. Someone who is already receiving a salary will get more than someone who is not employed. They will look at your level of dependency. What is it that you were getting from this person? Were you getting 2,000 rands a month? Were you getting all your living expenses from them? They will also consider what sits on the nomination form. Although they will consider what sits on you as a member's nomination form, that will not be the deciding factor. They just look at it to consider what is it that you would have liked to see happen to your benefit. But as is the case in many, many instances, what members do is they enter a pension fund on day one, they are given the nomination form, they complete it, and then they never update it. It's always, always important that whenever there is a life event, you update your benefit. Maybe a new child is born. Maybe you are divorced. Maybe you adopt a child. Maybe you suddenly are looking after your older parents. That you show that at least you are considering all the people that were dependent on you at a particular time. Like I said, it is really a good start to have a nomination form, even though it won't be what the board is obliged to implement. It is always good to do that. Here, you will see that other people make the error of trying to provide for what happens with their death benefits out of a pension fund or a provident fund or a retirement annuity. They try to provide for this in their will. You cannot do that because death benefits do not form part of an estate of a person. So even if you provide in a will as to what should happen, the trustees are not bound by what you have provided for in the will, because this benefit does not form part of your estate at all. Also, it's important for people to note that how you are married does not determine whether you get a benefit or not. A lot of people make a mistake of thinking that because they are married to someone in community of property, they will get 50% of their pension benefit when they die. That is not so. And you see that in most instances where members get separated for a long time. For example, you get separated with your spouse, you go and live somewhere else, you don't divorce, but you are no longer getting support from that person. Say the member goes and starts a relationship with somebody else and they live with that person, even though they remain married to you. Should that member die, then the board will look at the fact that that person, although they were still married to you, they were not supporting you at all. Therefore, they will disregard you in most instances, unless there are other considerations that they put in place. They will disregard you for a benefit and they will give the benefit to the live-in person that the member is staying with. Also, in terms of matrimonial property regimes, you might be married out of community of property with a person. That doesn't mean that you are excluded from benefiting from their death benefit. Again, the fund will look at dependency, because you were living in the same house. Do you share household necessities? What is it that the person was providing for you, and try and work out how much you are entitled to. Again, also a fund can decide on multiple beneficiaries. So a person is living at home with their wife, but then they have someone else that they are having a relationship with who can show that the person was supporting them with monthly amounts, with paying for their rent, living necessities. That person will also be entitled to a benefit. Also, there is no distinction here in terms of the Act between children born within a marriage and those born outside of a marriage. And I see that in certain instances, spouses where a person has got an extramarital child, the spouse who was within a marriage makes the mistake of thinking that at the point that an allocation must be made, the other party must be subjected to a DNA test or whatever, and that is not so. All that the mother of that extramarital child has to show is that they were receiving support and the deceased member considered that child to be their child. It might also be that in that other household, the deceased member was not only taking care of their own child that they gave birth to through that extramarital situation, but they were also taking care of the other children in that household that are not necessarily theirs. Those children will also stand to benefit because they were dependent on that person for necessities. So it's always important that you are clear, and as members and also as other people that might be affected, that you spare yourself quite a bit of grief and unnecessary strife by just getting to know who gets what and why. One of the critical things to look into is that the financial position of a beneficiary also matters, which always comes up also in these instances where members have multiple households. You'll find that maybe the other people that are living in the married household, they will get something from the will, they will get something from other policies, they will get something from all other sources at the point that the member has passed away. In those instances, the fund may actually provide for the other people that are outside of the household with more money than what they provide for the people in the marital household, because they have looked at everybody's financial position and felt that the ones in the marital household already have sufficient maintenance from elsewhere. One of the things that is also an issue for members is trying to access their ill health or their disability benefit. Usually, ill health or disability benefits are insured with an insurer, and that insurer will have specific requirements as to what constitutes ill health or disability in terms of their rules. The employer, on the other hand, might have lesser requirements as to what constitutes disability. If you cannot do your job and they cannot allocate you with an alternative job within the workplace, then they will say you should leave because of ill health or disability. But then when you try to access that benefit out of the fund, then the member discovers that they cannot, because suddenly the requirements in the insurer are more stringent. For example, they say they will define disability as you don't have an arm, you don't have a leg, those ones are straight out and out. But the other ones where it's issues of mental health, issues of you can still do other things, issues of you can still subject yourself to minor procedures in order to be able to function, those usually the insurer would decline. So it's very, very important that when you read your benefit statement, or when you are in conversation with your employer and they seek to put you off for ill health or disability, it's very, very important that you read whether the underwritten portion of the benefit will be payable by the insurer. The only things that we can deal with where if there's a section 14 is really about you being provided with information during that transfer process. Otherwise, the issues relating to when it must happen, the transfer amounts, all those are then handled by the FSCA. So it's very, very important that if your employer is engaging in a process where they are merging with another company, one of the things that people also do not do is as an employee, especially in industries where things change a lot, and in one-man companies or CCs, you always pay attention to what is happening with the situation with your employer. Sometimes an employer may stop paying contributions. When they stop paying contributions, you as the employee, you don't notice because it's still coming off your pay. Then they change their name. Afterwards, you remain employed with them. Then you want your benefit, and only to discover that the other company under the previous name. Although nothing changed for you, you came to the same desk, you did the same job, you then discover that unbeknown to you, the previous name company had actually been liquidated. You can't then get your contributions from the new company because it's a completely different animal altogether, and then you must try and pursue the action through the liquidation process, which is very costly. So it's very, very important that you pay attention to any changes that might happen with your employer while you are employed. Whether they change a name, whether they merge with another company, always ask, what impact does this have on my retirement benefit? One of the things that as a member of a fund you must have is information. The FSCA has issued a circular which says this is the minimum information that you must have as a member of a pension fund, a provident fund, or retirement annuity. You must be able to be provided with a membership certificate which will have your details, your age, your contact numbers, the date you joined the fund. Also, every year you must be provided with what is called an annual benefit statement. That will say, during this past 12 months, this is how much was paid over for you in contributions, this is how much was carried over from the previous years, this is how much your benefit grew by or declined by, and these are the benefits that you are entitled to. It will show your withdrawal benefit, it will show if you are entitled to a disability or ill health benefit. So all those things, if you are a member of a fund and you don't get an annual benefit statement, you must call your fund and make sure that you get that, or contact your HR and make sure that they provide you with that. Also, a fund is supposed to assist you with proper interpretation of its rules. Sometimes the rules of a fund, which are really the governing provisions of what happens to you as a member in the fund, might be couched in a little bit legal way. The fund is supposed to be able to provide you with what the meaning is of the fund rules if you require that at any given time. Also, if you are either engaged with a dispute with the fund, they must give you the policies, they must give you financial statements, they must even give you board decisions of the decisions that they might have taken, maybe around investments, around benefits, around all sorts of things that you might require as a member of a fund. So you are entitled to certain minimum information. But also, should you want to access one of your rights, the fund must make sure that they provide you with whatever information that allows you to exercise those rights. One of the very, very intrusive pieces of provisions in the Pension Funds Act is a provision that says that if you do anything wrong against your employer, for example, you commit a fraud or you theft or something that has to do with dishonesty against your employer, and your employer suffers harm as a result of that, the employer can actually deduct its losses from your fund. But what the fund must do is that they must satisfy themselves that the conduct that the employer is complaining about has to do with fraud or dishonesty, and that has cost the employer losses. Not only must they do that, they must also give you an opportunity as a member to respond to the allegations that are being made by the employer against you. So where most funds go wrong is that the employer just sends to them and say, member so-and-so was committed fraud in that say you are a cashier. When they knocked off on a particular day, there were so much short and over a period of time, this is how much it was. They were short of 15,000 rand, and we require that. Now, most funds will then, on the basis of that, then deduct the 15,000 rand from the members' benefit. They cannot do that. They must first give you an opportunity to respond to those allegations, and then they must weigh your interests and the interests of the employer, and then say, we are satisfied that the employer has met the threshold that is required by the Act, and they have proven that this member committed fraud, or there's an element of dishonesty here, and only on that basis can they take the money. Or, as a member, you can admit to what you did, and you can conclude what is called an acknowledgement of debt, where you detail what you have done, how much it has cost the employer, and the fact that you agree to that deduction being made from your benefit. Also, the employer can institute civil proceedings against you. And when they do that, it doesn't mean that because they've instituted civil proceedings against you, or that they have reported a criminal matter against you, it doesn't automatically mean that the fund must then withhold the benefit. The fund must still give you an opportunity to respond to those allegations, and then weigh your interests against those of the employer before they decide to withhold. So pension fund benefits are very, very protected. The failure of an employer to pay contributions when they are due is a criminal act. So you should always monitor. Funds are under an obligation to notify members immediately when an employer doesn't pay contributions when they are due. Late interest payment may also be levied for late payment of contributions. Immediately when an employer doesn't pay, the fund is obliged to notify the members of the fund, and also they can report such an employer to the police, or also to the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, because it's actually a criminal offense not to pay contributions when they are due. Also, one of the things that members fail to do and fail to understand, which you must understand from day one, is that if you have a maintenance order, that money can be deducted from your pension fund at any time. If you have a maintenance order and you are not paying, it's got arrears, if the other spouse presents such an order to the fund is obliged to pay. Also, some members come at the end of their, when they receive a benefit, and they want to argue the fact that the amount of tax that was deducted and whatever. In that respect, we do not have jurisdiction to query the amount of tax that has been levied when you receive a benefit. So those complaints that are related to tax issues, they must be raised with the South African Revenue Service, and it will only be after they have been unable to resolve your dispute that you can access the services of the tax ombud, which is also a free office like ourselves. One of the least things that members complain about really is the board not executing its duties. I think over time, many pension fund, provident fund, and retirement annuity boards have really honed in their skills and the manner in which they deliver services to yourself, but there is still really room for improvement. That is why you see National Treasury wanting to implement the 6 treating customers fairly principles to really ensure that as members and as the public, you are served in a proper way, and you become knowledgeable about the benefits that you are entitled to, and how funds are supposed to behave. So it's very unlikely that we will have a situation where administrators are found guilty of negligence. However, sometimes we make them pay for undue delays in paying benefits. We will order them to pay interest for the delay, which is very punitive at that, which is very punitive in terms of the amount of the rate at which it is charged. One of the complaints also that people have, and this is really where as a member of a fund, you should know what your rights are at the point of entering into a transaction, is one of the things that has also been caused by COVID-19. Many employees now have lost their jobs, and they would want to access, say at a certain point you left one employer to go to another, but you didn't withdraw your money, you transferred it to what we call a preservation fund, and then you put it in there so that you can access it when you retire. But now suddenly you have lost your job and you require that benefit. That benefit can only be paid out to you if at no point you had taken out a portion of it. So if at the point where you were transferring the amount, you decided that the fund must pay you 100,000 directly but preserve the remainder of the 700,000, you can't access the remaining amount until you reach your retirement age. So it is always very important that when you put money in a preservation fund, you make sure that you have provided for your emergencies in such a manner that should you need to have a withdrawal, it must be that you didn't at any point take a withdrawal for things that you could have done without. So that this is also a way of encouraging people to preserve their benefits to retirement. Like all other things, if you are unhappy with a decision that we might make as the Pension Funds Adjudicator's Office, you are welcome to take us up on appeal. And again, the process is free. You can, within 6 weeks, approach the Financial Services Tribunal. Their forms are also very, very simple to complete, and they will do an investigation and they will issue a ruling. That ruling can either be to dismiss of your complaint or to refer the matter back to us to consider. Usually a matter would be referred back to us to reconsider, which is what usually happens. At the point where we decide a complaint, people might not have given us the entire information. And then on appeal, they then decide to add all sorts of new information. In that instance, then the tribunal is looking at information that we do not have, and therefore they have to refer the matter back to us to have a look at. And also the Act doesn't grant them the authority to substitute our decisions with theirs, so they can only point to issues that we should have considered and then refer the matter back to us for reconsideration. I must say that the bulk, this is something that has been in place for 2 years. It's working far, far much better than when when members could only go to the High Court, and it's quicker. And also the process at the tribunal is not formal. Therefore, even yourselves as a member of a fund can represent yourself without requiring any legal representation. And the manner in which the tribunal will deal with you on the day is that they would be more assistive than really getting into a situation where you are frightened of the fact that you would want to appeal your matter. Thank you very much. I hope that the information that I have shared with you really makes you have a different look at your benefits as a retirement fund member, also allows you to assist other people within your community, within your workplace, with adding a little bit of knowledge to how they can best look after their retirement benefits, and also how to be an active member of a fund in such a manner that you make sure that all the things that you have been promised when you joined the fund materialize in the manner that you wish for. Should you wish to contact our office for anything, whether it's an inquiry, whether you want to lodge a complaint, you are welcome. We are based in Pretoria at 4th floor Riverwalk Office Park at Ashley Gardens. Also, you can contact us telephonically 012-346-1738 or 012-748-4000. It was really a pleasure for me to have shared this information with you and for you to have been my audience. Hopefully, from here onwards, you look after yourselves and your retirement money in a different way altogether. Thank you.
Good day to everyone joining us for our Money Smart Week event. Money Smart Week South Africa is an initiative of the National Consumer Financial Education Committee aimed at financial literacy and motivating South Africans to empower themselves to become better educated about their finances. In this regard, credit bureaus and the information they hold is our theme for this discussion. I would like to introduce the Credit Bureau Association and the credit bureaus to you in collaboration with the National Credit Regulator and hosted by UNISA. Our panel today consists of Lee Nayak, CEO of TransUnion Africa and Deputy Chairperson of the CBA, Michelle Deakins, CEO of TPN, Selina Maketa, the CBA's Education Project Manager, Jimmy Kulele from the National Credit Regulator, Alison McGrath, CEO of the Credit Bureau Association, and then myself, Bernadine de Klerk from the Department of Taxation, UNISA. Alison, I would like to start with you and ask you to give us an overview of the credit bureaus and the Credit Bureau Association.
Thank you, Bernadine. The Credit Bureau Association is made up of 12 of the registered credit bureaus. Today, we are going to tell you a little bit about the information that the 5 full-member credit bureaus, Consumer Profile Bureau, Experian, TransUnion, VeryCred and XTS, as well as TPN Credit Bureau and Niche Credit Bureau, hold on their credit bureaus. All credit bureaus are regulated by the National Credit Regulator, or the NCR, and the NCR ensures that all credit providers and credit bureaus correctly play their part in the credit industry. They also provide protection to consumers via the National Credit Act.
We are going to begin our panel discussion today by finding out more about the information that the credit bureaus hold. Our first 3 questions are for Lee Nayak, the Deputy Chairperson of the CBA. Lee, can you tell us what information the credit bureaus hold? And secondly, how this information is provided to the credit bureaus? And lastly, what happens with the information the credit bureaus collect?
Thanks, Bernadine. Those are really good questions to start with. So there are 5 large credit bureaus, as you've heard from my colleague Alison earlier. Each one of the credit bureaus collect consumer information about each of the consumers transacting in the active credit market. There are almost 26 million people that actively participate in the credit economy. We collect information on the credit agreements that these consumers have, and we also collect information on a daily and a monthly basis about their payment obligations against these agreements. When you think about how we collect this information and who we collect it from, we typically work with credit providers as well as data providers working under the National Credit Act. Each of these providers interacts with us in a secure manner, sharing information with us about these credit agreements as well as the payments that these individuals are making against it. It's a very scientific process of collecting the information, ensuring the quality of the info, and also making sure that each bit of information helps us understand better the consumer profile. So what do we do with this information? We help banks and lenders under the auspices of the Credit Act understand whether consumers are eligible and their risk assessment regarding taking on a new credit agreement. Ultimately, we're helping the credit providers and lenders make a decision about a credit take-on for the consumers in South Africa. This all happens under the auspices of the National Credit Act. Today, you'll learn more about the credit reports that contain the information. This very same information goes into the lenders that make decisions about the agreements that they enter into with consumers in South Africa.
So let's look at some of the credit reports that's available. Perhaps, Alison, you can explain them to us, please.
Thanks, Bernadine. I think just to start off, to tell you that these credit reports are not of actual people. These are for illustration purposes only. So the first credit report we can see is that of Malondi. What you'll see in the bottom line there is a 0 to 9. That doesn't mean it's good, it means it's bad. Every month that he doesn't pay, the numbers go up. So he hasn't paid for 9 months. After 9 months, the credit provider has put a negative connotation against his credit report. There's an L. That L means his account has been handed over for legal or to legal for payment. In the column above that, or the rows above that, what you'll see is the outstanding amounts or the arrears that Malondi owes to the bank. And you'll also see in the lines above that that bank has gone and taken a judgment against him. If he continuously stays in arrears, eventually the bank will go and take a judgment, and that will go against his name. This is significant negative information that we can see against his credit record. And as my colleague Lee has said, that negative information impacts significantly if you would like to borrow money. The second credit report is that of Busi. She is considered to have a good credit report. If you look at the bottom 2 lines, her monthly payment behavior, every month there's a 0. The 0 means she's paying. She's paying on time and she's paying the full installment. The lines above that, you'll see there's no arrear amounts, there's no negative statuses. This is a good credit report that a bank would be happy, or a lender would be happy to look at.
Thank you, Alison. You've mentioned negative information on this credit report. If it were my credit report, how could I fix or improve this?
If you can pay up any amount in arrears or pay up any judgments granted against you, do so immediately, and this negative information will be removed from your credit report. Pay your accounts on time every month in full. Setting up fixed debit orders with credit providers is a good way to ensure this happens automatically. In this manner, it won't take long before your credit report is looking good once again. There are many people who promise to clear your negative information for a fee. These people are scammers, as you can only legitimately improve your negative information by taking the steps I've just mentioned.
We're now going to show you a short video on a typical consumer problem. Most consumers are not even aware that they have negative information on their credit reports until they go and apply for credit. At this time, they find out the problem, and they have to begin the journey of sorting out their credit reports.
What does it mean when people say that you have been blacklisted? I know what it meant for me a few months ago. Total despair. I had just received a promotion at work, but it meant that I needed to get new clothes. I went to the store to get clothes, but I found out that I couldn't get credit. It was so difficult to find out what blacklisting really meant, other than I could not get my new clothes. So I called one of the credit bureaus. They checked my credit report and they told me that because I have not been paying my cell phone account every month, I've missed more than 3 payments. I received a default listing, which means that most retail shops would not give me credit. I was in a very dark space. But there's light at the end of the tunnel.
This is how Temba's credit report looked. Temba's credit report would need to look like this in order for him to get credit.
I have learned how to change my bad credit report into one that will enable me to get credit. What I need to do is pay my arrears on my cell phone account, make consistent monthly payments as agreed with the credit provider, demonstrate that I can be responsible with paying my accounts in full and on time. I know that I am able to afford more credit with my new promotion and hope to be able to buy new clothes soon.
We are now going to look at what is for most people the largest payment they make each month. And for most of us, it is our rental or mortgage payments. So tell me, Michelle, if I rent a home, is there a platform or a credit bureau where this information is reflected? And if so, how do I access this information?
Thanks, Bernadine. Yes, there is. TPN is a specialized credit bureau. We are the bureau that looks after the rental market, so how tenants pay their rent on a monthly basis. Our tenants can access this data at www.tpn.co.za. We recently asked tenants what the impact of the lockdown was on their income, and for many tenants, they responded to say that COVID had impacted their income. In fact, 1 in 10 tenants responded to say that they had had a permanent loss of income. 50% of our tenants responded to say that they had had a partial loss of income for a temporary amount of time. And 25% of tenants had indicated that they had had no loss of income. We then also asked the tenants why they remained in rental property and not moving into home ownership, given the low interest rates at the moment and the weak property prices. In fact, we've seen that before COVID to current, there are more tenants who have indicated that they remain in rental property because they can't afford to buy. 53% of tenants saying they cannot afford to buy property and that's why they remain as tenants. Another 14% of tenants indicating that they have poor credit and that's what's keeping them from home ownership. The next question that we ask tenants is, what is their biggest factor when choosing a rental property? And the biggest factor comes back down to money again. So price is the #1 factor that tenants consider when choosing what property to rent. The second consideration is the security of the property that they are looking at. The next question that we ask tenants is, what is their top challenge that they face? And this, again, comes back down to money. So the majority of tenants telling us that finding the money to pay the rent on a monthly basis is their biggest challenge. The second challenge is the non-maintenance of repairs and maintenance. And coming back to money again, finding the funds to pay for the deposit and not being in control of the escalating utility prices. So money, an important factor for consideration for tenants at the moment.
Thank you, Michelle. Selina, if I was renting a home for a while and I wanted now to buy my own house, is there something I need to plan for in order to be able to buy such a house?
Sure, Bernadine. You will need to have save for a deposit, usually 10 to 15% of the amount that you want to borrow to buy your house. Then you will go to your bank or home loan provider to ask for a loan.
Jimmy, something you would like to add to the conversation?
Thank you, Bernadine. Your home loan provider will need to do an affordability assessment to ensure that you can afford the loan that you are applying for. They will ask you to produce a payslip, a bank statement, and they will check your credit information that is held by the credit bureaus. Armed with your credit information and all the records you have provided, they will check how consistent you have been in paying your accounts, whether you are a good credit risk or not, and whether you pay your accounts on time or not. And then secondly, they will check whether your income minus your expenses will allow you to make the repayments you need to make on your loan.
In closing, many people have been negatively affected as a result of COVID-19. The following video will give you some ideas about how to manage your debt when difficult situation arises.
Today, I received terrible news. My company is closing down the branch where I work, and we are all to be retrenched. I have a family to look after. I also have a car loan and a mortgage. What am I going to do? How will I be able to keep my car and my house while still looking for another job?
Firstly, check if the debt you have is covered by credit life insurance, as this will pay your debt for a period after you are retrenched, sometimes for up to 6 months, giving you time to find another job. Secondly, talk to the credit providers who gave you the car loan and mortgage and ask them for a relief period or time when you do not have to make payments while you look for another job. The credit provider may allow you to pay the debt over a longer period, giving you short-term relief. While this is likely to result in higher interest payments over the longer term, it will provide you with the relief you need while you are looking for your next job.
With this kind of relief, I will be able to concentrate on getting a new job as fast as I can.
Lee, any advice on how to check your report?
Well, Bernadine, it's quite simple. Each of the large 5 credit bureaus, as well as TPN, the rental agency, is able to give you a free credit report once a year. We have seen that very few consumers take advantage of their free credit report. My initial advice is information is power. Get hold of your free credit report from the 5 bureaus plus TPN as per the previous screen, and reach out and start to get the knowledge you need to take control of your credit health.
Good day. My name is Alf Matimbi from the National Credit Regulator. I am the host for today's Money Smart Week. We have a panel discussion. This panel is made up of experts from different stakeholders. The aim of this session is to empower you as a consumer to make informed decisions and be a smart consumer. In the panel, we have National Energy Regulator, NERSA, represented by Moni Souza. We also have Council for Medical Scheme, represented by Mrs. Matsie Mpiani. We also have Face Ombud, represented by Mashite Mako. We will start with Moni Souza from NERSA. Madam Moni, briefly explain in simple terms the role and mandate of NERSA.
NERSA has been mandated to basically regulate the electricity, pipe, gas, petroleum pipelines industry by issuing licenses, setting and approving tariffs and charges, mediating disputes, gathering information pertaining to electricity, gas, and petroleum pipelines.
Is there a piece of legislation that led to the establishment of this entity?
NERSA draws its mandate from the National Energy Regulator Act, number 40 of 2004.
Moni, lastly, share with us some of the complaints that NERSA deals with, and how does a consumer lodge complaint with your office?
There is a lot of complaints that are being received from our office, and the type of complaints that are being received, especially related to electricity, are billing and account complaints, where consumers would probably receive incorrect billing, whether it be overcharging or undercharging of consumers, as well as implementing incorrect and unapproved tariffs, as well as backdated bills that the consumers do receive. Other complaints that we receive are related to the quality of supply, where we find that consumers would complain about the frequent power outages that happen due to the theft of electricity, as well as old and unmaintained infrastructure. Other complaints that we receive are related to the quality of service that the consumers do get, where, for example, where you get disconnections without prior notification from the supplier, which is a 14 days that people need to receive as per the NRS 047 quality of service standards, as well as delayed connections of electricity, where customers have paid for the connection and waited for long periods before they get connected. There are steps that customers can follow to lodge a complaint with the NERSA. We often encourage customers to say that the first port of call when lodging a complaint should be your local distributor or supplier. As a last resort, if a complaint remains unresolved, then contact NERSA. You can phone us, you can email or write to us. When lodging a complaint with NERSA, please provide all the relevant details pertaining to your complaint. It can be electricity receipts, it can be statement of account, or even pictures of meter boxes, etc., to support your complaint, and details of the contact person that you have spoken to at your supplier.
Thank you very much. Please tell us what is the mandate of the Council for Medical Scheme, Madam Jani?
The Council for Medical Schemes was created by the Medical Schemes Act 131 of 1998, basically to regulate the medical scheme industry by protecting the interests of members and also their beneficiaries. When we talk about members of medical schemes and beneficiaries, we have three kinds. When we talk about our stakeholders, we have our brokers, our medical aids, as well as our beneficiaries as well. So those are our stakeholders.
What are the most common complaints that you receive from consumers?
We do get a lot of complaints from consumers. For example, we do get complaints with regards to non-payment of claims timeously, where you find that the doctor claims for a service that the member did not receive, or maybe the doctor takes too long to pay or the medical aid takes too long to pay for a service that was received by the member. And secondly, the other kind of complaints that we get is payment of prescribed minimum benefits, what we call PMBs. We find that most of the time we find medical schemes pay for PMBs from savings account without informing the member that the medical aid will not finance from the prescribed minimum benefits. Thirdly, the other kind of complaints is core payment. Medical scheme members complain about the core payment that they have to pay when not using the DSPs. DSP is an acronym for designated service providers. But we have since realized that medical scheme members don't really understand the jargon as well as the literature that they get from the medical scheme. That is why they complain when they have to pay for core payment. And again, medical schemes do cancel membership with regards to, especially when members of medical schemes are not submitting or are not paying their contributions timeously. And some of them complain because now they have to be placed on what we call a condition-specific waiting period. This is what makes them complain a lot.
Please share with us the complaints procedures that consumers need to follow.
We as Council for Medical Schemes, we do encourage members of schemes to exhaust all avenues with their respective schemes before they come to the CMS. But however, should they not find joy when complaining to their respective medical schemes, then they can come to the CMS. The CMS is a regulator. You complain by sending an email to complaints@medicalschemes.co.za. And then after 3 days, then the medical scheme will send a written acknowledgement to inform you that we have received your complaint and it will be attended to. And that mail will also indicate your reference number. What the medical scheme does after receiving your complaint is that it will refer the complaint to the medical scheme and request response within 30 days. Then the CMS will then analyze the response after they get it from the medical scheme and make a ruling. Normally, the ruling will be made within 120 days of referral of a complaint. But you as a medical scheme member, if you are still unhappy with the decision of the CMS, then you can refer that complaint to council at no cost. When I say to council, I mean the board in this instance. And if you're still unhappy, the matter can be referred to the appeals committee, which is the subcommittee of the council, of the CMS. And finally, if still you are unhappy, then you can submit or you can appeal to the appeals board. And we normally say medical scheme members don't have to pay for any legal costs because now the medical scheme gives members access to pro bono legal services.
Mr. Mako, please introduce the entity that you are representing and its mandate.
Thank you. The mandate of the FICE Ombud is to investigate and resolve complaints between financial services providers and their clients. The FICE Ombud was established by the FICE Act, and it resolves the complaints in terms of two pieces of legislation, which is the FICE Act and the FISOS Act. The complaints that the FISA Ombudsman receives must relate to the furnishing of advice and the rendering of intermediary services by these financial services providers, or either their representatives that is licensed to render the financial services. The FISA Ombudsman can, however, also assess and investigate complaints that are lodged against financial services providers who are not registered as financial services providers with the FSCA. This is one of the factors that distinguishes the FISA Act from other ombud schemes. Another factor that makes the FISA Ombud different from other ombud schemes in financial services is that it is not a voluntary ombud scheme. This means that the FSPs against whom the FISA Ombud can investigate complaints do not need to opt in to be a part of the scheme, because the FISA Ombud is established by an Act of Parliament and can only be dissolved through such process. In fact, the FISA Ombud is a public entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, and its performance is audited by the Auditor General.
What are some of the complaints that the FISA Ombud deals with, common complaints?
The common complaints that the Ombud receives relates to investments that are not suited to client circumstances or risk profiles. For example, recommending investing in high-risk shares and forex products to a pensioner. Or you find recommendations whereby the financial products are wrong when securing a debt agreement, such as a retrenchment cover to a person who is self-employed. It would not necessarily pay. Non-disclosure of pertinent terms and conditions in policies, such as in mechanical warranties. There are limits that generally the financial services providers do not disclose to their clients. Other examples are that the fact that a client needs to install a tracking device, for example, in short-term insurances. These are security requirements that usually insurers would actually specify in policies, whereby they require a client to install a specific tracking device, and these are not explained properly by financial services providers. Other example would be a waiting period where it is applicable in, for example, funeral policies. There's many examples. Also, whether a client can withdraw from an investment or not, and if there will be penalties if they decide to withdraw during the term of the investment. This is generally seen in most of complaints that we deal with. Other complaints would be regarding the replacement of policies without proper explanation. Sometimes the financial services provider would actually recommend a new product which is generally not necessarily better than the other. The other example would be clients being sold an insurance product as an investment, e.g., what we commonly know as an endowment policy. These policies are actually generally having minimum restrictions of about 5 years, and they attract high fees because they are actually insurance policies and they may not be suitable to certain clients. And how they are taxed is also a big problem. If you withdraw during the restriction period, you may only withdraw once, and the second withdrawal will be a loan. And if you decide to exit the policy, you may be charged sizable penalty that you did not even know about. Clients must be aware that sometimes signing blank documents would be a very, very dangerous thing to do. You should at all times avoid doing such. Policies issued and premiums deducted without consent of clients, generally in funeral policies, which we normally call these fraudulent policies. How do consumer lodge complaints with our office? It is very simple. Our processes are made simple in such a way that we take complaints in all languages. Any any person can be able to lodge a complaint. You do not require to be a knowledgeable or an attorney to do that, or even use an attorney to do such. You can lodge a complaint by logging onto our website, which is www.ficeombud.co.za, or you can give us a call. We can actually record your complaint over a telephone. Our telephone number is 012-470-9080, and we should be able to assist you. Or you can send us an email on info@ficeombud.co.za.
As we are about to conclude our discussion, our panelists will each share 2 Money Smart tips to our consumers. We'll start with you, Moni, then Mashite, and lastly, Matsia. Moni?
Thank you, Mr. Matimbi. I think consumers out there can consider converting to a prepaid meter. If this option does exist, to basically convert from a credit meter to a prepaid meter, wherever you stay, consider switching over to one. Remember that this conversion, there's a conversion fee that will be required, but then however the advantages with this option are that it will help you to budget your electricity consumption. Your account cannot go into arrears. Electricity cut-offs can be avoided, and at least you can control the amount of electricity that you consume. Another tip that we can give to the consumer is that consider also installing a geyser timer, or even make it a norm to switch on and off the geyser when you need to use a geyser and when you don't need to use it. When you talk about lighting in our houses, consider switching off lights in unoccupied rooms, make it a norm as well. And when it comes to appliances, always unplug unused appliances and buy energy efficient appliances. Thank you.
Mr. Mako, please share with the consumers. Never.
Some of the tips that I can give to customers is that never sign a blank document. Always ask for a side-by-side comparison of products if an advisor recommends that you replace one policy with another. Always ask the financial services provider to give you a copy of the advice they gave to you or the discussion they had with you in writing, to make sure that the agreement represents what you understand from what you were told. If a product has a cooling off period, please do note and ask the financial services provider if the product that has been recommended has such a cooling off period, so that you can be able to do a cancellation if you're not happy with the product. Most products do offer this cooling off period, and you must get a contract within 30 days. If you do not follow up with the financial services provider until you do, you can exercise the option to actually receive such a copy.
Matsia, tips for the consumers, please.
Tips for medical scheme members: always utilize services of a designated service provider to avoid co-payments. I explained earlier on, when you talk about designated service providers, we're talking about those providers that you can only go to get services at no additional cost. But should you voluntarily decide to do otherwise, then you'll be liable for a co-payment. And secondly, I would advise the consumers to use and accept medicines on a formulary list to avoid co-payments. Because remember that if you take a drug that is not on your scheme's formulary list, you may be liable for co-payment, because the scheme will only pay the amount of the drug that appears on their formulary list. And finally, it is very important for members of medical schemes to study the scheme rules and the benefit guide in detail, because this will entitle you, because this will enable you to know what you're entitled to, what is it that you can get, and what is it that you cannot get. So these are the tips that I would like to give to medical scheme members during the Money Smart Week.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today and helping with creating a Money Smart South Africa. Thank you very much.
is Ntombi Sobazile, and I am the Consumer Financial Education Specialist at Liberty. I am with my colleague.
Thank you, Doms. Hi, everyone. My name is Ongeziwe Cingo, and I'm a CSI Specialist at Stand-Up.
The Mind My Money program is delighted to have participated in the Money Smart Week program. We share this campaign's goals of motivating and empowering South Africans from all walks of life to become educated about their finances. We are committed to helping South Africans to acquire the knowledge and skills they need to build their financial capability. As the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us, financial education must help people to build their ability to withstand economic shocks. Life is full of uncertainty. We cannot predict what will happen next. However, we all can and should prepare for it. Ongi has more information for us.
Thanks again, Doms. At the Mind My Money program, we believe that financial education must meet the needs of our participants and context they live and work in. South Africans will face a very different world as we emerge from the pandemic. We as an industry will need to adapt our approach to financial education to help them navigate this uncharted territory. This means providing content that addresses the needs of citizens when and where they need it. In 2021, the Mind My Money program will overhaul its financial education training. Our goal is to make the content more relevant and useful for South Africans. With these changes, our content will help South Africans to recover from the pandemic and hopefully emerge stronger.
Financial education can no longer be a compliance exercise for the long-term retirement and savings industry. We must actively chart a path that builds a money-smart and resilient South Africa, where our citizens are able to adapt to the next crisis that comes their way. Fellow South Africans, Liberty and Stanlip is in it with you. Thank you very much.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
Money Smart Week is a financial literacy campaign that aims to empower and encourage South Africans to better manage their money. Join the conversation on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram using the hashtag MSWSA2021. Don't forget to fill in the consumer survey on mswsa.co.za and tell us about your favorite programs. There are some lovely prizes up for grabs. Next up, Al Baraka Bank on Islamic banking, FNB on budgeting and managing expenses, and the Ombuds for banking services and credit on your rights and responsibilities.
Assalamu alaikum and a good day to you all. I begin in the name of Allah, the most kind, the most merciful. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. My name is Safwan Navlaki and I am a Sharia advisor at Al Baraka Bank, the only fully fledged Islamic bank in South Africa. I'm excited to introduce you to Islamic banking, something you may have heard about or noticed on your bank's website and wondered, what is this all about? As part of our Money Smart Week, Al Baraka Bank would like to share with you, the consumer, the various Islamic banking opportunities and products available to you. You will learn from this presentation the basic principles of Islamic finance, how Islamic banks work, and why Islamic banking products are accessible and suited to everyone, even those who are not of the Islamic faith. By way of introduction, Islamic banking is a system of banking that conforms to Islamic law, also known as Sharia. Is Islamic banking only for Muslims? Although originally designed to meet the needs of Muslim customers, Islamic banking products are accessible to everyone. What makes it so different? Because of its special focus on ethical and sustainable investing, Islamic banking is particularly attractive to ethical and social impact investors. The principles and laws enshrined in Islamic banking contribute to shared prosperity and real economic growth. In the next slides, we will elaborate further on each of these points. Let us head into the basic principles of Islamic finance. The first is interest or usury, which includes charging interest on money. This is prohibited in Islamic law. Islamic law requires the owners of capital to invest directly into the real sector in order to be entitled to a return. This ensures that when the rich get richer, their wealth creates jobs and prosperity for everyone, and they also participate in the downside. Islamic law prohibits contracts with uncertain outcomes, like conventional insurance, lopsided contracts which benefit the party with stronger bargaining power, and excessively speculative contracts, such as certain financial derivatives and gambling, since such contracts often give rise to dispute, settlement risk, and social economic injustices. Let us just ponder over a simple example. Should John purchase 10 kilos of salmon from the fisherman in the morning prior to the fisherman catching any fish, it is possible that the fisherman may catch other fish besides salmon or catch less than 10 kilos of salmon. This will result in him being unable to fulfill his obligations to John. It is also possible that once the fish is caught and delivered, John may not be happy with the quality and refuse to accept it. There are various possible causes for dispute and non-settlement in such a contract. It is therefore required that the salmon be specified and deliverable at the point of transaction to remove any uncertainty. Gambling is also prohibited. Gambling is a zero-sum game with adverse socio-economic effects. Islamic law characterizes gambling as devious and illicit means of acquiring wealth. An innate characteristic of exchange contracts is that it is for mutual benefit. Islamic laws require that economic agents earn their livelihood from the sweat of one's brow. Islamic finance is geared towards ethical and impact investing. Islamic law discourages and in some instances does not permit investment in sectors of the economy that engenders harm to society and or the environment. A prime example of an impermissible sector is the alcoholic beverage industry, the social harms of which are self-evident. Let's now take a look at how Islamic banking works. Islamic banks accept two types of deposits. The first is an interest-free deposit, which is used for transactional banking. Since the funds deposited in transactional banking accounts are guaranteed deposits, the depositor is not exposed to any commercial risk. The depositor may not receive any return in lieu of funds held in this account. Hence, the funds deposited in this type of account are accessible to the depositor on demand. The second type of deposits are in the form of investment accounts, which are profit and loss sharing deposits. Investment accounts are usually structured on the basis of mudaraba, which is a profit and loss sharing partnership, or wakala, an investment agency. Islamic banks utilize funds from deposits to provide finance to clients who require it. These are some of the main financing instruments used by Islamic banks. Ijara. Ijara is a lease instrument used to finance durable assets such as vehicles and equipment. The bank purchases the asset and leases to the client over the finance term. There are a number of rules which set Ijara finance apart from conventional finance leases. Murabaha is a cost-plus instrument used for asset and trade finance. In Murabaha, the bank acquires the asset and sells it to the client at a pre-agreed profit markup. The client pays the price in installments over the finance term. Diminishing Musharaka is an equity financing instrument used to finance real estate assets and to advance venture capital. Here, the bank purchases a share in the property and sells it to the client gradually over the finance term. Alternatively, the bank can finance certain projects and participate in profit and loss. All these finance instruments earn profit which is shared between the bank and investment account depositors in proportion to a profit-sharing ratio. The profit-sharing ratio is pre-agreed with the depositor when opening an account. In the unlikely event of no profit being earned or a loss incurred, no profits will be allocated to either party. So what is the Islamic banking value proposition? What does it bring new to the table? Risk sharing. In an interest-based financial system, the owners of capital can grow their wealth with little or no exposure to commercial risk. Islamic finance promotes sharing of profit and loss between owners of capital and investors in the real sector. Interest-free banking. A loan is a kind gesture to fellow humans by nature and should therefore not expect a return. Islamic banks do not charge or pay any interest. Distributive justice. The interest-based financial system perpetuates economic disparities and accumulation of wealth in the hands of a few, as we see today. Islamic finance splits commercial risk between owners of capital and real investors, promotes investment in SMEs, and contributes towards social justice. Real sector investment. Islamic finance directs funds to productive assets or investments in the real sector to expand the economy and create jobs, and promotes technological innovation, economic growth, and shared prosperity. In conclusion, as you have probably realized, Islamic banking is a feasible option for everyone. Although it serves as an alternative solution for Muslims, it remains attractive for others who are conscious about ethical and impact investments. The Islamic banking model is consistent with the ideals of shared prosperity and sustainable economic development. Many world leaders have expressed positive sentiments in respect of Islamic banking and consider it a possible solution for the recurring financial crises with devastating socio-economic effects. After the 2008 financial crisis, Pope Benedict XVI urged financiers to look at the Islamic financial system, where bankers have found to manage risk better since depositors take interest in the type of risks banks take, since depositors are directly exposed to these risks. Unsurprisingly, Islamic banking has earned and drawn the attention of all major financial institutions, including the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. I thank you for your attention and for listening to this presentation. Thank you.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you're applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
Welcome back to our FNB #Help Yourself panel discussion, where we help you navigate your money journey so that you can be in control of your money and make it work for you. So to do this properly, we again joined by our team of experts who are going to help us unpack how can we control our expenses. So without any further waste of time, I would invite my co-presenter, Dineo, to take us through the panel discussion. Thank you. Dineo, over to you.
Thank you, Aaron. Fantastic. Let's get into it. As we just said, we now know how to put together a budget. Mushibudi, please tell us, where do we start with managing expenses?
Ke rata putso ya gago Dineo. Jwalo, go tsena ditabeng mabapi le go laola ditshenyagalelo. Seo re tshwanetse go se dira sa mathomo ke gore re tshwanetse re dire phapano gare ga di-fixed expenses le di-variable expenses. Di-fixed expenses re lebeletse dilo tsa go tshwana le go tse le gore a di fetoge. Di dira ka metlha go tshwana le go patela rente go ba bonto, ditefelo tša sekolo jalo le jwalo. Ditefelo tša mohuta o di ka fetša ngwaga goba mengwaga di sa namelele. Ka letsogong le lengwe re na le di-variable expenses. Di-variable expenses ke tšeo e lego gore di a fetoga go ya le ka tšhomišo. Mohlala e ka ba mohlagase, ka kua magaeng a borena ge re reka mohlagase a re reke mohlagase wa go swana kgwedi ka kgwedi. Airtime le yona o kgwetša e le gore ga re šomiše go tshwana kgwedi ye nngwe le ye nngwe. Jwalo sa bohlokwa ke gore re swanetše re laole mokgwa o re šomišago di-fixed le di-variable expenses ka gona. Ke a leboga.
Wow, this is very interesting. So given, how can we manage these variable expenses that keep on changing always?
Thank you, Dineo. Potso ya gago ya ntumedisa tota. I'm happy to say that there are multiple ways to do this. For example, you can draw up a list of 3 sections or columns. The first column should be for things you can stop spending on. The second column for things you can reduce spending on. And very importantly, the third column for what you need to keep spending on.
Very interesting indeed. So it might not be easy to figure out which is which. So Ayanda, help us how to start with how we identify the expenses that we can stop.
Enkosi Dineo okokuqala i-question ebalulekileyo kukuba ngabana uzibuze, is this thing that I need to do right now, or activity, or something that I need to purchase, is it for survival? If it's the answer is no, then think about reducing or stopping that thing. For an example, masithi ndingumqhubi weteksi, then every day nditya ikadidi. I can change that pattern, and stop eating ikadidi and maybe go and get myself a lunch from ekhaya, right? Okwesibini okusichanayo, as ugiven ebesitsho ukuthi i-fixed ne-variable expenses. I-fixed expenses zizo isikakhulu ezisenza silibale, because zona siyazazi ukuthi on monthly basis ziyatsala rhoqo. So kuyabaluleka into yokuba ngabana whenever you are doing i-budget yakho, you keep on reviewing it, right? And go to those subscriptions ezenzekayo accountini yakho. Umzekelo, ndingumphangeli. Njengoba ndingumphangeli nje ndine-subscription ye-alarm etsalayo rhoqo endlini. But since last year ndisebenzela ekhaya. Now ngenxa yokuba ngabana it's a fixed thing ndiyilibele, right? But if I go back and review, I can see ukuthi man, I don't need the alarm system because I'm working from home. So that's money eyam ehamba nje leyo. So zizinto ekufuneka siziqwalasele ke ezo Dineo. Okunye izinto ezincinci ezinjenge-policies. Sometimes uthathe ipolicy ezithe saba, but you can get one policy ezawuquka ifamily yonke, and then nibone ukuthi I can pay this one and cancel the others. So basically, reviewing your budget is key, and looking at those subscriptions and cancel which you can. Thank you so much.
Wow, this is very insightful. It's a light bulb moment for me. So Miranda, how do we reduce these expenses?
Thank you for that question, Dineo. Now, variable expenses are usually linked to how we use or consume something. So if you're not staying alone, reducing consumption becomes a family affair. And as Mushibudi has already shared with us, ha re fokotsa tiriso ya dilo tse di tshwanang le motlakase ebile re ithaopa go tima di-light le didiriso tsa motlakase jaaka yone gizara re tla be re fokotsa ditshenyegelo tsa rona. Also, we need to take advantage of available loyalty programs as another measure to use in reducing costs. Go na le mabenkele a re a tsamayang a nang le dikarata tseo di re thusang go bona tlhwatlhwa tlase mo dilong dingwe ebile o ka berekisa karate eo go reka dilo mo nakong e tlang. It would also be of benefit to check with our banks and our insurers to see how we can earn points from them so that we can use those points to buy or pay for things we need instead of using our own money. On that thing, Madia Mahala Dineo ne sa rona ke go a batla.
Wow, a ke rutegile ka nnete le ka jono. So Thenjiswa, what about cost I need to keep?
Nkosi kakhulu Dineo, if uyaqaphela uAyanda ngoku bethetha pha uzibandakanyile izinto that some fixed expenses are linked to the things that we need for survival yethu, izinto ezifana ne-rent. Zikhona ke ezinye i-necessary expenses Dineo esinothi sireduce kuzo, umzekelo izinto ezifana nokutya. So to try at all means to avoid wastage xa usiya ezivenkileni uyothenga. Iitrip zakho ziplane ahead. Wenze i-clear shopping list yezinto oza kuthi uzithenge. Also Dineo, xa upheka ukutya, you cook in advance meals zakho so that uzokwazi ukuseva phaya embaneni njengoba esetshilo uMiranda. Only buy luxuries if you can afford to or have saved up for. So iyakunceda ke lonto leyo to avoid buying izinto you don't have to keep going back. Enye ke balulekileyo Dineo is that we often miss paying attention ukuchekisha i-bank statements. Yasinceda ke lonto leyo ukuthi sisichekisha i-bank statement zethu apho sizokwazi uku-identifya khona i-debit orders that needs to stop. Maybe you are done ukubhatala items but you are still paying because awukhange uyinotify ibhanka yakho ukustopa ezo payments. And also check if there are any debit orders Dineo ongakhange uzi-authorize ukuthi mazitsale kwibhanka yakho. Gqibeleni ke Dineo, ukuchekisha i-bank statement yakho will also help you to review i-bank fees that you are paying. And also if we are notice ukuthi i-bank fees ozibhatalayo zithe xhaxhe kakhulu ziphakamile, thetha nomnikazi nomntu wasebhankini, the consultant, ikuncede ke ukuba ikuvulele i-account eza kujongana nee-needs zakho, whereby i-account abaza kuvulela yona ibe ne-reduced cost, hayi eziya zithe xhaxhe uzibhatalayo.
Yeah, I'm guilty as well. From today, I'm starting to buy in bulk to save and also to check my bank statements. Given, what one thing that we can do to help us manage our expenses better?
Thank you so much, Dineo. Well, tracking your expenses is another way to do as it helps you to get a clearer picture of how you spend your money, where you spend it, and what you spend it on. There are a few things to do. You might think of having to collect your receipts. That's going the manual route. However, if you have a banking app, you can use that to review the transactions you have made and check your account balance. Also, banking apps will help you see how much you've spent on things like airtime so you can manage that. There are also different budget tracking apps one can use to check the app you use weekly and then compare what you are spending to what you had allocated in your budget and start adjusting where necessary. Most budget tracking and banking apps allow you to set limits, and they send you alerts as you approach your limits, as well as when you reach your limit. Thank you, Dineo.
Wow, I didn't know how to limit my spending, But now, because I'm enlightened, I'm going to start limiting those expenses that I normally do so that my banking app can be able to help me. I don't know about you, viewers. What other tips can you give on managing expenses? Mushibudi, do you want to add anything?
Most definitely, Dineo. Just to add, I would love to say that it is very important for us to stay aware of what is happening in our financial lives. All expenses add up. So watch expenses carefully, even the small ones. If you have taken credit, check your statements and ensure that you pay your bills on time to avoid penalties and late payment charges. Thank you.
True indeed, we have been enlightened. Thank you so much, FNB experts. I guess we all have some homework to do, and it's up to us as individuals. Back to you, Abon, for a recap.
Thank you very much, Dineo and Potla for assisting us, opening our minds. Just as a way of recapping and things that you should remember from the beginning of our conversation is that it is important to carefully manage your expenses, watch even those small expenses because, every cent matters. So fixed, you must always remember that fixed costs remain constant, but if you need to cut down on expenses, consider your variable or changing expenses. Reduce your usage on things such as out and etc. There are things that is to plan your shopping trips. Reduce the number of times you go to the shops when when you go, make a list and take advantage of those loyalty programs. So you cannot just wake up and go to a shop. So make sure that you plan around your time and make use of those loyalty programs. Review your subscriptions. See which ones you really need to keep spending on and which ones you need to reduce. Like an example, Uayanda has given about the alarm system. So check all of those things. Review your bank statements now and then. This one is very much important. Check your debit orders, transactions happening, in the bank, things that you might not be even aware of, because sometimes we're losing money by not checking our bank statements now and then. The last thing, track your usage throughout the month manual by adding all your spending costs and check with the bank if they can, help you with some applications that will assist you to track your expenses and maybe also send you some reminders and alerts when you are overspending. So from my side, thank you very much, guys, for joining us on our panel discussion, and thank you for watching. Thank you very much.
Good day and welcome to the Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. My name is Gwanda Vabaza, the Communications Manager and Adjudicator at the Ombudsman for Banking Services. Today's topic is all about credit, Sikoloto. In February 2009, President Obama once said that, open quote, "The flow of credit is the lifeblood of the economy," close quote. Now, when consumers and businesses are able to borrow money, economic transactions are made possible, which in turn leads to the growth of our economy. Therefore, it is clear that credit has an important role to play in maintaining a functioning economy. With that being said, the irresponsible use of credit may lead to unmanageable debt, which has a negative impact on the consumer's finances and quality of life. The purpose of today's session is to discuss and educate consumers on what credit is, as well as their rights and responsibilities when it comes to the use of credit. To help me unpack this topic, I'm joined by the Banking Ombudsman, Ms. Rihanna Stein, and the Credit Ombud, Mr. Howard Gerbiers. Both these offices have the mandate to receive, investigate, and resolve disputes between consumers and credit providers. They also have the mandate to educate consumers about credit and other related issues. Rihanna, Howard, good day and welcome to the Money Smart Week panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard, Rihanna, in simple everyday language, what is credit and why do you think credit is important?
Credit is important because it allows people to buy products and services when they don't have the full amount to pay for it. In other words, what you're doing is you're buying a product or you're securing a service, and then the credit agreement allows you to pay it off in the future. So in many cases, there are many things we would not be able to buy or use if we don't have credit. So for example, if you want to buy a house, you cannot afford to pay it off on day one. And you go to a bank or financial institution or credit provider and you get a loan which allows you to buy the house today and live in it, and then over a 20-year period, you would pay off that house. Similarly with a car or with a fridge or furniture, you're able to buy those things and pay it off over time. And that at the simplest form is what credit is. Obviously, when you make a loan, there are certain conditions that get attached to that loan. Like you have to pay interest on that money you borrow, you have certain fees that you have to. So while it gives you the right to get the product you need, you also have certain responsibilities and obligations to meet when you enter into a credit agreement. So at the simplest level, that is what the credit agreement is about.
Thank you for that, Howard. Just to understand, so in simple languages, credit basically affords you an opportunity to own things that ordinarily you would not be able to own if you were to buy them in cash. Is that correct?
Yes, that is exactly correct. That it allows you to acquire a product or a service and then you pay it off in the future. And you're able to use that product and service from the day you acquire it.
Yes, and I think just to add, people mustn't think that credit is only the cases where you buy a physical thing, like a house and a car or furniture. Credit is also when you take out a loan and you use that money for something, whether you pay your school fees in advance or university fees, or you need that money to do something. So that loan that you take, or the overdraft is also a loan. So those things are also credit. It's not just when you buy stuff. And the same, rights and responsibilities and all those conditions that Howard mentioned, it attaches to these loans. And people need to educate themselves before they enter into these loans, because
there's a lot to it. And I think people don't always realize. They think they're just going to get the money, and as long as the bank gives it to them, they're fine. That's the end of the problem. And it's not. That's really where it all starts.
Howard, you mentioned that consumers have rights when it comes to credit. Can you just give us an indication of what some of those rights are?
The National Credit Act is an important piece of legislation, and the rights of consumers in relation to credit is captured in that act. So the first right is that consumers have the right to access credit. Secondly, the right that credit providers will provide credit without discrimination. You will remember historically in our country, a large part of South Africans were excluded from the economy and couldn't participate fully in the economy. So this right of no discrimination is an important right. The third area of rights is to do with the consumer receiving proper information, that you have a right to be properly informed and be able to understand what you are going into in the agreement with the credit provider.
Maybe I can just add on to that, Howard. As you've listed the rights there, some of the complaints that we've seen in the office are connected to those rights. For example, consumers now know, or some consumers know, that they've got the right to access credit. But they think that equates to the credit provider or the bank must give them the loan that they apply for. And that, of course, is not the same thing. They've got the right to apply. They don't have the right to receive the credit. The credit provider can still put in place measures and rules and then measure this application against those internal criteria. But of course, if you're denied credit, you've also got the right for reasons. And that, I think, is very important. So if somebody says to you, we're not going to give you this, the furniture on credit, we're not going to give you this loan, and you don't understand why, you've got the right to get those reasons in writing so that you can see exactly, why they are denying the credit. And maybe it's something you can fix going forward, and next time you will be successful. So those are the kind of things that's, complaints sometimes come out of those rights because consumers don't always understand what those rights mean exactly.
Rihanna, let's say now that the consumer has applied for credit. I've noticed that in most instances, if not all, consumers are given a document which is called a pre-agreement statement and quotation. Now, can you explain to us what that document is and what does it entail?
Yes, Kwanda. So in terms of the National Credit Act, there's an obligation on the credit provider, like how it said, to provide documentation and information. So this is the first one. So it's even before you enter into the agreement, the Act says the credit provider must give you a document which clearly spells out your rights, your obligations, the monetary value of this credit agreement, how much it will cost you over time, the interest rate, how long you will be paying. So everything must be in that document, and it must be provided to you so that you can now decide if you want to actually enter into this credit agreement. Unfortunately, many consumers are in such a hurry to buy this thing today, right now, that they don't want to read. But they've actually got the right to take this document, take it home, and it will still be valid for 5 days. So within those 5-day period, they can go back and they can get the same goods on that terms if the goods are still available. It can, of course, maybe be sold out. But the credit provider in that period can't change the terms. So it's something that is set up in the Act in order to give the consumer the information he needs and also give him time to go and think about it overnight. Unfortunately, I think many consumers don't realize they can do this, and they're in such a hurry that they don't even want to take the time. It would be great if they do, if they actually just take this document, go home, go over it, and if they don't understand something, ask somebody else before they enter into the agreement. Because once you've entered into the agreement, I mean, that's your, you sign your life away sometimes.
Kwanda, if I may add, with a personal story, about a year and a half ago, a good friend of mine bought a car. So she got this pre-approval document, and it said something that at the end of this agreement, she must pay a balloon payment, which was a huge amount of money. In that case, I said to her, look, the car won't go away. The agreement is valid for 5 days. Let's go and have a cup of coffee and talk about this and explain properly what does this balloon payment mean. And that's a good example of why it is always good to go for a walk, have a cup of coffee before you sign the actual credit agreement. Now you see exactly in the pre-approval document exactly what your obligations are. And remember, if you sign this agreement, you agree to those terms. So if the agreement says that at the end of 60 months you must pay 100,000 rand as a balloon payment, you are obligated to pay that. And the question you then have to ask, where are you going to find the money in 60 months from? That's 5 years from today. Where is this 100,000 rand going to arrive from? And it's important that consumers take that opportunity to reflect on what this document says. And what is the beauty of the National Credit Act, it's given you 5 days to think about the obligations you have in this agreement.
I've noticed that there is a lot of confusion from consumers with regard to the difference between a pre-agreement statement and quotation, as well as a cooling off period. Now, Rihanna, Howard, you've both mentioned that in terms of the pre-agreement statement and quotation, consumers have 5 days to go home and think about the agreement before actually binding themselves in terms of that agreement. Now, what is then a cooling off period, and how does that protect consumers? Rihanna?
So the cooling off period is something different. It's also 5 days, but it mustn't be confused with the other one where you've got 5 days to decide whether you want to enter into the agreement. This is now after you've entered into the agreement. In certain cases, but it's very limited, and I think that is what people must just remember, that in most instances you do not have the cooling off period. So in certain agreements, it has to be a lease agreement under the National Credit Act, not to be confused with a lease agreement for property, or a installment sale agreement. But for those two agreements, and if it's not entered into the premises of the credit provider, so you can already hear very limited, application, then you've got a cooling off period, and you can actually cancel the agreement that you've already validly entered into. It's a right that's given to consumers in the National Credit Act, and it has to be applied strictly in terms of the Act. Of course, there may be financial consequences if you've used the item. So let's call it an installment sale. You've bought the vehicle. It wasn't at the premises of the credit provider. It was at some other premises. And therefore, you now have the cooling off period. And you want to give the car back after 5 days, but you've driven to Durban and back. There will be a financial implication, but you will be able to cancel the agreement. But I think it's important to note that in a credit agreement that you've entered into validly, after you've now gone through the documents, you've seen the quotation, and you've decided to sign, in a few instances, you can actually say, I want to make use of my right of a cooling off period, and I want to now cancel this agreement and walk away. But in most instances, you do not have that right. So people must be very careful before they actually enter into the agreement and sign it.
Howard, we've now had a discussion as to the rights of consumers when it comes to entering into credit agreements. But we've not touched now on what the obligations of the credit providers are before actually granting that credit. Now, can you explain to us what some of the things that credit providers must look at before entering into a credit agreement with consumers?
The first thing credit providers have to do, and it's important that consumers understand this, is that they have to check whether the consumer who is going to enter into this credit agreement can afford the agreement, can afford the obligations that come with the agreement. So what they will do is they will ask a whole range of questions about the income of the individual and also the expenses of the consumer before they enter, before they grant the credit. Now, it's important consumers understand that they must be truthful when they answer those questions, because if you present false information, it in fact may suggest that you can afford the credit, and later on it turns out that you are unable to pay the monthly installments that come with the credit agreement. You cannot then rely on the fact that the credit provider didn't do the affordability test and entered into a granting reckless credit, as we refer to it. So really important that at the beginning before the credit provider grants the credit or the loan, they will ask you a whole range of questions about your income and your expenses. And it's important that you truthfully answer those questions to determine whether this is affordable.
Maybe I can just add on from complaints we've seen over the years. Often when credit is refused by the credit provider, it is exactly because of this. Because in the credit provider's estimation, the consumer cannot afford it. So the consumer may think, well, I want this, I want to pay for it, I'm going to make a plan, and I know that I will pay this 500 or 1,000 rand a month. But remember, the credit provider looks at the bigger picture, they look at all sorts of things, and then they've got criteria. So if they see that this 500 rand or 1,000 rand that you're going to pay is going to take the last cent out of your budget, they will say no, they're not going to grant you the credit. And some consumers are very upset with that because they feel they need to decide whether they want to eat or buy a car. But the credit providers will look at it differently, and they've got an obligation to make sure that consumers are not over-indebted. So often the dispute is about, why didn't they give me the credit because I asked for it and I think I can afford it, whereas the credit provider feels they actually, of the opinion that you cannot afford it.
Now, we all know that once now this credit agreement has been concluded, that this information, the credit information, is then distributed to the credit bureaus. Now, Howard, can you tell us exactly what credit bureaus are and what is that information used for?
So all the credit providers, the banks, the retailers, the furniture stores, they all submit on a monthly basis data to the credit bureaus, and the credit bureaus put that data together and create a credit profile for each consumer that they receive data on. So in my case, the credit bureau would have a sense of my profile, and they know that I have a loan for a house, a loan for a car, I have a furniture account, I have a clothing account, and so on. And they receive the data on a monthly basis, so they're able to see that I'm a good customer. I pay every month. My accounts are paid on time. They could maybe see that 3 years ago, when I was unemployed, there were 2 months that I couldn't pay my accounts. And all of that data is captured in what is the individual consumer's credit profile. And that is stored in the credit bureau. What then happens when I go and apply for another loan? In addition to the credit provider checking whether I can afford the loan, like we've discussed earlier, they would also ask your permission that you allow them to draw your credit profile from the bureaus. And that credit profile will tell them that you have all these good behaviors. Now, sometimes there would be what we call adverse behaviors, and I don't like to use the word blacklisting, but rather use the word adverse behaviors. And the adverse listings could include that you did not pay and default on your account. It could include that you have been in breach of your obligations. A credit provider has taken you to court and there's a judgment against you. And so all of that adverse information may also sit on your profile at the credit bureau. Often the consumer would dispute that I have paid off that account, why is it still there? And in those instances, they would approach the Ombud offices and we would assist the consumer to clear up those areas that are still listed there that should have been removed.
And I think to add on, Howard, the most important thing that I've seen over the many years is that too many consumers still to this day do not realize that when they enter into credit agreements, the information sits on the bureau. I've had consumers come up to me, when you give a talk or, you talk to people and they say, I've got this account, I haven't been paying it. Do you think it will be a problem? And the answer is yes, of course it will be a problem because it will sit on the bureau and everybody will see it for years to come. If you want to apply for a position in finance, a job, people will ask for this credit information from the bureau, and they will see that you're not a good customer, you haven't been paying your accounts. One day, when you want to buy a car, people will see this. So people enter into these, maybe a small clothing loan agreement, a finance agreement, and they think it's just, clothing account, it's only 2,000-3,000, and I'm not paying it, but it's not so serious, it can't be a problem. But they do not realize that that information and everything you do is stored at the credit bureau for other people to see. And then one day, when you want to enter into that very important agreement, you buy your first house, you want to buy your first car, and that information is brought up, people are shocked and they're surprised and they never realize that what they've done with their clothing account 2 and 3 years ago, when they just didn't even bother to pay, will be sitting there, and now it will be held against them when they want to apply for the finance for the car or the house.
Howard, what are some of the benefits of having a good credit score?
A good credit score means firstly that you are paying your accounts on time and that you are exercising all of your obligations and responsibilities in terms of the agreements you have entered to. The benefit of that is that when you now want to buy, say, a house or a car or anything else, is the credit provider is willing to grant you a new loan, a new contract to enter into. But if you know your own credit score and you know your own credit behavior is good, it will also allow you to begin the negotiations with the credit provider, maybe for a better interest rate. So you can say to the credit provider, you can see from my profile that I'm a good payer, I pay on time, I'm a responsible somebody. Why do you want to charge me prime plus 2? Maybe you should charge me prime minus 1 because I've demonstrated that I'm a good payer. And that allows consumers then to negotiate for better interest in their agreements.
Now, we've seen that with COVID-19, a lot of consumers are experiencing a lot of financial difficulties. Most of them, people who were able to pay their credits on time are now struggling to pay their debts. With that now being said, what is some of the advice that you can give to those consumers who are struggling? Rihanna?
Well, it's been very difficult for consumers who have had their salaries halved or even worse or completely lost their jobs. So initially, I think most credit providers, they try to assist. And the one thing that is important that they will first try and assist their good customers. So if you've been a customer who've traditionally not even paid your account, for you to now go and ask them to assist you further, it may be not going to be, sort of met with a favorable response. But if you've been a good customer, you've always been paying your account, and now because of the circumstances that happened, from what we've heard and seen, most of them try to assist the customers and consumers by making rearrangements, extending the term of loans, giving them a break for 2-3 months, sort of entering into a new agreement. So that's the first thing. You must go and talk to your credit provider. There is just nothing good that can come off if you just stop paying and say nothing. They will still carry on with their normal legal processes. Remember, they don't know why you're not paying. They think maybe you just don't want to. So they will hand it over to debt collectors or lawyers. So immediately talk to your credit provider and see how they can assist. Unfortunately, I think the other important thing is that you cannot expect forever and a day, no matter how terrible this thing is that happened and you've lost your job, to keep on driving the car, to keep on living in the house, keep on having the goods in your house that you bought on credit, you took the money from the bank, and you're not going to pay it back at all because you've lost your job. I mean, we've seen in our office some complaints where people say, but I've told the bank I've lost my job. How can they expect me to pay? It's not a case that they expect you to pay if you can't, but then you also can't have the goods for free. Why should your neighbor pay for the house and you just stop paying altogether forever? I mean, that's of course not going to work. But that they are supposed to assist where they can, enter into new agreements, lengthen the period, make the payments smaller for a period. That is definitely the first thing that must happen. So talking to your credit provider, disclosing your situation, being truthful about it, and then coming up with a joint plan. Because you can also say, well, I can't pay now, but I will do X, Y, Z. Always remembering that you do have an obligation to pay back the money that you've taken. And I think that what I've heard is most of the credit providers, they were very willing to listen because they understood that this is a situation that was beyond anybody's control. But of course, there are people who take chances. We've also heard that. People who still have a salary, a full salary, and then they stop paying because they heard that the other people have stopped paying. So they also now stop paying, thinking that that's, sort of the right thing to do. So yes, the best thing is talk to your credit provider, make arrangements, but always realize that you cannot forever keep the asset and not pay for it. At some point, something will have to happen.
I can add here, the situation as a result of COVID has been very, very serious. If you recall that more than 2.2 million people lost their jobs in the first quarter in that first quarter of last year when the lockdown 5 was introduced. So the pressure on consumers has been very, very severe. Also, a lot of people had a reduction in salaries. So this point about talking to your credit provider or speaking up is a really important point. You cannot not speak to your credit provider if you're unable to meet your obligations. So it's really, we can't emphasize it enough. The notion that you can hide and nothing will happen is not true. So the first advice we give, and I'm emphasizing what Rihanna has said, is that you must speak with your credit provider to start with. But there are a number of options that you have. So in terms of the National Credit Act, if you're unable to meet your obligations, there are provisions that allow you to surrender the goods you bought and go back to your credit provider and say, I'm unable to afford this furniture. I would like to give the furniture back. Now, if that is done, you need to understand that the credit provider then will try and sell that furniture for the best price. But if the price they sell it for is less than what your outstanding balance is, you are still liable for the difference between your outstanding balance and what the furniture was sold for. But you can see in that way already your obligations has been substantially reduced, and it may be the best option in those circumstances. It's important that we understand our obligations in times of difficulty are still to pay the loans, meet our obligations, pay our monthly installments that we've agreed to. But there are some assistance that can be given. Also, many credit agreements have a credit life insurance associated with it. And it's, again, many consumers forget that they have signed this credit life agreement. And it's important that you check whether the credit life agreement is operational. We recently had a case where a consumer claimed that eventually the credit life agreement paid out, but didn't pay out in full in relation to the retrenchment obligation from the insurance. And we're able to resolve that and secure that the insurance was paid in terms of the insurance policy that was attached to the credit agreement.
Maybe I can just add on, Howard. You started with, one of the things consumers can do, which is the voluntary surrender of the goods. Then, of course, there are other options. Debt review. I think most people know about debt review by now. It is another option. I think it's a whole topic on its own. What the requirements are, the benefits. There's pros and cons. But it is an option that you have if you are struggling financially and you cannot meet your debt obligations. So for some consumers, it is the right choice to go to a registered, reputable debt counsellor and get that debt counsellor to assist with the negotiations with all your credit providers, rearrange the debt repayments. For example, the benefits is that you'll keep your assets. But you must also realize that you'll now be under debt review. So there are a lot of, sort of consequences to the debt review process, but there are also benefits that you will not lose the house and the car. So it's one of the things that a consumer can definitely consider if they cannot afford what they have anymore because of COVID and a job loss, or maybe one of, in a couple, one of the people lost their jobs. So obviously there's going to be a big problem. Debt review is one of the options. Another one is that there's also, like voluntary surrender, where you just give the goods back to the credit provider. In the case of a bond, the banks, for example, do have this method where they assist consumers to sell their houses. So it's just an assistance. So if it's a decision that you make that I cannot afford the house, so rather than just not pay and the interest will run up and up and up and the debt will get bigger, let me sell the house. but I don't have the know-how, I'm struggling to sell it by myself, then you go and ask the bank, and most of them can assist you to sell the house. And the same with the voluntary surrender. What you get for the house will be set off against what you owe, and you will maybe still owe something, but it will obviously be a very small amount, hopefully left after you sold the house. So there are options. Again, a consumer need to educate themselves, and if they don't know, they must ask. They must ask, a financial advisor. They must ask one of the ombud schemes. They must ask the bank. They must ask the credit provider, what can I do? This is my situation. But I think, the best message, do not do nothing, because the debt will just increase if you do not pay it.
Now, Howard, I'm also an adjudicator at the Ombudsman for Banking Services. And one of the things that we've noticed is that before banks take legal action, there's a document that is sent, or a letter sent to consumers, a Section 129. Now, can you briefly explain to the consumers and to everyone what that letter is and what its purpose?
Kwanda, when consumers default on their payments in terms of the credit agreement, it's important to be aware that when this letter arrives, the credit provider is giving you notice that they're going to take further action. Right? And this letter, and on the letter it will say very clearly, Section 129 notice. What this letter is saying, they're going to take further steps because you have defaulted on the agreement. Now, the most important thing is to contact your credit provider and discuss the reasons why there may have been the default or what you can do. When you then call the credit provider, which often is a phone call, remember that phone call is recorded, and if the credit provider take further steps, that phone call could be used as evidence in, for example, a court case. What is important is that you, when that phone call ends, you ask the person that you speak with, what is the reference number for this phone call? Because you also want to call up that to say, I've explained myself, the next steps the credit provider taken is not taking into account the agreements that we have reached in that phone call. So getting reference numbers when you call your credit provider is really important, because that helps us later when you come to the Ombud to complain that they've dealt with you unfairly. So the Section 129 letter potentially kicks off a number of activities that the credit provider can take. So, and the most severe would be that they could call back, go to court, get an order to repossess the vehicle or get a default judgment against you. And that judgment is going to sit on your profile for a very long time. You're going to have at least 5 years before that judgment is cleared off your profile. So it's really important to understand the Section 129 notice. It is a very important indicator to the consumer that serious action may follow if I don't remedy the default in my account.
Yes, and then to add on, even in that notice, Kwanda, there's a sentence there, and I'm sure it will spell it out word for word, what you can do. And it will say, you've got the right to go to an ombud. You've got the right to go to debt review. You've got the right to go and complain even to the National Credit Regulator. So the letter will spell out, if a consumer did not know this and they didn't see this TV program, reading that letter, it will tell them what to do. But of course, then they must receive the letter and they must read it. So many people, when they see something that looks like this is like a like one of these things with, red final notice, they throw it in the dustbin because they don't want to read it. Not a clever idea. The other thing that is that we've all seen, I'm sure, at Howard's office, at our office, people change addresses. So they move from one address to another. They never tell the credit provider. And then one day, they're very surprised to find out that there was a notice sent to them. They didn't get it. There was a summons that was served on an address, and they didn't get it. And then they want to complain. They say, well, I didn't get it, so therefore it's not valid. But that's not how our law works. Our law says that if you've chosen an address, in that agreement, you'll see you choose an address where they're going to serve documents on you. And that address is the address that the credit provider knows about, and they will serve the documents there, and it will be valid. So you must change your address at the credit provider and make sure it's changed when you move. Otherwise, you won't know about these things, and you cannot take steps. You will think everything is fine because you haven't heard from them, they haven't called you, but they don't have to call you. They can just send you a notice, and then next thing, after the notice, they don't hear from you, they'll send the sheriff to go and serve the summons at that old address, and you'll never know about the summons. Next thing, there's a judgment, and then people want to complain that the judgment must be rescinded because they didn't get it. It's not going to happen because you should have changed the address.
Rihanna, Howard, in closing, can you briefly explain what the role of your offices is?
Yes, so I think what, to sum it up, there's a lot of different type of complaints that we deal with. Credit agreements, definitely. So loans, overdrafts, bond accounts, motor vehicle finance. There's so many of these things. Credit card agreements, when you buy things on credit, on your credit card, it's a credit agreement. So all of these type of credit agreements, if consumers have queries, they come to us, they say, well, they don't understand the interest calculations. They say that payments they've made don't reflect. They disagree with the term. They say, well, they thought they had a 5-year term. No, they say it's 6. So there's something wrong here. When there's default, they dispute the process that the bank took to take judgment. There's so many different things that can go wrong with a credit agreement. And sometimes it's just a query that the consumer don't understand. What is happening here? Why is this the outstanding balance? Can you explain? And then they come to us and we will do our level best to explain that. So we have a role to play in assisting consumers with their queries and disputes with the credit providers, with the banks on credit agreements. But then outside of the credit agreements, in our office, most of the disputes actually end up being about fraud. Sometimes there's a service-related issue with people complaining about the bank's service, but most of the complaints in our office for the past couple of years has always been about fraud. Fraud in the credit card space, fraud internet banking, fraud at an ATM. It still happens where somebody manages to jam the machine and then your money is lost. So a lot of fraud issues. So we deal with that, we investigate. But really, anything where you've got a complaint against your bank, that's why we're the Ombudsman for Banking Services. And I think it's very important to always just remind consumers that the service that we render to investigate the complaint and try and assist the consumer is for free. So we've got a team of lawyers and legal experts who will investigate the complaint and try and assist the consumer to reach the best possible solution. Look at fairness, look at the contract, look at the law, and at least explain everything to the consumer sometimes, even if we can't always find in their favor. But this whole service is for free. So yeah, the role is to assist consumers with information, to help educate consumers, and then investigate any complaint and dispute that a consumer has with the bank.
Kwanda, in the case of the credit ombud, we deal with complaints that are relating to accounts you may have with your clothing retailers, the furniture retailers, all what we call all those credit providers that are not banks. So even if it is a vehicle that is financed through BMW Finance or one of those kinds of organizations, you can approach our office to assist you with any dispute that you have. We ask consumers to first contact their credit provider and give them 20 days to resolve the dispute. So after 20 days, if you have not heard from your credit provider, or if they have given you a response and you are not happy with the response, you will approach us with the reference number that you got from your credit provider. And we will then take down the details of your complaint. We will investigate that complaint and engage with the credit provider to find out. And it's important to understand that at the credit ombud, we want to make sure that the credit provider has complied with all the prescripts of the National Credit Act. And in a way, the National Credit Act is where your rights as a consumer is protected. We also deal with what is called credit information matters. So this is where you've had an adverse listing on the credit bureau. You believe that it was done inappropriately. You would contact the credit bureau, again give them 20 days to rectify the matter. If it's not done, then you approach us again with that reference number, and we can then assist you to make sure that your credit profile is reflected accurately. It's important to understand that the Credit Ombud is an independent and impartial body. We do not take the side of consumers, neither do we take the side of the credit providers. What we have to do is, in an impartial way, on the basis of fairness and on the foundation of facts and the information that is presented, make an assessment of any dispute before we express an opinion on that dispute. So often consumers think we must take their side, or sometimes credit providers feel we're not taking their side. We're an independent body that must come to a decision based on fairness and balancing out the facts of both the consumer and the credit provider. And in that way, come to a solution to a problem that is fair for everybody. Again, like in the case of the Ombud for banking services, the consumer don't pay for the service that we provide. You can approach us through our website, or you can approach us by telephone calls. We have also, in the last while, established an SMS line where we can, when you contact us on the SMS line, we will contact you back and record the details of the dispute you may have. So we really want to encourage consumers to approach their credit providers to deal with the matter, and then give them that time. And if after 20 days you are not satisfied, you're welcome to contact the Credit Ombud. Thank you, Kwanda.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you, Rihanna.
Thank you.
We've had a look at banking. Then we talked about lending. Now it's time to put a spotlight on savings and why this is so important for financial stability. To kick off, let's understand what savings are. In a nutshell, it's the money you don't spend every month to rather keep it safe. This can be done in a bank account, pension plan, or investment. Usually, this money will earn interest, helping your money grow with inflation. There are also other informal ways to save. So what exactly is interest? Well, it's the money you earn when your savings are invested or kept in a bank account. The interest rate refers to the percentage that your saved money or investment earns in a year. There are also other important terms to understand, such as inflation, which is the extra money that you need each year in order to buy the same things as the year before. This is because the cost of living is always increasing. Another term is compound interest. This is when the interest you earn is reinvested. Now you will continue to earn interest on the original amount plus the interest previously earned. Have a look at our handy table to see how this works. Lastly, the term return on investment. This is the amount of income that an investment provides in a year over the investment period. So what exactly are the different ways to save? The most common way is a savings account with your bank, which is an easy way to earn interest and access your money. There's also a retail savings bond, an investment that allows you to earn interest over a set time period. Other ways include a money box, where money is kept at home and doesn't earn interest, or money stamps, which can be collected and used to buy groceries. The Stokvel, a proudly South African way to save, allows members of the Stokvel or savings group to pay a set amount every month. Some Stokvels have one member of the group receiving the total amount contributed by the group, while others distribute the money after a long period or use the money saved to buy items that the members need. There's also an option of lay-by. Here you purchase something on credit without interest, but can only take the item home once you've paid for it in full. It's important to make saving an important part of your life. Without extra money, this feels like an impossible task. But if you examine your spending habits, you can identify areas to cut down every month. You will need to change these spending habits, like bringing your own lunch to work, for example, in order to free up money for saving. Paying off debts also makes more money available. Next, add your potential savings together like this. This will give you a goal to work towards. Now you can look at different accounts or investments that will help your savings grow over time. Finally, create a personal savings goal by asking yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? Use this to keep you focused. That's it for our spotlight on savings. Financial literacy is power. The power to secure the future that you deserve with Streetwise Finance by Hollard.
Viewers, I trust that you have taken heed of your rights and responsibilities when dealing with your finances. To continue the conversation, we have the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs, followed by the Insurance Ombud on funeral policies, and Winpro Financial Services will tell us more about financial wellness.
Greetings, everyone. I am Tomizoto Mahlangu. I'm with my colleague here, Dikgang Lekhwale, and both of us, we are from the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs under the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. And we are in support of Money Smart Week, South Africa. Dikgang, may you please tell us more about the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs?
Thank you. Good day to you, Ntombi. Yes, we are here in support of Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. We, as the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs, we are, as you said, a unit within the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Our mandate is to protect and to promote consumer rights. So we believe that consumers out there, when they know their consumer rights, then they are in a better position to make sure that no one takes advantage of them, one. And also, they're in a position to make sure that they do save, because they will not waste their money when they should not, because they would know what their rights are.
Okay, thank you. And what other services does the Gauteng Consumer Affairs offer?
All right. The Gauteng Department of Economic Development, the Consumer Affairs Office, is, as I said, responsible for protecting and promoting consumer rights. So to do that, we receive complaints from consumers, and we then investigate them and then do our best to resolve them. That is the essence, the mandate, the core mandate of the unit. Now, for consumers, the other services that we support would be to provide information, that is to educate consumers about their rights and responsibilities, to make sure, like now, that they are aware of them and they do know about them in detail, to make sure that no one takes advantage of them. And any other services that are related to that. So any and every issue that is related to consumer protection, that's what we do. We just want to make sure that consumers are protected, no one takes advantage of them, and everything goes well in the marketplace.
Okay, may you tell us more about the consumer rights, because you mentioned that we are protecting consumer rights. So may we know more of these consumer rights so that we can know if we have been unfairly treated as consumers? All right.
Thanks for that one, Ntombi. Maybe even before we go to the consumer rights, maybe the definition of the consumer, I think consumers would need to know that we receive complaints from natural persons, one, and also from businesses that have a turnover of less than 2 million in the preceding year. So meaning that if you're a small business and you've got a consumer complaint, meaning that you maybe have purchased a product that you use for your business and it's not delivered, or the wrong product is delivered, then you are, in terms of the act, you can also lodge the complaint with us. Then we'll be able to assist you. And then also then, Ntombi, we encourage people who, even if you're not personally affected by a complaint, or meaning that if the situation doesn't affect you in person, then you can still complain. You don't have to wait for something to happen to you. If you know that your brother or colleague or someone, or there's a shop next to where you live that provides poor quality products and so on, you can lodge the complaint with us, then we'll investigate and see how it works. Now, going back to the issue of consumer rights, yes, there's quite a few of them. There's about 9 of them. And it's important that consumers are aware of them. I cannot overemphasize this. They need to know what their rights are, because if you don't know what your rights are, someone out there may be, right now as we're speaking, someone out there may be taking advantage of you. You may be paying for things that you should not be paying for, while you're not even aware. You may be thinking that everything is correct, everything is going well, but then that may not be the situation. So it's important that every consumer out there knows all their rights all the time, so that in a situation where someone anywhere tries to take advantage of them, then they can say, no, you can't do that. I know my rights. This is what you're supposed to do. And if you don't do it, I'll report the matter to the authorities. Now, the rights are as follows. We have the first one being the right to equality. Essentially, what that means, the right to equality in the consumer market. Now, what that means, Ntombi, is that consumers out there must know that there must not be any unfair discrimination against them. So what that means is that a supplier is not allowed to unfairly discriminate between consumers. In other words, they may not charge different prices to different consumers, maybe based on gender, maybe age, religion, or etc. They must not do that. They are not allowed to do that. And also, we work with a number of institutions. So if a consumer were to lodge such a complaint, we are in a position to refer it maybe to the Gender Commission or even the Human Rights Commission. So it's very important that every consumer out there, where you see any instance where you feel that someone is trying to take advantage of you, then you report that, then we'll see how best to assist it. So what we've seen now with the current pandemic, Dombi, we've seen some suppliers engaging in what we call excessive price hikes. Yes. We've seen that in the provision of products like sanitizers, face masks, and now even more in the cases of garlic and all those sort of related products. Yes. Now we are requesting consumers out there to say, where you see such instances, by all means do speak to the service providers and then talk to us and lodge that complaint so that we are aware, and then we can further pass that information to other institutions that we work with, like the National Consumer Commission, the Competition Commission, and others. So it's very important that consumers out there, you know what your rights are. You are on the lookout. You see what is happening in your environment where you shop. If there's any instance where you feel this is not right, speak to the person there at the shop, ask them what is happening, get their side of the story. If you're still not happy and you feel, no, this needs further action or intervention, by all means share the information with us. We are here to assist you. That is our mandate.
Okay.
And then also, the next right is the right to privacy. Consumers out there, please, you need to know that you've got a right to privacy, meaning that any direct marketing company that sends you information, you've got a right to opt out, for instance, to say, I don't want this information, please stop sending it to me, in terms of the Consumer Protection Act. So, and also to know that these companies are not allowed to contact you at certain times of the day and certain times of the week. So it's very important that you know which instances they are not allowed, like say on public holidays and Sundays, they're not allowed to contact you. So you need to know and be able to report those that are still contacting you even after you've asked them to stop doing so. Going forward again, the next right is the right to choose. Under the right to choose, we're saying to consumers, you have a right to decide where you shop. We're supporting Money Smart Week to ensure that you as a consumer, you in terms of shopping, you decide where you want to shop, okay? So that means that you choose your suppliers. Before you do any shopping, by all means, go to do research, conduct your own research. Go to a few shops, get quotations, and then compare them. Remember, you've got 5 days to go back to the shop if ever you've decided to take a specific quotation. So go to your shop, get information about a specific product, and then after go to another shop, and then once you've done that twice or 3 times, then compare that. But that's not all. You need to also compare the people that provide those services, because you may find that different suppliers offer different warranties and guarantees and after services like installation and delivery and all that. So when you get a quotation, get all those costs together, and then when you do decide, then you know your decision is based on the total amount of the cost of the product, and not just the price that you would have seen maybe being advertised. So it's very, very important that when you save, you start before you even purchase the product. Don't just look at the amount that you see. Check all the additional fees, and then thereafter you make your own decision.
Okay.
All right. And then the fourth one is we are saying consumers have a right to disclosure of information. I think consumers, you need to know that whatever product that you purchase, just make sure that you get all the information related to that product, especially the safety of that product. From our side as Consumer Affairs, we want to encourage you to always ask for a receipt. So whatever item that you purchase from anywhere, insist on getting a proper receipt. A proper receipt will have all the information relating to the date of the purchase, the item you've purchased, the name of the shop, the address, and so on. It is important that we get that information because if ever there's a complaint, you lodge a complaint, then we are in a position to go to the service provider with the evidence that indeed you have purchased that item from them, because some of them may say you didn't purchase from them. So it's important that you have that sales receipt so that no one can say you can deny that you've purchased from them. And then also we're saying, check the information on the product. We as the economic department in Gauteng, we encourage and support buy local. We're saying whatever products that you buy, that you considering to buy, please consider buying the ones that are made locally, because then you're supporting the local jobs, okay? So do that. So every product that you buy, there should be information that says where it was purchased, where it was manufactured, the ingredients, how to store it, how to use it, how to transport it, and all that information. So check that information and make sure that you are aware that once you purchase that product, what you must do, because you don't want a situation where you purchase a product and the next thing you misuse it or you abuse it and the product gets damaged and then you lose the warranty because you didn't know how to take care and how to use and how to maintain that product.
And speaking of that, what if the supplier doesn't provide that information? Do I have a right to request for that information?
Definitely. In fact, we're saying if the supplier, for some reason, does not want or refuses to give you the information, that should be sort of a warning to you to say, but if this product is legitimate, if this shop is legitimate, then why would they refuse to give me that information? Because that information, it's the law. You have to receive it for your own records also, so that if ever there's a dispute, you are able to prove that indeed it's your product that was purchased on a specific date at a specific shop, and then action will then have to be taken to make sure that the product is either fixed, it's exchanged, or it's you get your money back. So it's very, very important to make sure that you don't lose money because you don't have your receipts or you've lost them or they faded. In fact, we encourage consumers to say, at home, have your own file where you store all your receipts, your letters, your contracts, everything, so that if ever there's something wrong with any of those products, then you don't have to search the whole house, searching everywhere, looking for that receipt. You just know where to find it, where it will be safe. And then also because some receipts, they do fade after a while, it's a good idea to make sure that you make a copy of that receipt, and then you staple the two together, the original and the receipt, and then you store them safely somewhere, so that, because you never know what could happen tomorrow with your latest product. It may just stop working, and you may need to take it back for someone to fix it or to get your money back. But if you don't have the information, you may lose out, and you may end up now having to pay more money to replace the product, or to even have to pay more money again for you to have that product repaired.
Okay.
All right. The next one is your right to fair and honest dealing. With this one, then, we're looking at making sure that the suppliers, that is people that provide services, do not give information that is misleading to consumers. Suppliers are encouraged to be fair, to be open, to be transparent, to share the full information with the consumers. They must not mislead them, or in terms of pricing or in terms of product features, because some may advertise certain products and say they include certain features, whereas they don't. For instance, if a salesperson would to advise you on a product, they say the product has got certain features, those should be written down, because you don't want a situation where you go buy an item and you are told by a salesperson that this product has got 10 features, then you pay for it. Then when you get home, when you check the product, or when someone else uses the product, then you realize, but instead of having 10 features, this product has only 5 features, and by then you have spent money expecting to be able to use those 10 features in the product. So it's very, very important that whatever is being advertised to you, you get it in writing, so that if there's a dispute again, then you are able to refer or to produce evidence that you purchased the product on the basis that someone said it's got 1, 2, 3 additional features, and so on. And also for the consumer, the advice is just make sure that when you go purchase any product, that you also share the information with the shop or the salespeople, so that they know fully what you're going to use the product for and how you're going to use it. You know, you've got some products that are for home use, some are for industrial use, and so on. So you need to share with them and say, this product that I'm going to use it this number of times in this environment, and so on, so that when they recommend, they give you a proper recommendation, which is based on the nature and the type of the way you're going to use that specific product. The next one also is the right to fair, just, and reasonable terms and conditions. I think on that one, we're requesting consumers to make sure that whatever that they get from the shop, number one, I mentioned earlier that you need to get a receipt. That's very important. And also make sure that you've got a contract. Contracts are supposed to be fair and reasonable. So you get a contract, please read it before you sign. Yes, we understand people are in a hurry, and the salesperson may say that this is a standard contract that everyone signs. But you are a unique individual, okay? Your circumstances may be different from another person. So please take the contract, go through it, read it, make sure you understand it. If it's in a different language, you are allowed to request it in your language. If not, take it home, get someone to read it for you, make sure that you understand. The issue here is to make sure that you fully understand what you're getting yourself into. You don't want to sign because you are embarrassed or you don't understand or because you are in a hurry, because that's what we've seen in some of the complaints that consumers have brought to our office, that they're in a hurry to get the product. So they just, the salesperson will put an X and say sign next to X, 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 X. Then what the person does, they just sign next to X and initial every page, and then that is done. So we're saying don't do that. Make sure that you understand the product, you understand the contract, and then you also get to keep the copy of the contract with you, because if ever there's a dispute, you come to us, and then we'll be able to refer to that to say, but the conditions of the transactions are as follows. This is what happened, and this was not supposed to have happened.
Okay, speaking of receipts, there are a lot of businesses in rural areas that trade without giving receipts, like the tuck shops and so forth. What advice can you give to consumers in this regard? Yes, we understand that we've got informal economy where receipts may not be issued regularly, but that is not an excuse to not to provide that receipt, because you need to, as a consumer, you need to look at whatever transaction that you enter into. You need to ask yourself, what happens if the worst case happens, meaning the product you purchase doesn't work, it's faulty, or it needs to be fixed. If you don't have evidence to prove that you purchased from whoever that you purchased from, what if they say no, you didn't come back to us, you didn't buy from us, then how are you going to prove it? Because that's very important. So we encourage you to say, if a supplier says, I don't have a receipt, I don't issue a receipt, you say, but I'm giving you my money, so I need to have evidence, I need to keep records to say, I spent so much money for this item. And it also helps you when you do your own budgeting, when you check how much expenditure you've incurred for that specific month, then you know that when you purchased whatever item, you have the receipt, it's there for your records to show you've spent how much for a specific product. So if they say they don't have it, ask for it. If they still don't want to give you the receipt, then that should be a warning to say, but if they are legit and if they are serious and they intend to honor their products, the warranty and things like that, then why would they not want to have a proper receipt, so that if there's a dispute tomorrow, then you know what the agreement in terms of the receipt
was all about. So demand it. It's only when consumers demand it regularly that these businesses will then get into the habit of then issuing out receipts, because right now they don't issue them out because they know consumers don't ask for them or they don't demand for them. That's our advice on that one.
Okay.
All right, and I think for now the next right is the right to fair value, good quality, and safety. I think this is very, very important. For consumers, whatever product that you purchase, remember, in terms of the Consumer Protection Act that we are implementing as the Consumer Affairs Office, it's very important that you as a consumer, you know that whatever product that you purchase, it's got a 6 months warranty. What that means is that if the product is defective within that period, then you've got the right to take it back to the person that you purchased from, that business, and then demand that they either fix it, exchange it, or they give your money back. Remember, it's your choice. You decide what you want. Now, that does not necessarily mean that every product that you purchase, it may have to be replaced or exchanged if it's defective. If it's defective, then we look at the other issues like what are the industry standards, what normally happen in that specific industry in terms of returns, because there may be other issues that are related to the product. You may not necessarily have to return the entire product if maybe maybe the damage component is just a small component of the entire product. So if it's a new motor vehicle, then you find that it's a small part of the engine or something that can be replaced or fixed. Then in that case, we will then look into that way. But having said that, still we're saying to you as a consumer, do not be shy. If something doesn't work, it's defective, you take the first step, you go to them and you demand that they fix it or they exchange it or they give your money back. If you don't get any joy and you're not happy with the outcome, then come to us, we will intervene. We will see how best to assist you in terms of the CPA. Now we encourage consumers also to be fair. Consumers, you may not misuse or abuse a product, and then once it's abused and it's damaged, then you bring it to us and say, but this product was defective. No, that is not allowed. It's only when the product is genuinely defective from the manufacturer that will then look into that matter. But if there's evidence of misuse or abuse or negligent or anything like that, that it means the consumer is the one that damaged the product, and as such, the supplier does not have to then fix the product or exchange it or give their money back.
That's actually interesting, Dikgang, because we see some of the businesses and they put the signs in the rural areas. They put the signs that say no refund, no returns. Is that legal?
Yes. In terms of that also, we're saying before you even purchase as a consumer, when you enter into a shop to buy a product or anything, do not be shy to engage and to talk to the supplier and ask questions. If you see that sign there that says, because we've seen many of them that they put up to say no returns or no refunds, that is not allowed. Okay. The suppliers, sometimes they would put that sign up just to maybe intimidate the consumer, so that you know that when you purchase that product, when you return it, they will not take it back. Remember, this does not apply to every product. Some products, for medical reasons, like masks now, because we are wearing masks in terms of the pandemic, you may not return a mask, or some medicine products. You may not return them. But generally speaking, you're not allowed to put that sign there that says no returns and no refunds. So we are saying to the consumers to say, if you see that sign, engage the person and then report them to us, then we will see how best to intervene. Because you don't want a situation where people lose out because they are afraid to return products that were defective because they saw a sign at the shop that says no return, no refunds. If ever you've seen one, or you are in a situation where you can't return it because of that, talk to us. Let the office confirm that in that specific situation, your situation, it was indeed correct that you cannot return a specific item at a specific shop. Okay. I think the other point that I wanted to mention that I forgot is that in a situation, I said when you return the products, it's your choice to say whether you get your money back, exchange it, or fix it. If, say, you elect to have the product to be fixed, then when the product is returned back to you, then you've got additional 3 months afterwards to ensure that whatever they did to the product is okay. The product will still be functional afterwards. Okay, but we encourage consumers to say, speak to your supplier, get information in writing. In a situation where the supplier, makes promises, makes commitments, makes whatever, they have to do it in writing. They can't just say, we'll do this next week Tuesday, we'll change 1, 2, 3 or whatever. Let them put it in writing so that you've got a record to say, this product, when it was fixed, they exchanged this and this and this and this, so that you know in future, if it gives you the same problem, then when you take it back, then you also know what was done before onto that product. So even if you were to sell it, then you know the product history to say this product was fixed before they changed items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's how it should be. So in terms of savings then and in support of Money Smart Week, the key thing is because of our intervention, you as a consumer, you'll be able to save money that you would have otherwise had to spend to fix the product or to even replace the product because you had lost out. So that's why we're encouraging you to say, if you've purchased the product already, you're experiencing problems, you've spoken to the supplier, you're not happy with them, or they fixed it and you're not happy with what they did, or whatever circumstances that may be, because we're still going to investigate it, then talk to us before you even fix the product yourself or even replace it. Talk to us. Let's see if indeed it was a correct decision for them not to fix it or exchange it or give your money back. Let us be the ones that say to you, in terms of a situation, this is what is right and what is wrong. So in that way, we as Consumer Affairs, we do our best to make sure that you don't spend money that you don't have, money that that the supplier would have had to spend because you don't know what your rights are.
Oh, thank you so much, Dikgang, for such important information. May you tell us now about the complaints process? I'm sure now that we know of our rights, we would like to complain as well if we feel that we have been unfairly treated.
Of course. As I indicated earlier on, let's not be shy to complain. You know, in some communities, they would say if you complain, you think you are better than others.
Yes.
You are the odd one out. You know, you call attention to yourself. No, we're saying if you're not happy, you're not happy. Don't pretend otherwise. You know, and it's your money at hand. You need to speak for it. You need to complain for it. You work hard for that money to get it. So make sure that it doesn't just go away for no good reason. So we're saying to you, if you're not happy with the outcome after any transaction, you go directly to the person you purchased from. Then you speak to them and you say, I came to your shop, I purchased this item on this day, here's a copy of my receipt. The product is now, you tell your situation, whether it's stopped, it's defective, or whatever the case may be. Can you please do one of the following? Remember, you get to choose whether you want it to be fixed, exchanged, or for them to give your money back. Then you give them that opportunity. Remember also, we need to be reasonable. You need to give them time to say, for you to be able to do this, maybe you'll need a day or two, or a week or 2 weeks, whatever the case may be. You give them that opportunity. Then they'll then give information to say, okay, for us, before we do any of that, we need to maybe check the product to see if it was not damaged or dropped or anything like that. Then allow them, give them that opportunity to do so. And then once that is done, remember you have an agreement with them to say, I leave the product, you check it for a week. After a week, then you come back to me to say, yes, the product, it was defective from the manufacturer. Then you're going to give my money, they're going to exchange your money, or they're going to exchange the product, or they're going to fix it. Then remember, it's your choice. Then they must follow your choice. Okay. If they don't, then you come to us and say, lodge a complaint and say, you went to a specific shop on this specific day, you spoke to an individual. Remember, you must be specific. You must give detailed information. You must say, I went to shop X, I spoke to manager Y, and this is what I told them, and this is their response. It's even better if their response is in writing, where they officially say, no, we can't fix it, no, we can't exchange it, no, we can't, want not. Then we have their initial response in writing. And then once that is done, then you come to us. Or even before that is done, do not be shy to escalate your complaint. If the branch manager there is not willing to assist you, there's no problem in going to the regional manager, the provincial manager, or the national manager, depending on the nature of that company. Go to all of them. Most companies will have the customer line, whether it's a call center, whether they receive complaints via emails. Try to exhaust those opportunities. Speak to them, lodge a complaint, get them to respond to you to say officially in writing that we cannot assist you. Then thereafter, bring that information to us. We will then officially investigate on your behalf. We'll then contact the shop on your behalf, conduct our own investigation, and then see how best to resolve the complaint. Please do that before you even fix the product, or before you even take it to someone else to fix it, so that if ever we get to a determination that they need to fix it, then the product will still be there for you to fix. So don't go and buy before the matter is finally resolved. So essentially, that's our message to say, you consumers, talk to us before you fix, before you exchange. Talk to us. Don't waste that money. Don't spend it yet up until we've made a determination, because otherwise we may win the case for you, and then you end up, and then you may have had to spend your money, whereas you didn't have to spend that money.
Okay, thank you. Does the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs handle all matters, or there are some matters that it can handle?
All right. As you indicated at the beginning, we are a provincial entity as the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, Office of Consumer Affairs. Now, in all the provinces in South Africa, there are provincial consumer affairs office. So if you are in a different province, there is a consumer protection office that does exactly what we're doing. Because here in South Africa, consumer protection is a matter that is handled by both the national department in terms of the National Consumer Commission and ourselves provincially. And we are both implementing the Consumer Protection Act. So whatever complaint that you may have, get to your nearest provincial consumer affairs office, then you'll get help. Now, in terms of complaints, of course, the CPA is broad. It covers a whole lot of matters, of complaints, of industries. We encourage consumers to say, although we would want to resolve every complaint, the CPA does not allow us to address each and every single matter. But then it doesn't stop you from, if you are at loss or you don't know where to start or who to contact, by all means contact your local provincial consumer affairs office. They would know. If they can't handle that complaint in terms of the law, then they would know who else is in a position to best assist you, meaning that they will refer the complaint on your behalf and share that information with you, and to make sure that it gets resolved. So we're saying don't lose hope. Don't say, I can't be helped. Go to your local consumer affairs office, then we do our best to assist you. Primarily, as I said, our mandate is to protect consumers. We deal with instances where there's a transaction, in the instance where someone has taken out money to buy or to purchase an item or to pay for a service. So as long as there's a transaction, meaning that someone has paid for a product, someone has purchased something, that's our mandate. As long as there's a receipt and there's a transaction between a consumer and a business, talk to us, and then we'll then do our best to assist you. Others, there are other instances that the Consumer Protection Act doesn't allow us, and we also have our own act, the Unfair Business Practice Act. But however, we're saying we do not want to discourage people from complaining. We're saying, as a consumer, if you're not happy, we are not happy. So give us the information. Let us see where we can place it in the CPA or the Unfair Business Practice Act. Let us do our best to assist you. If we can't assist you, we'll then see to it that this matter is taken to the relevant authority that is best placed in terms of the legislature to address your complaint and to assist you. So don't stress to say, will this one work or it won't work. If it won't work with us, it will work with someone else, and we'll find out someone else on your behalf and refer the complaint to you.
Okay, thank you. And how do consumers get hold of Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs?
In Gauteng, we've got a number of regional offices, but we encourage consumers, because of the pandemic that is taking place now, we say consumers, if you've got a complaint, send it to us via this email address, consumer@gauteng.gov.za. consumer@gauteng.gov.za. You attach all the information, the nature of the complaint, what you're not happy with, and also, and most importantly, you must tell us what you want. Do you want the product to be fixed, to be exchanged, to get your money back? You must mention that in your complaint. And also attach the receipts, the contracts, the letters, anything else, any correspondence that goes with that complaint, attach it on that email and send it to us. We'll be able to assist you once we receive it. And then you can also phone us. We are on 011-355-8000. If you phone us, 011-355-8000 or 8006, then we're in a position to assist you. And also the consumers out there, they can go to the website of the Gauteng government. If they go to the website, www.gauteng.gov.za, and they go to the page of the economic development, and under that one, there'll be information on consumer affairs. That is where they'll get information and also copies of our booklets, information booklets, and also additional information on consumer rights. So we're saying consumers out there, there is help out there. Talk to us. Let's see how best to assist you.
Thank you so much. This is the end of our presentation, and thank you for this information, Dikgang. I'm sure now as consumers we will complain, and we know how to get hold of the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs, and we need to lodge those complaints. Let's not be scared, as Dikgang has said, that some would be scared that people would think they are chacharach. Let's not be scared. It is our money. We need to save that money, and if we feel unfairly treated, we need to complain. And it's our responsibility as well to work with legitimate suppliers. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Good day. I'm Ayanda Mazwi, a Senior Assistant Ombudsman at the Office of the Short-Term Insurance Ombudsman. Today I'm joined by Peter and John from our office. Recently, the Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance, referred to as OLTI, and the Ombudsman for Short-Term Insurance, OSTI, went into what we call a soft amalgamation. As such, we have collaborated under the banner of the Insurance Ombudsman to bring you this production. We did this again in our previous segment where we explained to you who or what the Ombudsman is and what the respective offices do. We also explained our complaints handling process as well as issues around jurisdiction or the mandates that the respective offices carry. It may be worth your while to refer back to that recording if you have not already done so. Later on in this segment, you will be hearing from Sithandwa, Nikki, and Yvonne from OLTI. They will discuss hints on funeral policies and credit life insurance. For now, I will be handing you over to Peter Nkuna and John Tennyson to discuss with you short-term insurance aspects. John will be giving you a case study on a very important topic, which is business interruption cover. Peter is going to have a discussion around motor vehicle insurance. I will now be handing over to you, Peter, to give us your presentation.
Thank you, Ayanda, and a good day to the viewers. I'm going to do a presentation on a real case study that came across my desk and that involved a motor vehicle accident claim. According to the insured, when reporting the matter to the insurance company, he was driving behind a truck, and from this truck fell a rock that caused damage to the windscreen and a glass sunroof on the vehicle. The insurance company considered the claim and decided to pay out only on the windscreen, considering the claim to be a windscreen-only claim, and therefore the insured only had to pay an excess in that regard. The rest of the damage relating to the roof of the vehicle was declined, and the reason for that was that according to the policy, the glass sunroof was not specified and therefore did not enjoy cover. When we investigated the matter, we looked at what happened at the time of the sale of this policy, mainly because the insured explained that he was not an experienced consumer and that he had bought the vehicle as it was with the sunroof fitted, and he did not know that the sunroof was not a standard accessory or that he had to specify it in order to enjoy cover for it. When we looked at the conversation, it was clear that when asked about any non-standard accessories that had been fitted, the insured firstly replied in the negative and questioned further about whether there is a radio and if that radio is basic or it's a special type of radio, his response was as follows. Everything came with the car. I never fitted anything. I just bought it as it is and did not add anything. The car is standard. And from that, it was clear that his understanding of what is a standard or non-standard vehicle or what is standard or non-standard accessories was quite different from the understanding that the insurance agent ought to understand or pick up, and therefore should have prompted the agent to explain a little bit more and make sure that the insured understood what it is that he was required to do in order to ensure that he is adequately covered. One of the other things that we considered in making our decision was the following. If one thinks about how the incident occurred, a rock falling on top of a vehicle, it is quite clear that any vehicle, irrespective of whether it had a sunroof or a standard roof, would probably have been damaged. And from this perspective, therefore, the insurer was required to explain what difference, if any, was made or brought about by the fact that this particular vehicle had a glass sunroof. And some of the possibilities in that regard would be that if the vehicle had a standard metal roof, it would not have been damaged at all. Alternatively, it would have been damaged less. Another possibility is that because it was a sunroof made of glass, the damage became much worse, or whatever the case may be. And the insurer was required to explain if there was any explanation as to why it deemed it that the damage would not have occurred to the roof had it been a standard roof, because that did not seem to be supported by the available set of facts and circumstances. And it was on this basis that when a recommendation was made to the insurance company to consider settling the claim, the insurer considered that the roof would have probably been damaged irrespective of whether it was a standard one or the currently installed glass sunroof, and therefore this would probably have been a valid claim. And the fact that it happened to have been a glass sunroof was probably fortuitous and should probably then not be considered as a material fact. And the important take on this is that from a strict perspective, the policy does not provide cover where an accessory on the vehicle has not been specified on the policy schedule and would therefore not enjoy cover. So it was just on the basis of the peculiar circumstances of the laws that it was possible to make the argument that the insurer ought to consider settling the claim. And I think the lesson out of this is that people should not think that they do not have to specify accessories because the ombudsman will agree with them. It is an established principle of insurance that if you would like to have something covered on your motor vehicle and it is not part of the standard specifications of the vehicle, then that ought to be specified so that you can enjoy cover on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I will now hand over to John Tennyson. He's going to give us a case study on business interruption cover. and perhaps we can also have an opportunity to ask a few questions just to clarify the issues around this very important topic. Over to you, John.
Good day, Ayanda. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present my matter to you today. The topic of my matter or my case study is at the heart of, or was at the heart of, a lot of litigation, uncertainty, and even hardship in recent times. This is obviously taking into consideration the COVID-19 pandemic, which neither the insured or the insurers actually foresaw. And for this reason, it caused quite a lot of controversy. I shall explain, or I will discuss one of our matters that is hopefully less complicated, because it does get quite complicated when you delve into the legal principles and so on, which were considered in the litigation surrounding the matters. I think just as important as to know when you do have cover in terms of these policies, it is also important to know when you do not have cover in terms of these policies. So for that reason, I've decided to discuss a business interruption claim, which was brought in terms of a commercial insurance policy which had a standard business interruption provided standard business interruption without any extensions of cover. The standard business interruption policy is normally a peril-based policies. You get two types of policies. This is very important to understand, by the way, because this will determine whether you have cover or not. You get two types of policies. You get policies that provide comprehensive cover, and then the cover is limited by way of exclusions. In most instances, such as the present one, the policy is what is referred to as a peril-based policy. What this means is that the cover provided in terms of the policy is defined in terms of a certain events occurring that causes damage to your property. Therefore, an insured peril must operate causing damage before the policy can respond. Now, what is an insured peril? An insured peril is an event that occurs that will cause damage to your property and which is specifically listed as an insured event in your policy wording. This is, for instance, lightning, let's say earthquake, fire, any of those perils. For instance, then, if your property is damaged by something which is not an insured peril or listed in the policy as an insured peril, there will be no cover because cover is not triggered and the policy cannot respond. Once one understands this principle, we can go ahead and discuss the claim at hand. What happened is the COVID-19 disease arrived on our shores, and government implemented lockdown, which we all know and we've all seen the effects of. One of the greatest effects is obviously that many businesses could not operate, and this is the case with the current claim. The insured had to close its doors, and obviously there was an interruption of business causing a great loss of income. The insured duly went to his insurer because he had a commercial insurance policy and in good faith intimated his claim for the losses that he encountered as a result of the lockdown. The insurer promptly rejected the claim. Okay. The claim was rejected by the insurer on the basis that no insured peril operated. Now, if you think back of what we discussed before, this means that an event did not cause the damage that the insured is claiming for, which is insured in terms of the policy. In other words, it's not listed as an insured event in the policy. I will discuss the policy wording quickly, very briefly. The policy wording in this instance indicated under standard business interruption cover that in the event that the insurer accepts liability for damages that occurred in terms of your different sections of the policy, which is, in this instance, it was company equipment, buildings, and one or two others. But then the policy goes further and says, so there has to be damage that occurred to some of the property which is insured in terms of, say, for instance, the building section of the policy. which caused you for your business to be interrupted. Okay, but then the policy doesn't stop there. It says that the damage that was caused to that insured property must have been caused by the perils listed in terms of the fire section of the policy. Now, if you go to the fire section of the policy, you will find a list of insured perils. And these are the standard perils that we find in almost all insurance policies that provide cover for fixed property. And this included earthquake, fire, storm, your normal insured perils. What was distinctly absent, though, was infectious disease, pandemic, or even lockdown. Okay, so if one takes into account the policy wording, it will have the following implications. There must have been damage to the property already insured by the insurer, and the insurer must have said, we will indemnify you for that damage to your property. And once this has been established, you are then ready to intimate your business interruption claim, but only if your business was interrupted and obviously you suffered a loss. They will then check what caused your business to be interrupted, and if it is not damage to the building, for instance by fire, that prevented you from carrying on the business, there will be no cover in terms of the policy, because in actual fact, no insured peril operated causing the damage or your loss. Many insureds found this to be very confusing, but having considered the policy wording as well as the facts, we could find no damage to the building or any other damage as described in the policy as insured in terms of insured peril, and therefore we had no alternative but to agree with the insurer that there was no cover in terms of this policy for the particular claim. Many insureds are confused because they are of the opinion that they have business interruption cover, and therefore, as soon as the business is interrupted, they should be compensated. This case study will, however, demonstrate that not all business interruption cover policies will provide you with the cover that you think you have. And that's it from me, Ayanda.
Thank you, John. That was very informative, and you are correct. These types of matters can get very complex, and I think you gave a nice broad overview of the issues surrounding business interruption cover. The question that I do have, and I think that some consumers might want to know, is why should this claim not be settled, considering that the Supreme Court of Appeal upheld the judgment handed down in the Cafe Chameleon and God Risk matter?
Ayanda, I believe that's a very relevant question, and I think that has caused quite a lot of confusion with the public, because the courts on the one hand have now said that business interruption claims must be paid because insurers are incorrect. It is, however, not that simple. As explained to you just now, in terms of the policy, it must COVID-19 or the lockdown or infectious disease, for that matter, must still be noted as an insured peril in your policy. The big argument that went on, and which went on litigation, was how this should be interpreted to determine causation. But that is a completely different topic that we won't discuss at the moment. The thing is, as soon as your policy does provide cover for infectious disease, or even pandemic or quarantine, or the cancellation of bookings, then it is established that the insured peril operated to cause damage in the form of business interruption or loss of income, and then only do you have a claim in terms of the policy. The judgment does not provide a cover-all approach for all business interruption claims. And just to summarize, you must make sure that you have specific cover for infectious disease, COVID-19, lockdown. Lockdown is now considered, unanimous with COVID-19 as the cause of businesses being interrupted. But also, you have to have cover for cancellation of bookings, for instance, which will also be affected by the current situation. So, yes, important to notice that in short, the peril, which is COVID-19 at the moment, must be noted as an insured peril on your policy.
Okay, thank you, John. I think it seems quite clear that not all commercial insurance products are the same. And in some instances, you might find that the perils that you discussed are standard cover, or are they additional cover with an additional premium? Is that something that is easy to determine when you are taking up this sort of cover?
Ayanda, yes. Unfortunately, a business interruption insurance is quite abstract, or it could become quite abstract, which has been demonstrated by this whole pandemic, which nobody foresaw. So it's not easy to determine what additional insurance you might need for the future, because we don't have crystal balls that we can look into. And it is, however, prudent to look at where there could be possible losses in future in terms of business interruption, and then make sure that the insurer disclose to you at the time that you purchase that policy every type of extension of cover they provide. In addition to your standard business interruption insurance, and that's probably true of all other sections of your commercial insurance policy as well. So in most instances, you had your standard business interruption cover and people thought that was adequate, but ignored the fact that there was additional cover that you could take out specifically for infectious disease. And many neglected to do that, and for that reason they do not have cover for the losses incurred as a result of the pandemic.
Thank you, John. Thank you for that very insightful presentation. And I'd also like to just extend another thank you to Peter as well, where he presented the case study on motor insurance. For now, I'm going to hand over to the long-term insurance ombudsman. Have a great day further.
I'm Nikelwa Tolashe. I am from the Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance. With me is going to be Sithandwa Tolashe. She's going to be answering the questions that I'll be asking with regards to funeral policies. Hello, Sithandwa.
Hi,
Please introduce yourself and tell us your role at the Office of the Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance.
Okay, I'm Sithandwa Tolashe. I'm an assessor at the Office of the Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance. I deal with complaints. We consider complaints. We then write to the insurers, the long-term insurers, for their responses. We then evaluate the matter and either settle it in favor of, we settle it, and or we do a ruling. Many of the complaints we get relate to funeral policies.
Okay, give us a short introduction on funeral policies.
Funeral policy, there are different kinds of funeral policies, and they are sold in many different ways as well. They may cover one life or a family, extended family. They are sold in different ways as well. They may be sold from you can buy it from the shop, you can purchase it directly from the insurance company, and you can apply through a sales agent and so forth.
Please advise on who can be covered in terms of a funeral policy.
Okay, a funeral policy may cover one person, and it may cover extended family. So that an extended family would be your siblings, your parents, parents-in-law, and so forth. It's very important at application stage to disclose the correct relationship and provide a correct explanation of your relation or of the relationship, because that may determine that might affect the claim at a later stage. A funeral policy is not a savings account. Some policies have a savings element, but not all of them. You pay for the cover you enjoy every month, and should the policy lapse or be cancelled, you forfeit all the premiums that you've paid, because the premiums that were paid before the cancellation or the lapse were used for the cover. You were paying for the cover that you enjoyed.
Okay, so how does one know where to apply for the best funeral policy?
Well, you have to research, do a research, and try to get more information about the sales agent. You can get the information. Okay, you have to establish whether the agent is registered with the FSCA, which was previously known as the FSB. You can request the agent to provide you with their license number, with their license, and you just have to make sure that you're dealing with an accredited sales agent or insurer, and just be careful of scams, because there are a lot of scams. Of people buying policies from companies that are maybe not even registered with the FSCA.
Okay. Can you please give us a few hints for when buying a policy?
Oh, like I said, you just have to do your research and just try, if it's an application form, if you're completing an application form, just read everything, even the fine print before signing.
Please guide us on the actual application.
The actual application?
Yes, application for a funeral policy.
Okay, the application, well, the application, when you complete the application, you just have to provide the accurate information to the sales agent. You know, make sure that you give all the information. They might request certain documents, but they will let you know when during the application, when you do actually apply for the policy.
Is there anything that the insurer or the sales consultant might require from me when I'm purchasing or applying for the policy?
Not necessarily, but they will let you know if they need anything from you for the application of the policy.
So what must I pay to have the cover?
The sales agent will advise you what premium, based on the risk that the insurance company will be carrying. So it will depend on the people covered and how many lives assured and their ages and things like that. So it will vary. Yeah.
So what must I expect for once the application has been accepted by the insurance company?
The insurer will send you the policy schedule, policy document or policy summary, which you'll have to read, make yourself familiar with the terms and conditions.
Okay, so what are my rights if I'm not happy with the policy?
After the application has been accepted and the policy document has been sent to the policyholder, you have 30 days in which to cancel the policy if you're not satisfied with what's on the policy.
Can I nominate beneficiaries on the policy?
Yes, you may. You may nominate a beneficiary, and it's important that you disclose or you let a family member know about the policy so that they may submit the claim should you, as the policyholder, if you are covered under the policy, should you pass away.
Okay, how do I submit a claim in the event of a death of one of the lives assured?
The policy document will provide the details of the insurance company. You may contact the insurance company to let them know of your intention to submit a death claim. The insurer will request information or advise on what documents to be submitted in order for the claim to be assessed.
Do funeral policies have waiting periods?
There are no waiting periods for accidental death. There is a 6 months waiting period for death due to natural causes.
Okay, so what steps can I take if my claim is rejected?
If your claim is rejected, you may lodge a complaint with the Office of the Ombudsman. Our details are provided on the policy document. Yeah.
Thank you, Standa, for this valuable information, and I hope consumers will not have a problem for when purchasing the funeral policies, nor will they have problems when they are claiming at an event of a death. I am going to be handing this over now to Mrs. Yvonne Bonatharon, who is an adjudicator at the Office of the Ombudsman. She is going to go through the next segment.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Bonatharon. I am an assistant ombudsman at the Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance. We investigate all kinds of long-term insurance complaints. An easy way to remember it is it's got to do with anything that you can't touch, like your life, disability, dread disease, retrenchment, those kind of things. I'm going to do a quick presentation today on credit life insurance. It's something that's come up quite a lot during the past year, especially due to Corona. I mean, it's the media is awash with articles that, you know, and everyone knows COVID-19 has had a devastating effect on our economy and on our health system, and we can see it on the complaint side as well. People's livelihoods were hard hit, and quite a number of people lost their jobs. From our side, we definitely saw an increase in complaints. We have, between 2019 and 2020, we've got about 78, almost 80 more credit life insurance complaints than we had in 2019. And considering just the cases that we closed for credit life insurance in 2020, about 240 out of the 322 cases we closed were due to the policy's terms and conditions that were not met. And this is specifically for credit life insurance complaints only. Okay, so what is credit life insurance? Basically, it's insurance cover on an outstanding balance on a credit agreement. So there's two agreements. You've got your credit agreement on the one side. This is for loans, for vehicle financing, credit cards, all those kind of credit. That's a separate agreement from the credit life insurance. So credit life insurance is usually added onto a credit agreement. It is insurance that covers the outstanding balance on a credit agreement. In terms of the policy, the insurer will either agree to either settle the full outstanding balance of the credit agreement or a portion thereof if an insured event happens. It would be either death, disability, critical illness, or dread disease, or retrenchment or loss of income. The main reason that credit life insurance claims are declined is because policy terms and conditions are not met. 3/4 of the complaints that we close is due to this. And then, of course, there's exclusions and policies that have lapsed due to non-payment. So regarding policy terms and conditions that were not met, like any agreement, like any contract, a policy is also a contract. It is an agreement between an insurance company and a credit provider, or you as the consumer, or both you and the credit provider. But again, like all other contracts, parties are bound by the provisions in the contract. So for a claim to be paid out, it must be in line with the policy's terms and conditions. For example, if you consider a critical illness claim, many people think, well, I've had a heart attack or I've been diagnosed with cancer. That is sufficient, that mere diagnosis is sufficient to lodge a claim. It's not. Heart attacks, there has to be certain requirements that have to be met. For example, a skin cancer or many stage 1 cancers are not necessarily covered by a credit life insurance policy. It's very important to read your policy to make sure what the terms and conditions of that policy is. The reason for exclusions, there's nothing wrong with an exclusion in itself. It is to hedge an insurer's risk. It's to make sure that, you know, they don't just give insurance to people without limiting their risk. So there's ways that they manage this risk. And the risk that I'm talking about is the risk that an insured event happens. An insured event would be death, disability, critical illness, or loss of income. So they've got three main ways of managing this risk. And it is either by putting an exclusion on, saying that they won't cover certain conditions by qualification, saying that, for example, suicides will only be covered after the policy has been in effect for about 12 months. Time clauses, so that would be like waiting periods, or that so they'll only pay a claim within after the expiry of a certain period, or a benefit won't be applicable after you reach a certain age. And then there can also be specific conditions that they will apply onto the policy. So with regards to waiting periods, so basically a waiting period kind of suspends the insurer's liability to pay a claim. So the claim might be valid. You know, there might be a death claim and it's a completely valid claim, but because the waiting period is applicable, in the time that the waiting period is active, a claim will not succeed. It is usually in credit life insurance, it is applied to death benefits, specifically to suicide. So within the first year of a policy, a suicide claim will not be considered, and also to retrenchment benefits. A lot of insurers limit or put a waiting period of 3 months on retrenchment benefits. So within the first 3 months of the policy, if you put in a claim for a waiting period, your claim will probably not succeed if there is a waiting period on that policy. It is important to remember that it's a date of the insured event. So the date that somebody commits suicide or the date of the retrenchment is important. It doesn't help that you only put a claim in, you know, on month 4, a retrenchment claim on month 4, but the retrenchment took place within the first 3 months of the policy. Another way that they limit the risk is to put age limits on a credit life insurance policy. So usually you will not be able to claim retrenchment or loss of income benefits, and also sometimes disability benefits after the age of 65. Again, it depends on the policy. Some policies say disability will not be covered after 70. Some even say death won't be covered after 75. It's very important to read your policy and to know what is applicable on your policy. The reason for 65 was that the age of 65 was considered the normal retirement age. So it would be a bit disingenuous to claim retrenchment benefits after you've retired, for example. Another way that insurers limit their risk or just manage it a bit is that they may limit the monetary value of claims. So let's say you bought a car and you financed a vehicle, and the outstanding balance of that vehicle is 150,000 Rand, but the policy only provides for maximum cover of 100,000 Rand. The insurer will only pay the 100,000 Rand. They won't settle the full outstanding balance. You, as a consumer, will then be liable for the other 50,000 Rand. And then one that's quite well known is pre-existing conditions. So credit life insurance is not, well, in a lot of cases, it's not like taking out a sole life policy where they underwrite you, where you have to go for medical examinations, they send a nurse to you. It doesn't happen like this in credit life insurance. Credit life insurance is usually taken out the credit providers' offices, their branches. So there's usually not a nurse available to draw blood or, you know, to take your heart pressure. So to kind of manage that risk, they will put in pre-existing condition exclusion on. And the reason for that is just to make sure that somebody that is very sick and he knows that he's probably going to pass away soon doesn't take out credit, but with a credit life insurance policy, knowing that he will die and will not be held liable for it. Same with disability. So usually, and in most cases, it's a 12-month period. So if you have a medical condition within the 12 months before you take out the policy, and in the first 12 months after you've gotten the policy, you become very ill, so ill that you become disabled, or that you pass away from that, the policy will not pay out. So, but it's only limited, you know, the condition is only excluded for the first 12 months of the policy. Usually, again, it's important to look at your policy. If you then, let's say, for example, you had diabetes. You died diabetes in 2018, you took out a policy in 2019, and you pass away now this year in 2021 due to diabetes, the pre-existing condition exclusion will not be applicable because it's past the 12 months period. But again, very important to read your policy and to know exactly what you are covered for and what you are not covered for. And then finally, there's some general and common exclusions. The most general ones are, that the insurer will not cover an event that arises from your participation in a criminal activity, or if there was a war, or if you were driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. With regards to driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, we've had quite a few interesting cases. So we are of the view that there has to be a link between you driving under the influence and you passing away. If there isn't a direct link between those two, then the exclusion shouldn't fly and the claim should be paid. To qualify retrenchment benefits, there's sometimes some common exclusions placed on that benefit. The reason for it is usually to avoid situations where a person played a role in losing his job or where the end of his job was foreseeable. For example, you can't resign or retire or take a voluntary retrenchment package and then claim for retrenchment benefits. The whole aim of retrenchment benefits is to assist you when you lost your job, but it was not your fault. So misconduct, obviously, as well. If there's been a disciplinary hearing and you've been fired, you can't claim retrenchment benefits. Again, and I will always say it's very important to look at your policy and see what exclusions are provided for. And then another reason why why credit life insurance claims are declined is because the policy has lapsed. In the beginning, I advised that there's two different and very distinct agreements in place. You've got the credit agreement on the one side, and then you've got the credit life insurance agreement on the other side. Whilst the credit agreement can stand separately from the credit life insurance policy, the credit life insurance policy is dependent on the credit agreement. For the simple reason that the credit life insurance premium will be added into the credit agreement installment. So when you pay your credit installment, when you pay for your car or your house or you pay your loan, the insurance premium is included in that installment. So what happens is if you miss an installment, you're going to miss your premium as well. And because credit life insurance is like any other insurance policy, the moment the premium is missed, your policy can lapse. And the moment it lapses, you have no more benefits. So it is very important to make sure that you pay your premiums. The responsibility ultimately lies with you as consumer and with you as policyholder to make sure those premiums are paid. Without premiums, there cannot be any cover. Specifically with debt review, in some instances, either the credit provider or the debt counselor doesn't make provision for the credit life insurance premium, and it will then lapse. So tips. The most important always is to read your policy. You cannot claim for something that you do not know that you have. It's very important to know exactly what exclusions, age limits, waiting periods are applicable. Also, the law provides that you must be able to substitute your credit life insurance policy that a credit provider offers you with one of your own. Of course, it has to have the same benefits. You can't say, well, I've got a life insurance policy, but it only covers my life and I want to use that for credit life insurance. No, it will have to have the same benefits as the one suggested by the credit provider. And then another matter that's important to remember is inform your family members that you have a credit life insurance policy. If you pass away, the last thing you want is that your family members have to pay your outstanding balances, or that a vehicle is repossessed or a house is repossessed, and meanwhile there was credit life insurance on that policy. So that is it. Please feel free to contact us with any queries, concerns, complaints. We look forward to hearing from you.
Hello and welcome to Money Smart Week SA. My name is Winnie Kamulani. I'm a financial advisor and founding director of WinPro Financial Services, an independent financial services providing financial services and products to our clients. Today, I want to talk about the 5 life stages and the impact they have on our money. And I hope that by the end of the presentation, you would have gained much skills and tools. So let's get right onto it. We all go through different life stages in terms of growth in life. We start from being infants, to being babies, to being toddlers, to being little boys and girls, to teenagers, and ultimately later in life to being young adults, and then being elderly. But for the purposes of today's presentation, I would like to start looking at a young adult, which is entering the workforce stage. As I present through the different stages in life, I'll be discussing the life focus, the financial needs of each stage, as well as the financial products that might help with those needs. So in this first stage, which is entering the workforce, these are the early career years. Something to note about this stage is that this is someone who just started earning some kind of income. They are young or they might still be a student. They are between the ages of 20 to 30. So what to note in terms of your finances in this stage is that you need to start saving and investment. Your savings plan will help you with those short-term unplanned expenses, such as buying new tires for your car. Now, your long-term or investment will help you with your mid-term to long-term financial goals. Also to note in this life stage is that you need to keep a budget. Now, a budget is a process of creating a plan on how to spend your money. And it helps you to track your income as well as expenses. And as you track your income and expenses, you pay off your debts on time. And as you pay off your debts on time, you create a clear credit record. And we all know that a clear credit record comes in handy amongst banks. And that may come in very useful later in life when you decide to buy an asset such as a house or a car. Products that you should look at this life stage is a life cover, one that is comprehensive. A comprehensive life cover is one that covers you in the event of death, in the event of disability, as well as in the event of dread disease. For an example, let's say you run into a car accident and you have to stay at home and recuperate. The disability portion of your life cover would then pay you an income while you recuperate at home. Also to note during this life stage is that it's very important to start thinking about your retirement planning. And a lot of young people miss out on this opportunity. A retirement annuity comes in very handy and comes with great tax benefits, especially if you are on a high income band. That means that you can lessen your tax liability by a significant amount. Also, starting to plan for your retirement at this age means that you can actually afford to retire early in life. Now let's look at the next stage, which is stage 2, family and career years. In this stage, what's to note is that someone who is just thinking about settling down and starting a family. They've advanced from entry level in the terms of their career to an advanced stage. So they're between the ages of 30 and 40. In this stage, continue to increase on your savings. Also, update your insurances because as more family members enter the household, the more you need to update your insurances. Also, manage your expenses through your budget because the more you advance in life, the more liabilities you attract. So there would be liabilities and expenses such as car insurance, short-term insurance, etc., etc. Also to note in terms of financial products in this stage is that you need to start investing in an education plan for your children. This is for long-term investment purposes. Also, you can also look at your medical insurance as more family members come in. Now, the next stage, which is the stage of the pre-retirement years. In this stage, it is also called the consolidation stage. At this point, you've reached some kind of certain accomplishments when it comes to your career. It means that you are either at a senior level or a director level. Now, you're already on your way to retirement. At this stage, you need to start paying off your bond or your car. As you pay off your debts and manage your debts, that gives way to more asset accumulation. What do I mean? The more debts you settle, the more cash you have loose to invest or to save. Now, as you do that, remember that education costs also are on the increase during this stage. This is because now your children are at university. What to note also in this stage is that this is not a good time to start with your high purchase deals. Also, plan for your retirement because it becomes more serious at this stage. Also, think about your estate planning as well as updating your current will. Now, going into the next stage, which is early retirement years. Remember that in South Africa, the normal retirement age is age 55. So someone in this stage might already be on retirement or they prefer to retire at 65. So this is someone who might be already on retirement or on their way to retirement. What to note in this stage is that you need to continue to manage your spending through your budget. Cut down on your unnecessary expenses. At this stage, someone who's retired is already earning their income from their pension funds or living annuity. So the objective is income needs to last longer. This is a good time to reevaluate your estate and your will. This is because you are readying yourself for wealth distribution in the later years. Also, continue to invest and save on where you can. Actually, it's a good time to start increasing on your investment and savings as well as you prepare yourself for post-retirement, especially for short-term emergency fund. At this stage, reevaluate your medical bill or your medical aid insurance. Look at the costs or the benefits that you were not necessarily using when you were working and cut them out and only use the benefits that will be useful to you on your medical aid post-retirement. In this way, you will be managing your medical costs. Now, last but not least, the last stage, which is your later retirement years. At this age, whether you decided to retire early in life or you retired at 65, you're already on retirement. So as you proceed and you progress within retirement, post-retirement, that means that your monthly liabilities become slightly lower, but your medical expenses may be higher. This is due to the fact that as you age, you kind of develop more health ailments. Now, at this stage, someone is already earning their income from the pension fund or from their living annuity. So that means that your investment capital, when you invest your money, you should avoid your high-risk portfolios, such as the equity funds and stable funds. Rather stick to more conservative funds that will still afford you higher returns without taking much of the risk. This is because at this age in life, you have no capacity nor the appetite to absorb any market risks. At this age, it is best to focus on your retirement income and manage that. Now, with that brings us to our last slide, and I would like to leave you with one thought or something to think about. As you proceed in life, ask yourself a question. Is your present self proud of your past self when it comes to how you managed your money? If not, this is an opportunity for you to use your present self to help your future self improve on those shortcomings. With that, I'd like to say thank you so much for listening to me, and I certainly hope that you will enjoy the rest of your Money Smart Week presentation.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
Hello, South Africa. Welcome to Money Smart Week. Today, I'm joined by two amazing schools, Brebner Primary and Chartwell Entrepreneurship and Leadership School. I have some of these students who've been involved in amazing projects, guys. I really wish I had the exposure you guys are having back in high school. My name is Mlamuli Mbambo. I'm the Commissioner of Financial Literacy and author of Winning the Money Game, A Guide to Financial Wellbeing. So today, hello guys, hello everyone. There we go, there we go. So I will start with Bredner Primary. So Bredner Primary did a project-based learning project in 2019 where they investigated buying a car. A very sad statistic in South Africa is that over 6,000 cars are repossessed every month in South Africa. And it really, it's due largely to the lack of education around buying a car. So their amazing teacher, Michelle, decided to actually take them on this journey. And on this journey, what they did was they actually went to a car dealership and they saw payslips, made a budget. And something also critical is they went through the financing element. You know, most of us, when we're thinking of buying a car, like, whoa, we saw a car, we want it, that's that. But they actually checked different financing options. And it's critical to have insurance when you have a vehicle, because the interesting thing about insurance is you can have it and nothing will happen to your car. But as soon as you cut it out and you don't pay it, you'll have an accident the following month. I don't know. There must be some theory or something around that. And they also then looked at petrol, because a car doesn't travel with water. You have to also budget the petrol element. And let me start maybe with Mamelo. Mamelo, thank you for joining us today.
Hi.
Excellent. So what were some of the main highlights of the project for you?
Well, the main highlight of the project for me was going to the dealership and being able to interact with the salesperson asking questions.
Excellent. And what were some of the answers that surprised you?
Well, there's a difference between, actually, the automatic car is more expensive than the manual one, which really shocked me.
Well, when you're driving the automatic, I guess you're being lazy because you're not doing those calf exercises. So maybe that's why it's more expensive. Thank you. Kamohelo, good day. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
All right. Please tell us, what were the main highlights for the project on your side?
The main highlight was doing the budget, the finance, and checking the pay slips, and that was mostly it.
What shocked you perhaps about the pay slips?
What shocked me with the pay slip was that you needed to check how much you earn and where your money goes to and all those other things.
Excellent. That sounds like very good lessons to know for budgeting. Something about the pay slip that I think we all need to remember. You can get your pay slip. Please mute, Kamohelo. So you can get your pay slips and it will say that maybe you are earning 20,000 Rand. That does not translate to your net pay. And your net pay, the amount that you actually get in the bank account, is what you'll be using to purchase the car. So I think that's also something very important to know about your pay slip. Okay, so I'll now go to Chartwell Entrepreneurship and Leadership School. We've got Offense and Tanya. They are together today on screen. Hello, guys.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, thank you. So to Tanya, what do you understand about business?
What I understand about business is that before you start a business, you should draw up a plan of how you're going to manage and run the business and where you're going to actually build up the business.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, you definitely need to have a plan in business. You know, you find that sometimes people just say, hey, I don't know what to do. Let me just start a business. But it's very, very critical to have a plan. And good morning, Offense.
Morning, sir.
All right. What is an economic citizen? How do you understand an economic citizen?
Well, on my offense, an economic citizen is a responsible person that has a productive and positive outlook towards life. And an economic citizen is a useful person that builds things and does not destroy things and properties.
Wow, wow. I want to be an economic citizen. All right. And I think you guys will all grow up to be great economic citizens. Back to Mamela. So what information surprised you the most about buying a car? What was something that you never really thought about that was part of buying a car?
That you have to check your petrol and diesel expenses for which type of car you're buying. And then the other thing that surprised me was about the pay slips, that there are some deductions that happen before you get your pay slip.
Nah, definitely you need to incorporate petrol, because if you don't have the budget for petrol or diesel, well, your car's not going anywhere and you'll be stuck at home. So it's important to put that in. And so Kamohelo, what is your dream car? What is your favorite car?
My favorite car is a Lamborghini Hurricane.
Woo! Levels, Gwetin. All right. Okay, so what kind of budget will you need to buy that car?
You definitely need to make a smart budget, and it's gonna take a long time to plan because it's really an expensive car, and you're gonna need to put some things aside for the future if you're really that determined for the car.
Excellent. And I like that you're saying that we need to put things aside. So at that level of car, typically you are buying it as someone who has assets. So assets are things that you invest in that then pay you money out. So you want to buy that car based on assets rather than probably your salary, because there are very few salaries that can afford a Lamborghini. But that's a beautiful car in terms of what you want to do. All right, back to Chartwell. We chart fourth. And Tanya, what is an entrepreneur?
An entrepreneur is a person that takes risk to start his or her business by using also the 7 means of production, which are entrepreneurship, land, capital, labor, time management, technology, and time.
Wow. No, Tanya got 10 out of 10. This was a test. No, that's very true. Something that I like to pick up on there is an entrepreneur has to take risks. Sometimes you find that people are always waiting for the right time, the perfect opportunity, and it really doesn't work like that. You need to start where you are, start with what you have, and as you carry on the journey, you'll probably find partners, people will help you, and stuff like that. But you will take a risk. There is no perfect time or perfect climate to start being an entrepreneur. That's a brilliant answer. All right, and Offense, tell us about your business. I hear that you're already running a business at such a young age.
Thank you, sir. And my business is about trees and plants.
Excellent. I like that. Environmental climate is very important.
Yes, sir. My name is Ufenza Ramshaba. I am 10 years old and I am an entrepreneur and an economic citizen. We have started our nursery with only 10 rands, and we are to say collective plants and trees are worth 20,000. More plants and trees provide a very useful entrepreneurial chance. Most importantly, we are reducing the causes by saving the planet, by reducing the other carbon footprint.
Wow. That is amazing. So tell me, Offensive, do you sell the plants after they've grown?
Yes, we do sell the plants, sir.
Oh, wow. So you're already profitable at 10 years old.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Amazing, amazing. That's better standing. Guys, you've heard it here. You can literally start with 10 Rand. So no more excuses about funding. Here we have a 10-year-old starting it with 10 Rand. Okay, back to Mamelo. What was the most fun thing about the what is the most fun thing about the project?
For me, the most fun thing about the project was doing the calculations of my payslip and the petrol as well.
Would you say that maybe made maths more real to you and you could see where maths applies in life?
Yes, it did. It did.
Okay, excellent, excellent. No, I think when you grow up and even now with your when you have money, you'll definitely be in a position to budget it better, save up for what you really want, and do wonderful, wonderful things. Kamohelo, what was the most fun thing about the project for you?
The most fun thing for me was also doing the calculations because it was really fun to do, and it just opened my mind and knowing that maths is really fun as you know what you're doing.
Kamohelo, which car did you see that you liked at the car dealership?
I don't remember the name, but there was a car that could fit 6 people in it, and it had a cooler inside of the front seat, so you could like put a cooler in front, and and then some of them had very like new technology. It wasn't like the old cars. It was really new, like Bluetooth speakers, and
Okay, very, very interesting. Something to consider is that by the time you guys are adults, you might have self-driving cars. So so you might not actually have to be driving around. And I think, Mamelo, when you're talking about being shocked that automatic cars were more expensive than manual, you might be getting a car at a time where you can actually just sit back. Personally, I think I'm too old for that. Even if it came out like next year, I still have to hold the wheel. Like I just don't trust that I'll get there home safely. So, but I think us old people might have a challenge with that new technology. Back to Chartwell. So, Tanya, please tell me what is a SWOT analysis?
A SWOT analysis is when you draw up a plan of how you're going to start your business, and SWOT stands for S for strengths, W for weaknesses, O for opportunities, T for threats.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Tanya. I'm sure you are a straight A student, Tanya. I'm pretty sure that's what you do. And Offense, I love your story. If you can share perhaps what role and how did your teachers help you in starting the business and in maintaining it?
Well, in my defense, the teachers always told me that if you want to start a business, you must take risks first and become an innovator.
Lovely, lovely. It sounds like you've got innovative and driven teachers, and that's a brilliant, brilliant place to start. Back to Bredna. So in terms of what you learned, Kamohelo, what do you think that you'll be able to use in your life, over and above this project, just in your daily life as an adult? What did you learn from this project that you think you can apply there?
Definitely knowing that my maths is better now and I can calculate things much more better, and I can, in the future, I can draw up a budget better than what I used to do.
Excellent, excellent. And that's something that I always say that, education shouldn't be in some kind of academic tower. It should also link with the real world and real events. And when you see that appreciation, I think it really brings the subject to life and makes it a lot more enjoyable. So thank you for that. And Mamomelo, if you can also share, what do you think you can use from this project in your life and in future?
Well, from the project, I've learned a lot about your finances, how to deal with them, and your capabilities of buying or investing in anything in the future. I've learned how to look at them and sit down and see if I can be able to invest or anything.
Okay, that is critical because I mean, with the times that you guys are growing up, when you'll probably have a lot more pressure than we did, because in Instagram, on Facebook, everyone has got the latest this, the latest that. So it's very important to know how to budget, differentiate between your needs and wants, and have a plan for your expenditure and not just buying everything that you see. Okay, South Africa. So I think you can agree that the future is bright here, and we've got a financial savvy population that's going to grow up to be adults that are in financial well-being, and also adults that invest in the South African economy. And with Offense already having a business at 10 years old, we can only imagine what kind of business he'll be running as an adult, and that will create sustainable jobs that will take our economy forward. And right now, I'd like to introduce the Star Saver Project from Banking Association of South Africa, who does a lot of work around spreading financial education to high schools, because the earlier you can learn this stuff, I really believe the easier it is, because they then form the proper habits when they get their first salary or paycheck, and stuff like that. So if I can ask you to just be with us and watch the video that follows after. Thank you again for joining me today. I think you were an amazing panel, and the future is bright with you guys in the lead. So thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
You're too late, Budget Girl and Leap Man. I'm right outside the Reserve Bank, and I'm going to reserve it. For myself, it's time for a final showdown. That is, if you and Leap Man have the guts.
It's Dr. Sinister. Learn how to do a budget. You must take your income and subtract expenses, including needs, wants, and others.
How to become an entrepreneurial person and to start a business.
If you are in the bank, you mustn't want any help to anyone.
Are you using ATM?
That when you are in the ATM, don't let anyone distract you. Learn how to withdraw a budget, and I learned that I must not let anyone distract me while using the bank.
I learned that if your card is lost, you need to call at the bank immediately.
I learned that when you are in a bank, don't let anyone share your PIN.
If you are on the bank, you must not tell anyone your PIN.
I learned how to bank with your phone.
You learn how to bank
with your phone.
And
about CERBRIC South Africa Banking Risk Information Center. I learned that the Reserve Bank isn't like other banks. It's a central bank that makes sure that other banks have enough money and other banks operate correctly.
Learn that when you save money in the bank give you interest, and when you take it out, it gets charges.
Hi there. My name is Michael Tekiso from JA South Africa, and welcome to my Money Smart Week South Africa. Our theme for this year, it reads, taking care of your money, taking care of yourself. In line with that, as JA South Africa, we have identified My Money Biz as a program that will assist us to educate our nation, especially in areas of managing their finances in a more responsible way. This program develops one's the ability to analyze motivations about the use of money through learning the basics of money management, and it establishes good financial habits which can carry one into the future. The underlying assumptions of the personal financial literacy program called My Money Biz are: many young people do not know how to manage money. Young people in secondary schools can learn the basics of money management, whether they already have access to cash or not. To interest young people in developing an understanding of this topic, it is best to start with the more immediate concerns like spending and as opposed to saving or investing. If young people are financially literate, they can avoid making costly decisions that can have negative repercussions for the years to come. Our starting point of My Money Biz is to consider the young person's most immediate aspirations. Now, we're going to start now with our focus on spending and budgeting. Now, the purpose of this particular exercise is to explore ways to relate your values and stages of life to your financial decisions. At the end of this unit, you will also be able to understand exactly and to see that the decisions about money are highly personal. They depend on your own values as well. You also need to know that you have some ideas about how to organize your buying terms or cost and timing. At the end, again, you will learn how to start thinking about your own assets and liabilities so you can see how to plan your finances. And also you'll need to understand the assets are what you own and liabilities are what you owe someone else. Now let's go to assets and liabilities. When you spend money, you're likely to do one or three basic things, which are as follows. You add to your assets by adding to the things you own. You add to your experiences by going on a trip or seeing a movie. You pay for living expenses like food, transportation to school. Then liabilities. What do we mean by liabilities? Liabilities are things for which someone is responsible, especially an amount of money owed. One may ask, what do we mean by assets? Assets are things that have value. Your assets will include your brain and your abilities, as well as things that belongs to you, like books, a computer, a bike, a car, or money you have saved. All this is what we refer to as assets. Now, the first step in getting control of your finances is knowing what is it that we are spending on. So for you to be able to achieve this, it is always advisable that you keep a personal balance sheet. Personal balance sheet can have, things can involve or include things like your assets, which is, for an example, property, computer, your car, an apartment that you're renting or that you have. And then, of course, what other component of your personal balance sheet, it will be a bank loan, the charges at a local store, and then the last section of your balance sheet will include the equal net worth. That means a positive or a negative number, depending on which is bigger, your assets or your liabilities. If your liabilities are more than your assets, it means that you'll have a negative balance. But if, of course, your assets are more than your liabilities, then you'll have a positive balance. Now, a challenge to you with regard to budget basics is that the first step in getting control of your finances is knowing what you're spending on. Most of us don't really know where our money goes unless we make concentrated effort to keep track. Now, you need to write down every expenditure you make for a week, no matter how small. If there are some large purchases or expenses that happened only a few times a month or a year, you can also write those down too. At the same time that you are keeping track of what you are spending, mark all your sources of money. Find some advertisements that are basic terms like shoes, and for more expensive things like cars or jewelry. This exercise will assist you to be able to understand the basics, the budget basics. Moving on, I think when it comes to budgeting and spending, we also need to understand the concept of money and needs. One way to think about how best to budget your money is to use an analytical approach used by some of the marketers when they create advertisements to persuade you to buy certain things. Of course, the marketers will focus on quite a number of aspects, like your self-actualization, your esteem, your love and belonging, your safety needs, your physiological needs. These are all embedded in the Maslow hierarchy of needs, which actually teaches us and show us about our behavior patterns when it comes to spending and saving money. Getting to know your spending and sources of money, you need to understand exactly or ask yourself some questions. So take a minute to answer those questions. Questions such as, where do you live? So the answer maybe it could be at home or with other relatives. The second question it could be, do you have any part-time job or do your parents support you? Do you contribute to your family's budget? The answer to that it could be, your parents gives you money or you earn money for yourself. So how do you go and to get around? So you go around on foot or bicycle, or you use a bus, taxi or train, or you have your own car. The other question it could be food. Do you eat mostly at school, at home, or with own friends? The other question it could be, do you have a phone at home, a mobile, who pays for it? And then the other question it could be, do you pay for the water, electricity that you use? Then you could answer yes or no. So what do you do for fun? That costs money. You go for video games or movies or clubs, and then the clothes that you wear, are they imported to you or you just need them as a necessity? All these aspects, they talk to the budgeting and to the behavior patterns of spending money. That is it for budgeting. Hope you've drawn some lesson, and please enjoy your Money Smart Week and budget wisely.
We believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, a want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
That was BASA with their second part of Financial Literacy at School and JA South Africa on budgeting. Holidays also provided a number of key information money clips for our infotainment. Don't leave your seats. Next up is ASIPOL on retirement planning, Old Mutual on how to handle financial shock, National Treasury on retail bonds, and B Capital investments and cryptosphere.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Money Smart Week conversation, and this time it's hosted by Asupol. My name is Lusanda Masumbuga, an Executive Senior Sales Manager from Asupol, and on our panel today, I'll be joined by two of my colleagues, two dear colleagues from the Legacy Solutions Division. Anthony Mgoni, how are you?
Great, thanks, Lusanda. Evening to listeners as well.
Awesome stuff. Anthony is also an Executive Senior Sales Manager at the Legacy Solutions, and joining him is Njabulo Ngaba. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you, Lusanda? And it feels good to be here. Thank you so much.
Good, awesome. Thank you for joining us. So the purpose of today is really to discuss the importance of retirement, to bring to light the entire process of retirement. I'm looking at pre-retirement and post-retirement as well, and really just to address some of the questions that a lot of consumers would have. And I think, especially where we are today with a pandemic like COVID, the importance of financial planning products has really been brought to light. And I think retirement was probably at the top of that list because of everything that happened. So I think, before we start our conversation, I think let's start by giving a little bit of context. Let's start right at the beginning and just paint a picture for us that kind of shows us where we are as a country. Where is South Africa today in terms of retirement? What trends have they picked up? How many South Africans are retiring the way that they actually should be? Anthony, you're welcome to go ahead first if you want.
Look, the picture is not where we want it to be because the stats reveal and majority of the financial institution has made the study only 3% of the South African population would retire comfortably. And with the recent pandemic, a lot of people losing their jobs, that has, I'm sure, made that stat look even grimmer than what we know it to be. So we're not where we're supposed to be. South Africa in general is not a rich savings country. We don't really rank high with the countries that generally would save well. So we could be better, but we're not necessarily where we're supposed to be. I'm sure the pandemic has made it worse than it should be.
Okay. I did expect that the answer would obviously be grim. And I think, that's what makes this conversation even more important. I like what you touched on when you spoke about, salary cuts. I think it's something we've seen a lot of over this period. Retrenchment is what we've seen a lot of over this period as well. But I think before we get there and we discuss how to deal with all of that, let's maybe start right at the beginning. Let's discuss, what does the retirement planning process actually entail? Njabulo?
Thank you. A very good question, Lusanda. So right at the beginning, Anthony was not exaggerating when he said that only 3% of our population is able to retire comfortably. It basically means that it leaves the rest of us with very little, close to nothing, because some others don't have any provisions or don't put any provisions in place when it comes to retirement planning. So really, the retirement plan should ideally start from the very first paycheck you receive. So practically in South Africa, and the reality does tell us that if you are employed or if particularly you start receiving an income, you should start making provisions and having a plan to say, I'm going to work for the next 25 to 30 years. And when I hit 60 years, nobody's going to be giving me an income. So throughout that period, you should have a plan which is going to be regularly reviewed year on year, depending on the amount of income you are receiving each year, looking at the amount of expenses that you have, because everything also is going to be done responsibly, looking at the affordability and the financial position you are in year on year. So really, the plan is going to be an ongoing process. If you are fortunate enough, you might find that there's an employer who's taken that social responsibility to provide an employee with either a provident or a pension fund, to say, should we part ways when you are age 60 or whatever the retirement is, know that you are going to be funding your own income. We won't be giving you an income going forward. So it sort of provides you with a bit of that capital, but reality again does tell us with the stats that Tony gave us that only that minimum percentage is retiring comfortably. So it means that ideally or realistically there is a shortfall towards your savings. So then if there is that shortfall, sit down with somebody who understands the retirement planning process to say, this is how much I'm earning today, Lusanda, and this is how much I'd like to earn at retirement. And also look at your life expectancy. The longevity taken from medical advancements, as well as the chronic medication that is available to the general public, people are living longer and longer and longer. So also do plan according to what your life expectancy is if you are going to be retiring at age 60. Understand that if you are going to be living for another 30 years, or if your life expectancy is approximately 90 years, it means that you will need an income for the next 30 years at the retirement. So the amount you are saving should be adequate to sustain an income throughout your life expectancy, even beyond. It's no longer a surprise nowadays that people are living to 100 years and even beyond. You know, back in the day, it was a huge hoo-ha if somebody made it up until that age. So really, the plan is an ongoing process, Lusanda, and it needs to be reviewed with somebody who is experienced and who understands the financial calculations of projecting how much you are going to need compared to how much you are going to have, and then sort of planning from that angle going forward. I don't know if it addresses the question sufficiently. Maybe Anthony might even add to what I've built on as well.
Yeah, I think, I love that. And there's so many points that you've raised in just, in your reply that I want to concentrate on. And I think the first thing that you would have mentioned. So before we actually get there, so you mentioned the first paycheck. I mean, we hear that a lot, that with your first paycheck, that's when you should actually start. But how early really should you start? If I'm getting my first paycheck, at 38, my first proper paycheck, what qualifies as a proper paycheck? So at what age, how much time do you realistically would you need, to actually save for your retirement?
Look, if I may come in there, Lusanda, I think I'm addressing a grandma or a granddaddy that is sitting at retirement now and realize that I haven't really done justice to my retirement. You are 55 years old, 56 or 60, you have a granddaughter who is 1 year old. That's as early as you should be starting, because you have different insurance companies will have different rules in regards to the starting age for your retirement annuity. But retirement annuity that you can take for an infant or for a 1 year old. So the early you start, the better. So there's no... Yes, ideally you will need to start when you have your first paycheck, but in reality is at times when you start, I'm going to bring in a few other elements where you speak of black tax and all of that. You need to support a whole lot of other people that you have. But if we look at it from an angle that it should be something that we inculcate from a very early age. For an example, a 1 year old that starts saving, even if it's the bare minimum of, say, 250 per month, you have 55 years to accumulate your retirement savings. So the earlier you start, the better. That could be an addition to what Jabulo has said, which is extremely key. But if you, as a dad, grandfather, grandmother that's listening to me right now, and you have that extra 250 and you have a granddaughter, that could be a great gift you can give to that person. It gives them a head start when they turn 21 and starts working, or 25, then they've got 25 years head start. So that's, I think, over and above what Jabulo has mentioned, that I can add to say that the earlier you start, the better.
Wow, I love that. So what you're saying is that I think this is something a lot of people might not know. What you're saying is that an adult can make the decision the same way that parents now are starting to plan for their children's schooling while just after a child has been conceived, actually. So are you saying that with retirement planning as well, that's something that a parent could take for their unborn child? So how would that work then? What are the logistics of that? So now the child turns 18. Tell us practically. So is the parent taking the cover in their own name? Is it a normal investment vehicle that they're taking in the name of the child? When does the child have access to that money? And how do they carry on? What are the practicalities of that scenario?
I'm going to go closer to home. I am a father of 3. And each of my kids has a retirement annuity, each of them. So I am the premium payer, they are policy owners. So they're minors at the moment. It means they can't take full rights or full responsibilities of that premium, of that policy. But when they turn 18, and if they reach age of majority, they can take over as policy owners and also premium payers if they will be working by that period. So just a general rule of insurance. So just education around what are the role parties to insurance. It applies to any other insurance policies, not only applicable to a retirement annuity. You have generally 3 players, which is a policy holder, a premium payer, and a policy owner. So I am a premium payer in my 3 kids' retirement annuities, and they are policy holders. So by the time they reach maturity, we can change that relationship around or change those roles around, and then they'll be able to continue and pay for themselves. So that is something that majority of the insurance companies would have, and it's really that easy. You can have 3 parties into that insurance being different people, a policy holder being the child, a policy owner being the parent, and a premium payer being a grandmother, a grandfather. So the logistics of that is really it's a gift that you're giving to your descendants. If you feel you've made a mistake and you are at your retirement already and there's a bit of money to spare, you can actually do that in the fashion that I've just mentioned now in terms of logistics that you are asking about. So I hope I've addressed the question that you are asking.
Yeah.
So it's generally how I would think it would work.
No, great. I love that. Njabulo, when you were talking earlier, there's a number of things that you raise, I think, that should be of concern to a client post-retirement, the income that they have, the liabilities that they'll have at that point. And I think those are all important points, but what conversation would you have with a young client? I mean, if I think to myself when I was 25, I'm 26 now, but when I was 25, and I'd started working and earning a salary, post-retirement wasn't a concern of mine. I wasn't concerned. We all thought we'd hit our first million by 30. Those are the ambitions of a 25-year-old. So what I'm trying to establish here is what conversation would you have with a 25-year-old that you are maybe stressing the importance of retirement, but how do you paint that picture of post-retirement and really make them understand what salary they would need? There's a lot of things that you talked about in terms of medical advancements as an example. People are living longer, but how can we really drive the point home for a youngster who is 25 that doesn't understand the fact that that is the only income they are going to be living off? What are the things that you would list to kind of paint that picture for them?
Thanks again for this excellent questions. Your questions are on point, Lusanda. What I like about the youth that are growing up, that are going into employment, that are becoming part of the economic stream, is that they're getting smarter and smarter, and they are paying attention to what's happening around them. They are also observing what is happening through the financial choices that were made by their parents. So some of them now, or more and more of them, are approaching financial advisors. They're coming forward to say, hey, listen, this is the situation. This is how much I'm earning. This is the lifestyle that I'm living. These are the expenses. This is my debt. This is my household. So what do I do? I need to consider what my post-retirement will be. So I'm glad that we've passed that point, or we're coming closer to it, where the youngsters, especially the mid-20s to your 30s, they are really proactively taking a stand and making sure that they are addressing some of the mistakes that were done by their parents and their grandparents. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So the discussion I would have with them, it would be sort of like coaching them around what to expect at retirement. And the first part is to understand how much income you are earning and how much income will that be when you're at 60, taking into consideration the growth of inflation, not considering whether they are going to receive a promotion, et cetera, but we'll calculate on the current income that they have. We'll look at how many years they have up until they retire. So we sort of now have an idea of what income they will retire with when they hit retirement. And then also understand the level of debt that they have. And if then now they are fully clear around the level of debt they have, then they can start making adjustments in terms of making sure that when they hit retirement, they don't have any debt still hanging over their shoulders. Because if you do carry debt to retirement, it becomes a huge financial burden because chances are you are going to have a shortfall when you retire. So putting it into perspective, if your last paycheck is 20,000 Rand, more than likely your retirement income, if you are saving approximately 15% of your income towards your retirement, it would mean that you would reduce your income at retirement approximately from 20,000 to 12,500. So you can see now that you have a shortfall of 7,500. So that's the first conscientization that I will address to make sure that understand that you will have a shortfall. And then the shortfall is going to be X amount. And then from then on, also understand that growing up, when you are at retirement, your health is going to be utmost critically important to you because your body deteriorates, you get weaker, and you do require medical attention on an ongoing basis and much regular than before. So planning for a medical aid is also going to be extremely important when you're planning for your retirement. Also, planning for just sitting down now, having nowhere to go, also is something that needs to be taken into consideration because you were actively involved, waking up 5 o'clock in the morning on a daily basis, and now you're going to start waking up at 9 o'clock. So the body also needs to adjust, find things that will keep you active, like exercising, joining maybe a golfing club or tennis club, whatever the case is, but something that's going to keep you active and not tie you down into your couch throughout your retirement, because the body will adjust and it might not be able to fight some of the conditions that are associated with being old. So really it's a lot of things. It's financial, lifestyle, and also kind of adjusting the living expenses because you're going to have a shortfall. So practically and reality tells you that you need to start cutting down on some of the expenses that you are going to be using during or at retirement or post-retirement. So that's the advice that we're looking at from all angles, financial, lifestyle, as well as your expenditure. So I don't know if it addresses it sufficiently. Maybe Tony might add as well.
Yeah, look, I want to just come in there, Lusanda, sorry, before if I not cut you.
Sure.
I want to just go back to the question that you asked as well, and to some, or rather to add on what Jabulo is saying. And it's an exercise to all the three of us here, and to also people that are viewing. I want you to take your calculator right now if you're actually listening. And this exercise is, you'll need your phone to actually calculate this. But look at your age now, and then you minus 55. So 55 is generally the time in which you will be retiring. Lusanda, I heard you saying 27. I thought you were 17, but it's a conversation for another day.
I see how you made that mistake.
So you take out your calculator and look at your age now, but I'm going to stick with the example that you made earlier on. That was a 25-year-old. So a 25-year-old listening to us now, your calculation will be 25 less 55. Then it means you have 30 years up until you retire. That's if you want to retire at age 55. And then the answer you get to that would be, okay, it's 30. Then you multiply that by 12. So this is now how many paychecks you will receive up until you go on retirement. Let's look at it practically. So it's only 360 paychecks that you will get up until you retire. So if you're 25 and you haven't started, and you are 25 and 3 months, if you were born in January, it means you'll be 25 and 3 months now, end of March. So you have already lost 3 paychecks from the 360 that I'm referring to. You delay again, it's 1 paycheck subtracted. You delay again, it's 1 paycheck subtracted. So sorry for you who's 51 and listening to me, your calculation will look even much grimmer than I've actually just made this calculation now, because yours will be 51 minus 55, that's 4 years, multiplied by 12. My maths doesn't work very well under pressure, but you will get that answer there. And then you multiply that. And if you haven't started and you're 51 years of age, it means you need to invest or you need to contribute much higher amounts compared to your counterpart or to the person that I've just spoken about that's 25 years of age. So it sums up what we've spoke about to now in terms of how early should you start contributing.
Yeah.
And over and above that, forget about the percentage that you get from your employer. If you are lucky, like Jabula has mentioned, to have an employer that contributes towards a provident or a pension fund on your behalf. You will get that, but over and above that contribution that you're getting, if you do this just simple exercise that I've just made now, to see in practice, if you're looking at it from a paycheck point of view, to say that if I work for a boss and I wake up and get my salary once a month, this is really the real impact of it. 360 paychecks, it's not a lot. When you blink, it's already 3 months, it's 6 months, it's a year. Last year we had a full year, almost a full year into lockdown now, and you can almost remember vividly what you did in March last year. So that's how quick time goes. So to sum up everything that Jabula has mentioned now is the yes, everything else is important from a financial planning point of view. But a topic that is mostly not visited frequently, especially amongst the young people, is that, I'm still young. 55 years, it's a lifetime from now. I'll only start when I'm 40. I'm only going to start when I'm 45. But it's as simple as making that calculation for yourself to see how bad it will be if you start that late. So the other one, I'm going to give it back to you, Lusanda. I get so passionate when I'm speaking about this, I can shout the entire time. But the other one that's very important is when you are close to retirement, 50 years of age, that's the time where you need to be paying more attention to your financial advisor. Because there's certain mistakes that a lot of people make before they go off at retirement. Buying a new car at 50.
About that actually.
Exactly. So I'm probably jumping all the questions that you're asking, Lucinda. I'm going to give it back to you. As I said, I'm a good guy.
No, it's good. It's good because we're covering quite a bit. I want you to just put that on hold because I do want to discuss some of those, trends or behaviors or mistakes that clients are making. I want you to give us, real examples and solutions. But I just want to shift the conversation a little bit and just talk. So almost shifting focus now from the client and maybe to employers. First of all, do you feel that employers are doing enough in terms of educating clients about their pension fund options? So when financial advisors sit with their clients, are they finding that clients know exactly which pension fund that they are with? Do they know how the pension fund works? Do they know how much they're contributing? How often do they have the conversation with their employees about opting to either increase or decrease, their contribution? Do they know at retrenchment stage? I mean, which is what we've seen now with COVID. There was obviously a lot of retrenchments, a lot of companies were closing down. did clients kind of, and I'm obviously, really, the question is no. It's a rhetorical question, but most clients felt that they didn't know exactly what to do with their pension fund. What are my options? What are the rules? How much money will I take? How much money will I put away? So what ideas do you have? What message, rather, do you have for employers this time on, what are they doing to educate clients as much as possible about their pension funds? I see you both jumping up in your chairs. I'll both give you a go. I'll give you a minute each just to make sure that we're covering as much as we can.
A quick one, Lucerne, and then I'll give over to my esteemed colleague here. There is it's a stipulation on the Pension Fund Act, South African Pension Funds Act, that the employer should afford the employee with an opportunity of receiving benefit counseling before they go off to retirement. And this should happen at least 3 months before the member either receives a benefit in terms of moving employment, that's now resignation, or being laid down. You can't just receive funds without having sat with the financial advisor, that's one. And the other one is when the client is approaching retirement age, they need to receive that benefit counseling, sit with the registered financial advisor that will speak to them about their finances before they make that final choice in terms of what they need to do with their funds. Yes, we're living in difficult times wherein you don't have even a next job in sight when you stop working. But having to withdraw that money to actually go buy a new car, that's one of the mistakes that people often do. But it happens because they don't really get that opportunity to sit with a financial advisor prior to making that final decision. And yes, it's a client or the employee's also obligation to seek advice and to go and find the financial advisor for themselves. But I think there's a role that employers can take or can make, where they would make it a point that every time there's a drastic change in somebody's employment, whether it's resignation, retirement, or the person has just is moving to go and get another job, or they're being laid down, they need to emphasize from an employer's point of view that before we give you your money, or should be made a rule that is implementable in all the companies to say that sit with the financial advisor, get financial or benefit counseling, because at times when you sit with a financial advisor, you expect that you will have to do a commitment of some sort. But benefit counseling, in a sense of Pension Funds Act, it separates financial advice from financial education. So it's more financial education that should be invested in, and employers should make it a point that from their wellness department, whoever that is in charge of that, should make it a point that each and every person that leaves the employ should at least sit with the financial advisor before.
So basically what you're saying, there is a responsibility. Yes, the Act obviously does make provision, to make sure that there's the benefit counseling, but you're saying they should engage employees earlier on and just, help employees engage with the facts of all the details of this continuously as part of the wellness program, right?
Exactly.
Anything you want to add to that?
Yes. Just maybe 1 or 2 points. Yeah. It will be less than a minute. Thanks, Lysanda. I mean, Tony has covered a lot of detail, which is pretty much very, very spot on. But with the experience we've encountered in the industry, particularly employers, when they have to comply with this regulation by the Pension Funds Act. So we found that they have the HR department, they have the benefits consultants, but they are not equipped, or they don't have the knowledge and skill to basically sit down with somebody who is an employee and understand how their pension fund is structured, what implications there might be if they pull out, what implications there might be if they change funds, what implications there may be if they decide to increase or reduce the contribution towards the pension benefits. So they then have shifted the responsibility to say, client, if you would like to basically make any changes or make any adjustments on your particular fund, please seek financial advice or financial education from an experienced financial planner or financial advisor who will be able to sit down with you and make you understand how it's structured and constructed, and make sure that you do understand any implication that might be involved in you making any adjustments or pulling out or whatever decision you'd like to make. Because unfortunately, some or a lot of employees have made very bad retirement choices with the funds that are with the funds that are at their employers. So really, we as financial planners or financial planners at large have now started getting involved more heavily and play a more instrumental role in making sure that they're making wiser and wiser financial choices about their retirement funds.
I love that. I 100% agree. I mean, I think even in my own working life, I can say, with previous employers, it would be an HR person that has that conversation, and you're almost shown where to tick this box. Do you want a 7.5% or a 10? And I don't know the difference. So I like big numbers, so I go for 10, thankfully. So I completely agree with you there. And, it would be interesting, I think, to have maybe a Money Smart Week conversation where they deal only with employers, different employers, from different institutions, to talk about, maybe to share, just to share ideas on what each one is doing, to support their employees and educating them about their current pension funds. But yeah, there's definitely a topic, I think, on its own, a standalone topic. But just moving on. So I think let's move on a little bit and move now to your post-retirement. So I think we've covered pretty much when you need to start. We've covered what are the things that you should be looking for, which I think are helpful, because you almost now, through this conversation, I think clients will be able to gauge, is my financial advisor equipped? Because he hasn't mentioned tax, he hasn't mentioned liabilities, he hasn't mentioned medical aid like Njabulo touched on. But now it's post-retirement. Tony, you mentioned certain trends. Njabulo mentioned implications, Let's talk about the trends that you have picked up. I know that you made an example about a client wanting to buy a big car very close to retirement. What are some of the other examples that you guys have experienced so that there might be, consumers that are watching now that might think, wow, I did that. I had no idea it's going to affect me. But give us just, in point form, just quick examples of some of the mistakes that they would make.
Look, I'll go for it first quick. You are about to be an empty nester. So this is now a final stage in the financial planning process or your financial life cycle, where you have your kids that are about to leave your house or they've left your house already. Then you go and extend your house. Why do you need 5, 6, 7 bedrooms if there's only going to be you and your husband, or maybe your husband is also not around anymore, it's just you? That's the first mistake that
But I grew up in a shack, Tony. I grew up in a shack all my life. This is the time.
Do you really need 7 bedrooms, though? Can't at least 3 work? So this is one of the big mistakes where we've seen a lot of people that says, okay, fine, with my retirement, I'm going to go and break this bedroom and extend it and do that. And it will be far for you to even travel to the bathroom for you at some point. Why do you have to make it that big? So it's the first one. The second one, what's wrong with your current car? You just bought it when you were 52 years of age. It's 8 years old, you bought it new. Now that you are 60, you see a need of actually changing into a Mercedes-Benz that's 6 pipes. You can't even hear the sound of those 6 pipes. Why? No, it's those type of small things that a lot of people would actually do. You've always worked your entire life. Now all of a sudden you're an entrepreneur. Why do you want to start a new business? Why do you want to all of a sudden buy a van and go and collect things at Macro for people and take them to their home? Why would you now want to buy a Kumbi and transport kids to school? You need to be relaxing now and enjoying your money. So those are some of the major mistakes that we see most people doing, where they would want to just do new financial commitments that are heavy, that will be depleting their money within 2 or 3 years of their retirement. They are back to zero. So those are some of the things that people will need to actually start. I understand, Lucinda, like you've just mentioned, those are some of the queries or the complaints that you'll hear from the client that I've worked for this money, I've worked hard for this money. Eat your money.
They want to spend
properly
it.
Invest and do everything that you need to do, but just think long term. Jabulo has mentioned medical advances, and you might live 30, 40 years, but you are actually using money that's supposed to last you for 30 years aggressively. So tone down in terms of the finance, the final expenses you make towards your retirement. That's the message, I think.
Yeah, and Jabulo, I'm actually not going to allow you to add on to that because I have a different question for you. But before I do want to agree with you, Tony, with what you're saying. I like the example you made with the house. If it's too big, you might not be fit enough to walk around it. I know of a personal story, actually, where we had never thought of double story being a problem until such a point where somebody elderly, wasn't able to walk around the house, actually, as a result. So, yeah, that's a very good point. Njabulot, you mentioned, actually, I think before I go there, I just wanted to touch on something that Tony raised now. And I think a lot of what you're saying, Tony, like you mentioned a few examples about a client wanting to start a business post-retirement and all of that. And I think what I'm getting from what both of you gents are saying is that it's important to have a relationship with a financial advisor because it looks like as much as we take care of our spiritual health, our physical health, we consult. But, clients don't consult as much when it comes to, a financial planner. And I just want you to kind of take us through that process, and Jabulo, maybe not even the process, but are financial advisors doing enough in terms of having these type of conversations? Even discussing business ideas, is that something that a client can go to their financial advisor about? Is that something they should be discussing with their advisor?
Oh, yes, absolutely. If it's got to do with their finances, it's a discussion that's important to have with somebody who's qualified, experienced, who's able to understand the implications that might be involved. So if it's got to do with finances, really a financial advisor is somebody that they need to speak to. So with financial advisors, we are practical when we provide financial advice. And it's often that we also do accurately calculated financial calculations to make sure that whatever it is that you want to jump into, we've accurately calculated it and we tell you whether it's worth it or whether you're going to be wasting your money. So if somebody is at retirement, the mistake that a lot of pensioners or retirees make is that they see this lump sum and they've never seen this lump sum in their bank account or sitting lying in an investment that once in their name, and it comes with a lot of shock, a lot of anxiety, a lot of excitement, and they immediately think that they are rich, forgetting the reality that no, this money is intended to last you for the lifetime. So you will then be using a portion of it to sustain your livelihood, to be able to pay for your household expenses. It is intended for retirement. It is not intended for you to extend your house, for you to buy an expensive car or live a lavish lifestyle, or even use the capitals to start a business, Really, if you've never ever had a business and you think you're going to succeed in running a business at age 65, what are the chances of you succeeding? Really think of it, So really, it's about just being realistic with the client, making them understand the implications, and you are going to be taking a risk with money that you should not be taking a risk.
Okay.
I don't know whether it addresses that question sufficiently.
No, definitely. It definitely does. Guys, I want to wrap up. And before I do, I want to ask just the last two questions. I think let's just talk about the misconceptions. There's a number of misconceptions, and misinformation in our industry. And, because of I guess, on different, I mean, we get information from everywhere nowadays, you know, on different mediums. It's social media, you get Twitter, there's financial advisors on Twitter now. So, and some of those misconceptions, to give you an example, I mean, some clients will, you know, post their retirement. So now they have their pension fund, they are retiring, and they are shopping around looking for an annuity. And some of those misconceptions on where to place it, obviously some employers might, you know, be responsible for those misconceptions. Some employees might think, I won't leave my pension fund and move to somebody else, you know, move to a different investment vehicle because I'll lose my medical aid. Or some of them might say, I won't leave my pension fund because I'm going to lose my funeral cover, you know, that's attached to it. There's obviously, it's packaged in a certain way by that particular, you know, pension fund, obviously to retain their members. What would your advice be, you know, to those clients that when they are now retiring, you know, what are some of the misconceptions when they're shopping around? What are some of the things that they could easily replace? I mean, focusing more on the medical aid especially, and some of the risk products that they would be able to get elsewhere. Any of you can take it.
All right. Let me jump at it. Look, Lucinda, there's freedom of choice. We live in South Africa. We live in a democratic society. We live in a place where you can do anything with your money. You can do anything with your funds. Obviously, it's within the confines of certain rules. It's within the confines of certain acts, certain laws that governs the financial industry. In saying that is every decision that needs to be taken, like we have elaborated and enumerated as we're speaking throughout the day, the first thing that somebody needs to do is to sit with a financial advisor. And it's very seldom that you'll have a employer that has a financial advisor that is available for all their employees every time they either join or they leave their funds. So if ever you are a pension fund house or you are an employer, you need to afford, I'm hammering again on that with benefit counseling. Now, I might be going a long route to answer a very simple that you're asking, but from a choice point of view, every pension fund should give their employees a choice of what they need to make. But with there's a Superman with great power comes great responsibility or something to that effect. So yes. The money that's looking like a cell phone number, as Njabulo has mentioned earlier on, with the digits that are too many, you can't just leave without having spoken to somebody. And obviously, pension funds have their own interest as well to make sure that they keep as many assets within their fund. But it shouldn't be at the what's the word, at the expense of the member. So it is very rare where you'll find a pension fund or an employer that will have rules that are sort of superior to the Pension Fund Act, that are superior to the FACE Act or whatever act that is available to govern the financial services industry. Answering your question directly, medical aid, you can have a choice of whatever medical aid that you want to have post your retirement. No one should force you to stay with that fund because the medical aid subsidy will be lost. If that medical aid subsidy could be lost and you are not comfortable staying in with that fund, you need to obviously engage with a financial advisor, source out different medical aids that might be beneficial to you. You can't be kept within the fund because you are forced to take the medical aid that the insurer is actually saying you will get, or the fund it's saying that you will lose should you leave our fund. You can't be held because of a funeral cover benefit that is attached to you retiring within the fund, and then you will get it post you retiring. You can purchase some of those products outside of that particular scheme or that particular employer, sometimes at even a much cheaper a premium that you would have been paying, even with that subsidy that's been set. So in summary of what I've just said, everyone should be given a freedom to choose the financial product or the insurer or the the way in which they want to access their money post their retirement.
Okay, so it's not enough to stay with my employer's pension fund, what you're saying, just because of a medical aid and a funeral cover as an example, and there's many others.
Yes.
But what you're saying is, if I sit with a financial advisor, I could look at other options, and you can't base it on those two things, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Njabulo, if you can just wrap up for us, I think Tony answered that one. Just wrap up for us now, post-retirement as well. What are clients looking for? So when they're purchasing a retirement annuity, right? Obviously, I mean, it's very simple. You're purchasing an annuity, and your only concern at that point is how much is it going to be paying me every month and for how long? What are some of the other factors, that clients might not consider? I mean, things like, protection of that capital as an example, or will my spouse get it? Just give us a few examples of some of the other things that clients should use to almost use it, as a criteria to compare which insurer will be able to meet my needs.
I like your response to your question because you've already addressed some of the points that you are asking. So, Lusanda, really, the responsibility of a financial advisor in the market, in society, in the industry, is to obviously make sure that the client, the retiree, is well informed, well educated, with all the options that are available at their disposal. And just to touch on a few, there is one called a living annuity. So if you decide to live your pension fund at work, and going to purchase what is called a living annuity, it's sort of like an investment vehicle. Money is going to be invested, and you are going to be then drawing down or drawing an income on a monthly basis. They allow you to withdraw either on a monthly basis, quarterly, half yearly, or once a year, and then you decide. But then again, as Tony alluded earlier, it's all regulated by the Pension Funds Act, that you are only able on a living annuity, able to withdraw between 2.5% and 17.5% per annum on whatever the capital of balance is at that point. So really, again, when money is in a living annuity, it means that it's invested in a particular fund, all right, with whatever financial services provider. And then also what you need to understand is that it's going to be market related. So there's no guarantee that your funds or money is going to be protected because it's going to be market related. So what you are withdrawing and what you are drawing down on a yearly basis, really you should try and balance with what the fund performance is. Generally, fund performances are between 6 and 9% on these living annuities. And if you are drawing down more than that, as far as 17%, it means that you are not giving your capital enough opportunity to sustain you for as long as possible. It means that it's going to deplete very quickly. In less than 10 years' time, you would have run out of funds and have no retirement funding. And then in this particular one as well, you can't guarantee the income. And if you have beneficiaries and you pass away with very little capital left, it means that your beneficiaries will only benefit from that particular amount. If you started off $1 million and you left with 100,000, they'll only receive 100,000 and split it according to the percentage you gave them. And then also, secondly, the other famous one is called a guaranteed life annuity. So in this particular life annuity is almost similar to these pension funds that are called a defined benefit when you are at your employer. So the difference between defined benefits and this guaranteed life annuity is that within the defined benefit, you are confined by the rules of that particular pension fund. So it's the similar rules across everybody. So whether you have financial dependence, whether you are married or not, whether you are healthy, whether your spouse has a medical aid, whether you don't have debt, whether you have debt, you're all confined by the same rules across. So that's where the disadvantage starts creeping in. And then with these traditional life annuities where you purchase it externally from your employer, you are able to create your own rules. You're able to decide what you're going to do with the capital. For instance, if I also noticed you touched on if you want to preserve or guarantee the capital. Let's say you walk out with R1 million and you want that R1 million to go back to your heirs or beneficiaries if you pass away at any given point. And other companies tell you that you'll only guarantee it for 5 years. But here you are able to guarantee it for 20 years, even beyond, depending on how you would like to structure it. Also, if you have a spouse, you are able to say, you know what, I have a spouse, they are financially dependent on my income, Lusanda. So if I pass away next year, 5 years' time, if my spouse is still alive, I'd like my spouse to continue receiving my income for life up until they pass away. And you are able to also make sure that the income you are receiving, you want to adjust it to be in line with the rate of inflation. So you don't want to receive the same income or an income that's going to increase below the rate of inflation, because you're not going to be able to cope with the demands as well as the increase in prices throughout your retirement. So really, you are able to design it anyhow you would like in order to fit your retirement goals, in order to fit your family size, in order to fit what you would like to achieve with the capital as well as your retirement. I hope it does sufficiently address the question, Lusanda.
Definitely. No, definitely it does. Thank you so much, gents. I think the purpose of our conversation today was really to make sure that, consumers understand the full picture, as they're still making a decision to maybe for the first time going to purchase a retirement annuity, understand the importance of having it, understand the logistics. I think we have a lot of platforms where we're able to get information on the technicalities in terms of what are the tax brackets, what are the products, what are the, in terms of like the living annuities, which we didn't even discuss. But I deliberately just wanted to concentrate on giving consumers that don't have access to that information just the basics. What am I looking for? Where do I buy it? Why do I need it? How early should I start? And I think we were able really to cover all of that. I think this went pretty well, gents. Well done to you. Thank you again, for your time. We know that it's difficult to get people of your caliber to sit down and have these conversations. But I do know, I think we deliberately asked you to because we know that it's a conversation that you are very passionate about. So thank you for your time. And you guys should have a great one. Any closing words of thank yous?
From my side, thank you so much. Thank you, Money Smart Week, for educating South Africa. This is needed. It needs to go beyond just a week. I think financial education is a well-needed thing, and as a company, we also have a division that speaks to just financial wellness of our consumers. So if all the insurance company or the industry at large can embark on this to take it a notch higher, just to make sure that it doesn't last this week, that we have this great initiative. We need to make it a point that it's something that happens as frequent as we can. We can't advise each other over braai and over a glass of wine, because what comes off our mouths after a glass of wine is not that sustainable most of the time. So we need to make sure that the people that knows the topics should make sure that it reaches the people that must hear what financial wellness is about.
Sure. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mngoni. Jabulo?
Lusanda, what a great discussion. So much of info and insights. And the questions were well on point. Really, thank you very much. And I believe whoever's going to be watching this webinar will receive a wealth of knowledge in terms of understanding some of the implications about the choices that they make, particularly regarding their retirement. And to obviously educate around what options there are, and also how long or how soon should you start saving for retirement. Extremely important, especially if you do have or you don't have a pension or provident fund. So we really discussed these topics at length. Really, thank you very much. It was great being part of this discussion, and thank you for hosting us. We're looking forward to more of these discussions in the near future. Thank you, Lysanda.
Definitely.
Awesome.
I think next time, between the two of you, you'll need at least 2 hours each. So I did try my best as well to keep to time. But yeah, like you said, Anthony, thank you to Money Smart Week. It's an amazing collaboration, an amazing concept, and it was only a privilege and an honor to be a part of it. And to everybody watching, thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, welcome to Money Smart Week. My name is John Manyike. I'm head of financial education at Old Mutual. And today we're going to talk all about the gig economy, side hustles, and why is it important, especially during a period where people are struggling financially to make ends meet, and struggling to pay off debt, and also struggling with savings. So we're going to look at how side hustles can actually help you to take control of your finances and to start creating wealth. Joining us today is Amanda, and she's going to tell us about her experience being a 9-to-5 person and also having a side hustle and how all that started. Very powerful story we're going to get from Amanda. Hi, Amanda, and thanks for joining us.
Hi, John. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So, Amanda, tell us about what you do in your 9-to-5.
Well, John, in my 9-to-5, I'm working in marketing space for a financial service organization. I look after sponsorship assets within group marketing. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, you have an amazing story about how, it all started, your side hustles. Tell us where it all began. When did it start?
Well, John, my side hustle was never planned, first of all. It's something that was obviously inspired by, being at home, having time to myself, I basically started off with cooking, with my passion. I love everything food related. So during the lockdown, I started, experimenting with cooking, and I basically opened up an Instagram page where I would share my meals. And there was then a lot of interest, from friends and colleagues, to a point where some of them encouraged me to cook for them. I experimented with that. And that was during the time when we were in the heavy lockdown. And fast forward to when I think was on level 11.4, when we could move around and all of that. So I then realized, I'm not going to have a lot of time, or enough time to cook. So I then transitioned into making sauces, which were part of my journey anyway. So part of me was like, why can't I, bottle these sauces? Because I couldn't imagine myself not cooking and not doing, the stuff that I was doing. So I was, again, trying to fill my time with, things that excite me, that make me happy, So it all started like that. And look where I am today.
So, looking back, you didn't have a side hustle before COVID, and sitting at home, not having much to do, you started having time with yourself, and boom, you realized the passion you had could actually be monetized. What would you say to a lot of people out there who have hobbies or interests or talents that they never explored? What would you say to them to encourage them based on what you've experienced with you now all of a sudden starting this sauce business?
Look, John, I think for me, the most important thing is the fact that if you realize that you have a passion, the best thing, I think, is the fact that it doesn't feel like work, So therefore, start, So I would encourage people to start. For me, starting, I know it's difficult to start. I'm not going to say it's easy, but the reason why sometimes it's difficult to start is because of the fear, If you can get over the fear part of it, everything else will start falling into place. So if you can start, that means committing to, to your side hustle. And also start because you want to enjoy it, you want to see it through, and the money thing falls into place, Yeah.
Talking about the money thing, you have a 9-to-5, and all of a sudden you've got another income stream through your sauce business, which started developing. How would you describe your relationship with money?
Fortunately, John, I have a good relationship with money. I believe in saving, I believe in being liquid. We live in a time where we've got so many responsibilities and not enough income. So my relationship with money is a good relationship, you know. I make sure that I save every month without fail. And I mean, banks these days can offer, you know, what do you call it? You can save without even looking at the money, taking the money yourself and putting into the savings account. You know, that transaction can be done automatically, you know, by the bank. So for me, the relationship with money is a big deal. To be able, I mean, there's a thing called black tax. You know, I'm sure you would understand that. So you know, we've got so many responsibilities, and therefore you know, you want to be able to provide, you know, not just for yourself, but for your extended family as well. So you don't want to be caught off guard.
Talking about the extended family, I mean, how did your side hustle all of a sudden, perhaps did it have any impact on your cash flow and your financial responsibility you had towards your immediate family? And possibly that family transfer. We don't call it black tax, but a family transfer. I mean, did this improve your cash flow and having to handle money in terms of all your financial responsibilities?
Yeah. Look, John, like I said, saving is a big part of it. So the idea is not to, when you receive money, is to spend it, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to see the growth. You know, you want to be able to point to something and say, this is what I did with my savings, you know. So that's the beauty about saving, is that at the end of the day, you can see your money grow, no matter how small or big, you know. But that enables you to plan, you know. Yeah. So if you're going to spend your money, your little money that comes in and out, then you won't see value in, you know. Yeah.
So did your side hustle? Did you feel that your side hustles gave you a boost to take control of your finances?
Absolutely. I think more than anything, for me, the confidence it gave me to, you know, it proved that I can actually do something with my time, first of all, and therefore I can save to, you know, towards things that I'd like to do, or, you know, towards my family. So there is obviously a boost, and obviously if you don't spend your money.
Yeah. So where do you see your side hustle going over the next couple of, or rather in the short term and long term? What are the new things? I mean, what's developing there? I mean, are you getting it bigger? How far is that?
The beauty about it right now is that it wasn't planned, so I now see the possibilities, you know. So, for example, I realized that the more quantities I produce, the more money I can make. So I also need to not just rely on the immediate family or friends. Now I can grow bigger, the scale bigger, you know. So what I did was to save the money so I can invest in for example, a blender, an industrial blender that can enable me to produce in bigger quantities. As scary as it sounded at the time, when I ordered this blender, I was told that during COVID it's difficult to get this thing over. But I was patient enough to wait, and it's been 3 months. Right now, I'm an owner of an industrial blender, you know, and a fridge.
That's powerful. That's powerful. I think one of the struggles of people who are thinking, where do they start? How do they start? Is perhaps maybe, copying ideas from other people and doing something that they don't love. And I think the unique thing about you is that this was your passion, something that you love, and you didn't feel that you were working, and all of a sudden you saw their potential. How would you, advise people who have talents or hobbies, or, they have a passion for something? What would you say to others to encourage them to explore some of these hobbies they have, to monetize it and potentially turn it into an alternative streams of income to give them control over their money and to tackle that and start creating wealth? What would your advice be?
For me, John, I think we live in a very exciting times. There's social media, there's information everywhere. I tell you now, I relied on social media. I looked at people that are doing the same thing, that I'm doing. You get inspiration from those people. You do your own research and find out about your industry. How are people doing, this thing that you want to do? So for me, first thing is educating yourself and getting the facts right, so that at least you make informed decisions. And secondly is to understand financial management. So when income comes in, no matter how small it is, how do I grow it in order for me to be able to grow this side hustle of mine? So it's those steps that you have to take and that lead to, I suppose, to bigger things.
Well, that's powerful. And I think what I'm learning from you today, Abanda, is like you've got two choices. Either you lament the fact that you don't earn enough, there's not enough increase, you've got more debts, or you can possibly stop, think, reflect on some of your hobbies that you can monetize and ultimately which become an alternative streams of income. It has worked for you. It has worked for many people around the world, to take control of their finances. Thank you for sharing your story, a very powerful story. I hope our viewers would learn something from there. And I think, what's the name of your business?
Freshly Sourced.
Oh wow! I think we must keep our eye on that.
Keep your eye on that.
I think this is definitely going somewhere. So congratulations on your newly found initiative, and hope it grows to become bigger. And who knows? Tomorrow you'll be having a whole corporate,
warehouse.
Warehouse, yeah, warehouse. That's the right word. Warehouse, and we'll be making appointments to actually come and see you and wait for 3 years. So thanks for sharing that, Amanda. Looking forward to that. And yes, and then I think for today, if you're watching this and you're thinking, what does this mean for you? I think this is definitely an encouragement to take control. I mean, this is something that could be within our control. It is definitely within our control, to do something about our finances. If there's not enough income, look at how you can do that so you can tackle that and start creating wealth. Thank you for watching. Till next time.
Welcome to Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. My name is Malsho Honologaza, a communication specialist from National Treasury. Today we'll discuss saving money and the challenges we face as South Africans in saving and creating a nation of savers. To learn more about why it's important to save, I have with me Tobeka Mandita from National Treasury in RSA Retail Savings Fund. Welcome, Tobeka.
Hi, Maleshonolo. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thanks. And how are you?
I'm good.
I think firstly, before we start, it's important to know what is saving.
Well, Maleshonolo, saving is the act of putting away money in its simplest form. So saving is just a matter of you setting aside money for either a certain goal or for an emergency or for whatever you want to achieve. So the act of saving is putting aside money instead of spending all of it. That is basically what saving is.
So are there any different types of saving? Can we say investment is part of that?
So there's a big difference, not so big. However, there is a difference between saving and investing. So saving, as I said, is putting away money. I like giving the example that if you had to just take money and put it underneath your bed or at a safe at home, that is the act of saving. You will tomorrow know exactly how much you have put in there. There will be no changes to that amount of money, right? So that is saving. You can save at a bank, for example, where you will earn a bit of interest, but usually that interest that you earn does not make your money grow substantially. So you would be able to sort of calculate how much you'd get tomorrow. You can, if you have put in 100 Rand today, the likelihood is that tomorrow it would still be 100 Rand or 102 cents with the bit of interest that the bank has given you. But saving does not necessarily protect you against inflation, and it also does not make your money grow. It would not make you, wealthy, for example. Investing, on the other hand, is putting your money away in investment instruments. Those could be anything like buying stocks and shares, buying government bonds, investing in tax-free savings accounts, where your money is not, immediately available, but because you invested in a certain product, you will have to wait for a longer period for it to be available to you, but it will grow substantially because you'd be earning interest. And you can pick products where you can save your money and it will be inflation protected, meaning if you have 100 Rand today and you invested for 5 years, you'd still be able to buy an item that is worth 100 Rand within that 5 years. So the main differences between saving and investing is that saving is you're putting aside money that can be available immediately to you, whereas investing, it's not immediately available and it can grow substantially.
As you said that with saving, the money may not grow above inflation. So in a case where I want the money to grow, what then do I do?
You would invest. That is the best you can do. You would take your money and invest it in products that would, grow your money. I mean, you would have to do substantial research in terms of which products are suitable for you, because there are different products in the market. When you look at financial institutions, they have a big range of products, from unit trust to shares, stocks, tax-free accounts. They are able to provide you government bonds. You can buy government bonds directly, from the government. So those are the kind of products that you can invest in, where you will be able to then grow your money.
I see there are a number of ways South Africans can save or invest their money. However, some research have indicated that number of South Africans who are actually saving remains low. What could be the reason?
The reason is mostly people do not understand the benefits of saving, whether that be the fact that at the moment there's a need for them to use that money and having to wait, put that money aside, having to wait and for them to buy at a later stage is not necessarily attractive because we are a generation of instant gratification. So when we want something, we want it now. The other reasons are that people do not understand that debt is more expensive than actually saving money. So that, state of instant gratification where a person wants something and they want it now, there's a lot of credit available, by credit providers, and you can get that. However, there's a lack of understanding that debt is more expensive and saving, would save you actually a lot more money. You'd spend less buying that item. But I have to say that there are other reasons, for example, lack of financial education that, contributes to South Africans not saving enough. And those who do try and save, there's also, things that discourage them. For example, the products in the market might be too complex for them to understand. And, you have to put in too much effort to try and understand the products you are trying to invest in or to save in. Some of the products or most products in the market, you have to pay fees. So the general notion is, why do I have to pay so much for you to save my money? So it's easier if I just use it now. So there's a wide range of reasons why South Africans don't save, but those are mainly some of the reasons.
So we can then say that some of the reasons could include the fact that there's a lack of knowledge about like saving and investing.
That's correct. There is a big gap where people do not have enough financial literacy to be able to make the better decisions, in terms of saving instead of taking out credit.
Toraga, please tell us, why is it important for South Africans to save?
It's very important for South Africans to save. For one, it puts you in a better financial position as a person when you are a saver, because you are able to save for emergencies. So you don't get thrown into situations where you will need to go and get debt when there is an emergency. The second reason is it's much cheaper to save than to be on debt or to take on credit. And also, COVID-19, the situation that we've been in has shown us a lot of reasons why people should save. I mean, we saw a situation where people lost their income and, if you are a saver, you are much more prepared for such situations. You are able to at least have income for, at the point where you have lost a bit of income, you are able to be prepared for that situation. And generally, creating a nation of savers will be good, because if all of us save, we'll be in a better position to be able to make better financial decisions. And that's why it's very important for South Africans to save.
I completely agree with you there. I mean, COVID-19 lockdown affected a lot of people. Could we then say that for those who were then saving then, who had invested, were not really hard hit by the lockdown?
I wouldn't necessarily say not hard hit, but I think they could have been in a position that is, much better than those who were not saving, because they were able to, reach into that savings pocket and, close the gap where they have lost the income. Unlike the others who were not savers and they, were living hand to mouth, and once you lose that income, you have nowhere else to reach for, any other income or for any other money, for you to be able to survive. So they were in a slightly better position than the ones who were not saving.
Saving. Okay, let me take you back a little. You spoke of RSA, retail savings bonds. So could you please tell us What is it exactly, and how can this help a man on the street in their saving and investing journey?
So I mentioned RSA retail bonds, when we were talking about how people can access government bonds as part of, the many products that people can go and, start investing. So RSA retail bonds is a financial product. It's a government bond that's offered by the National Treasury. And one of its objectives, why it was introduced, it was to encourage South Africans to save. It was to try and get the population and the general public to have better access to, participating in buying government bonds and showing that you can have a wider variety where you can start saving in products or investing in products where you don't pay fees, where your money is guaranteed, and because the general public is generally, scared of losing their money. So this is why RSA retail bonds was created, and introduced to the public to say, here is a way that you can, use to start your journey of investing, where you do not have to have the fear of losing your money and you do not have to pay fees. So you can start here. And this will then, allow you to learn more about how to invest and get you into the habit of saving. And then you can start then exploring and then diversifying your portfolio. That is why retail bonds exist.
Also, people who are listening to you right now, and they would really like to get rid of their debt so that they can start saving or investing, what are the top tips that you would give them?
I would basically say to our audience that start. So the fundamental thing when it comes to saving is to start. You might have debt. It might seem like it's a lot for you to to try and save while you are in debt, but the main objective is to start. You can start with as little as you can, with as little money as you can, but start. I would say to the audience, draw up a budget. It might be discouraging sometimes that you draw up a budget, but at the end of the day, you don't keep to that budget. But remember, you need to create the habit of, it's a new journey for you, for example. So you have to create that habit, and eventually you'll get to a point where you stick to that budget. And it's important to have in your budget before all your other expenses, a pay yourself first item. And that pay yourself first item is that portion of money that you are going to save. Whether you're going to save it for an emergency, you're going to save it for your, retirement, for your child's education, whatever your goal may be. But put that list on your budget. That must be the first item. And don't be discouraged. Continue doing your budget. The next thing I would say is that it's so important, especially for parents and for all of society, to teach children how to save. It's very important to start early. I mean, it's never too late to start, but it's very important that we teach the young ones how to start saving, so that they can get into the habit, and when they are adults, it will just come as second nature to them to continue saving. But it's very important to know that saving requires patience and it requires frequency. So you have to be committed, to creating this habit of saving, and get enough information. Do not be scared of entering the world of investing. There's a wide range of products out there. There's a wide range of information out there for you to dig in and start investigating and reading about financial literacy, about products, about how you can invest, and do not have the fears that I might lose my money, I'm paying too many fees. There's a wide range of products out there that can start you in this journey of saving. So those are the tips that I would have for our listeners.
Okay, thank you so much, Tabeka, for the information and the tips. I myself have learned a lot. I do hope that South Africans are also taking in some tips and they'll start saving. As Tabeka said, what's important is to start. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Michael Tsekiso from JA South Africa, and welcome to Money Smart Week. Our theme for 2021 on Global Money Week is taking care of yourself and taking care of your money. In line with this theme, as JA South Africa, we have identified My Money Biz as a program to educate our young nation about the importance of savings. Money is not static. It can increase and decrease in value over time. By the end of this particular section, I think you will need to understand that money can grow over time if it is invested where it can earn interest or a return, sometimes also called rent. And then also you should know that what appears to be out of reach today, for example, further education, a car, a computer, can be obtained in the future if you save and invest wisely. Thirdly, when you think about saving, you need to think about inflation as well, because inflation can make money lose value. Questions that can come with regard to savings. One reason people save is to get enough money to pay for something they want. What are the other reasons for savings? We save because we want to cater for the human needs. Human needs are physiological, life basic needs like food, water, and shelter. These are tangible and external. And then, of course, there are other 4 levels of physiological or emotional needs that we also need to cater for. And these are mostly internal and intangible. The second question, what are the problems one can face when you're not saving? You will end up going into debt if you haven't saved any money. Expenses will come up and you won't have the money to pay for them. So you will either have to charge it on a credit card or get a loan from a bank. Now, the most important thing, again, that needs to be considered, the 2 concepts that are important to understand in order to make the right saving decisions for yourself as a person. The first one is rate of return. This is the return net gain or loss of an investment over a specified time period, expressed as a percentage of the investment initial cost. The second aspect is compounding. What do we mean by compounding? This is the process in which an asset earnings from either capital gains or interest are reinvested to generate additional earnings. Now, a challenge to you on savings. You need to decide on an amount of money you will save each week for the coming year. It can be as low as high as you want, but it should be an amount you know you will be able to save every week. This is a personal decision, and it is an important one to make now. You will need to find a place to keep your savings. What is available to you will depend on your particular country. You may also need to open a savings account. If possible, find a financial institution that will give you some interest on your money so that you can have the benefits of compounding. And that was all for budgeting and saving. Hope you enjoy your Money Smart week, and please spend smart and do some savings to save for future.
So far, we've looked at insurance as a need and explored various insurance products available to you. The next part of our Streetwise Finance journey looks at what happens when you sign up for insurance. The first step is to make sure that you receive a policy document when you register. Secondly, you should also keep your welcome letter, as it will have contact details to reach out to if you have any questions. The third step is to go through your policy wording, which includes general terms and conditions that outline the following: when your insurance starts and stops, when premiums are payable, and what happens when premiums are not paid, the excess amount and when it is payable, as well as everything that is covered by the policy, including how to claim. Your policy wording will also outline what to do if you disagree with how a claim is handled, providing you with details of the Ombudsman and the compliance officer if a complaint is not handled to your satisfaction. All other information should be included, along with your grace period or waiting period and your policy number. Lastly, and most importantly, a certificate of insurance will be included. This is proof that you're insured, so you should keep it somewhere safe. Our fourth step encourages you to familiarize yourself with the list of things that are not covered in your policy. These are your exclusions and exceptions, including intentional damage or loss, false claims, misleading information provided that impacts your risk assessment, normal wear and tear, and damages or injuries from before the policy was issued. Other exclusions include war and riot risks, and damage resulting from illegal activities. The exclusions and exceptions specific to your policy may vary. Remember, knowledge is the key to unlocking the best from your insurance policy. In our next part, we'll have a look at rights and responsibilities of both the insurance company and the customer. Let's go.
My name is Ursula Malemo Molife. I'm a financial planner. I have been in the industry for the past 14 years. And my passion is to help people build wealth and reach financial freedom. Where are you financially? Are you happy with the savings that you have? Are you happy that you have killed the debt that you have always wanted to kill? So today I'm just going to be explaining what you need to do in order to get the financial literacy skills that will help you build the wealth and reach financial freedom. The benefits of having financial literacy skills is that you'll be able to navigate through your finances and make good financial decision for yourself in the future, where this will help lead you to being financially free in no time. Having a budget for yourself is one of the most important financial literacy skills that you need to have. So many people have a stigma around budgeting. They say it's too much work, it's overwhelming. But one thing I can tell you is that if you fail to budget, you plan on staying poor. I also didn't budget when I started working, and the end results was not good because I ended up getting into debt. I think most people, the reason that they don't budget is because money was never taught at school. Our first experience with money is when we get to our first job. That's when we start learning about money, and as a result, we don't have a budget. The first thing you need to do is track your expenses. Look at the last 6 months of where you have been spending your money. That's what I did for myself when I really wanted to create a budget for myself. And the second thing that I did is create a personal income statement, which was, it helped me to recognize my income and my expenses. And the third thing that I did was to differentiate between the needs and the wants. It's very important with all the media, social media, with all the advertising and everything, you know, they're working on your psychology, and you tend to confuse your wants and your needs. So it's very important to be honest with yourself to know what are your needs or your wants. And the seasonal expenses. Once a year you buy winter clothes. Once a year you buy tires. So you need to plan for those seasonal expenses and ensure that they are within your budget, so that when they come along already you have planned for them. If you do that, you will create a nice budget which you can review on a monthly basis, and you are on your. This is the first step to financial freedom, because now you have a way forward in terms of how you have built your budget and how you're gonna spend your money. The second thing that I want to discuss is getting out of debt. You need to get out of debt and stay out of debt, because debt will rob your future income today. It is something that compounds negatively for you. There's compounding interest that is positive. Debt is a compounding interest that works out negatively for you. So you need to get out of debt if you want to create wealth. In order for you to get out of debt, you need to get the extra money out of your income. You can get the extra money through, if you go through your wants and your needs, eliminate the takeaways, the coffees, you will see that there's extra money that you have within your budget. And if that doesn't work, maybe you can start selling something for extra money. You know, there's Avon, there's Tupperware, people are selling a whole lot of things. I remember I used to sell dolls so that I can make extra income. So that will help you to get extra income, so we can attack the debt The second thing that you need to do is list all your debt. And the most expensive debt is the one that you list first. And expensive debt is your credit card, your personal loans, your store cards. Those are the debts that you need to eliminate first. Then your car, then your mortgage. Just because the home loan is 20 years, it doesn't mean that you have to pay it over 20 years. You can shorten up the period. It's not an obligation that it has to be 20 years. So what you do is that you list all the expensive debt, and from the extra money that you got on your budget from the takeaways, the coffees, or the extra money that you made from selling, it could help you now to start putting extra towards the most expensive debt. And once you're done with the first debt, you go to the second one, then you go to the next one. That's how you do it up until you eliminate the most expensive debts, which is the credit card, the store cards, and the personal loans. Then after you have eliminated those, then you can add extra money towards your car so that you can finish paying it off quicker. Then the next step is now you are killing your bond with the extra money that you were paying in the other debt. Then that's the last debt that you attack. Then once you finish paying off your debt, then you are closer. You are 2 steps closer to getting to financial freedom. So I will move on to the third skill that could help you reach financial freedom, which is building an emergency fund. You need to prepare yourself for winter, because winter comes to anyone, and no one is protected from the winter of life. So you need to prepare yourself. And how you can prepare yourself from that is that when you have finished paying your most expensive debt, you can now look at look at your budget and allocate some money to an emergency fund. Well, the ideal, the aim is that you must at least have save 10% of your income towards an emergency fund. That is the ideal situation, but it doesn't have to be that way. If you can only contribute less, it's still fine. And have a target goal. Normally, 6 months of your monthly expenses, it's the right amount to save. It will give you breathing space should you lose your job, should anything happen that needs money. At least it will give you breathing space to start building it again. And with emergency money, you need to find an investment that is secured. It's not an investment that you can put into a risky environment like shares or anything. You need to find low risk investment platform where you can put your emergency money. And you need to stay focused up until you reach that amount that you have set for yourself, which is 6 months of your monthly expenses, in order to reach that. And if once you build your emergency fund, you are 3 steps closer to reaching financial freedom. And now we're going to move to the 4th step, you starting to invest. Investing is the key to building wealth. Now you're on the last step where you're really looking at your assets, creating assets for yourselves. And one thing about investing, as an individual, you need to educate yourself on the investment products that are out there. That we've got property, we've got unit trusts, we've got ETFs, which is exchange traded funds. We have Bitcoin. You need to educate yourself in all the investments that are available to us. And And do not invest in something that you don't understand. If you don't understand anything, rather get a financial advisor who's going to help you understand how an investment works. It's always better to invest in something that you understand. And also, when you are investing, you need to be aware what kind of risk are you willing to take as a person. You know, shares are very risky, but they also give you the best rewards. But if you are that person who panics when the market goes down, maybe shares is not the right investment for you. You can look also at investing at property, because also there is high growth, there is a moderate growth when it comes to property. It's still a good investment that you can get. And investing is a long-term journey. You can never build wealth in a period of 5 years. It's a longer period. It's a period of 10 years. You build wealth over time. I've got a friend who's buying houses, and they are part of her investment portfolio. So what she has told me is that currently she's just buying and paying off the expenses, and she's not making any money as yet. But you know, in 10 years' time, she would have finished the debt, and now the money will be coming to her. So when it comes to investing, you need to be patient, because it's a long-term game. It's never short-term. You know, if somebody comes to you and tells you that you can double your money within a period of 3 years, you must know it's fraud. They are trying to defraud you of your money, because investing is long-term. It's never short-term. Those are the 4 financial literacy skills, and once you have started your investment, you are building your wealth, and your financial freedom is very near. So those skills, in order to achieve those skills, it's also a mindset game, because you have to work on your discipline, you have to work on you have to be patient, you have to be consistent. That's the only way you can actually get to financial freedom. It's more like when you are on a diet. If you are on a diet, you need to consistently choose the right food for yourself. You need to consistently exercise. So I like comparing financial literacy and financial freedom, the road to that, to be more like when you are on a diet, because it's the same process. You have to be disciplined. It's a long-term thing. And once you get those skills right and you are disciplined, you will be financially free. Hopefully, you don't have to work again in your life, because your assets will be generating money. And that's the point that we want to get you at. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Kagiso from Cryptosphere, and today I have a very educational pack for you on digital currencies. So let's get started. Today, you might know some of the terms that I bring up. If you do, that's great. If you don't, that's what I'm here for, to educate you. So, cryptocurrencies, what are they? Where did they come from? Blockchain technology. Wallets, mining, what are those? Welcome to the exciting world of digital currencies. So, let's get started. Today's objectives. Number 1 is to familiarize yourself with cryptocurrencies so that you can name at least one more than the one we all know. Number 2 is to understand how cryptocurrencies can make you money and how you can lose money. I know you guys are excited for that one. Number 3 is to understand the benefits and the risks of cryptocurrencies. Today, some of the topics we're going to touch on: cryptocurrency basics, technology introduction, investment introduction, the risks and the benefits of cryptocurrency. So let's get going. What is a cryptocurrency, you may ask? That's a great question. A cryptocurrency is a digital asset designed to work as a medium of exchange. A cryptocurrency's value is not determined by a central bank. So it's not determined by the Reserve Bank, by one of the banks that you know, etc. It is stored on the blockchain network that is decentralized. The term decentralized means that it is not held in a single point. It is held within a network of nodes. Cryptocurrencies are digital money. The money that we use every day is called fiat money. So the cash that you use, the banknotes, the coins, etc., that is fiat money. We use those every day and those are physical. Cryptocurrencies are digital. This money is supposed to be secure from external influence, i.e. political influence. It does not matter who is the president, who is the mayor, what happened in the weather, what happened, etc. That currency is supposed to be secure from that influence. Cryptocurrencies are a fast and seamless means of exchange on a global scale. So whether you're transacting in China, whether you're transacting in Europe, in America, it doesn't really matter. You can be in South Africa and transact with people all around the world. They are private and anonymous enough to serve as a means of payment in a retail sector. As you may have seen, in certain countries, there are crypto ATMs whether you're withdrawing Bitcoin, whether you're withdrawing Ethereum, etc., you may see some of these pop up at malls. At the same time, they are also anonymous on the other end enough for criminals to use them in the black market. So it's good and bad. I'll name a few examples of cryptocurrencies, other than the one that you know, the big boy, Bitcoin. Bitcoin was released back in 2009. So all the way back then, it feels like it was a lifetime ago. Bitcoin's market cap is almost at $900 billion. That tells you how huge that coin is. It is used all over the world for things, all sorts of things, such as buying on e-commerce sites, paying for petrol, buying for all sorts of retail on e-commerce websites, etc. Ethereum. Ethereum is the second biggest. Ethereum was released in 2015. Ethereum has a current market cap that is almost at $200 billion. Again, sounds like a lot of money. People use it all over the world. It has its own benefits. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, they all have their own benefits and cons. Cardano. Cardano was released in 2015. So that's fairly recent, however, still a long time ago. It has a market cap of almost $40 billion. Litecoin, which is another old school cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin. It has a current market cap of just above $10 billion. What is a blockchain? You heard me mention a blockchain earlier. Now let's get into it. We'll try to stay away from the super technical aspects so that you can get all of the understanding of what I'm trying to give to you. A blockchain is an incorruptible digital ledger that can be programmed to record any kind of transaction between people of anything of value / important. So whether it be a transaction between two people in cryptocurrencies, whether it be a transaction within data, whether it be a transaction within real estate, etc. There's a lot of things that blockchain can do. I would advise that you go and do your research and learn everything you can learn about blockchain and be amazed. There is no centralized location for this information for a hacker to attack. So with other forms of information, let's say in a centrally stored financial institution, that hacker can just hack that financial institution and get the information that they need. The data is accessible by anyone within that trusted network, as it is hosted on various computers. So I can have one, my friend can have one, another friend can have one. However many people are in the network, 10, 50, 100, a million people within that network. Blockchain technology has its own built-in robustness, meaning by storing blocks that are identical within the blockchain, it cannot be accessed or vulnerable from a single point. Hence, it has no single point of failure. It is not controlled by a single entity, such as a reserve bank, as I mentioned earlier, and at the same time, it has its own set-in sense of consensus. What is a consensus? A consensus is the self-auditing and regulating system within that ecosystem. So that consensus will continue to monitor that everything is working correctly within that blockchain. There is such things as the SHA-256. You may need to do your research on the type of consensuses that they are, because every single cryptocurrency may use its own consensus. It depends on the pros and the cons of that consensus for that blockchain. What is a wallet? I know what you're thinking. Not the wallet that you keep in your pocket, not this. This is very cool, and we all have one of these, and we keep our money that we use every single day in it, but not this wallet. Let me introduce you to a new kind of wallet. A wallet is a software program that stores private and public keys and interacts with various blockchains so that users can transact cryptocurrencies within each other, and at the same time be able to check how much cryptocurrency they have at a specific time. When a person sends a cryptocurrency to another person, if I'm sending one blockchain to my friend, he has a wallet at the same time with a public and a private key, as do I. So when I send that cryptocurrency to him, whether it be one blockchain, whether it be one piece of Ethereum, whether it even be a part of a blockchain. Those public and private keys have to match, firstly mine and his, for that transaction to happen. This is known as a push mechanism. I will refer to that later on. But basically, once I've made that transaction, I've given up ownership of that piece of that Bitcoin. And once it hits his wallet, he takes ownership of that piece. There are various types of wallets other than the leather wallet that you have in your pocket. There are cold wallets, which are offline wallets. There are hot wallets, which are known as online wallets. There are physical wallets. There are mobile wallets. There are desktop wallets. There are online web wallets. All of these wallets have their pros and their cons, depending on what type of wallet you would like to use. Now we get to the interesting part. A few ways that people can make money from cryptocurrency investment. So I'm going to use a term that you may have never heard before. It's HODL. I'll spell it out for you, it's okay. HODL is holding on for dear life. To HODL means to invest in a cryptocurrency at a certain period. Let's say I invested it in 2021, and to hold that cryptocurrency and wait for it to moon. To moon is to wait for it to price to go up exponentially. So if I'm waiting for the price to go up, I'm waiting for the price to go up 10%, 20%, 30%. That'll take a long amount of time, whether it be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. The point of this strategy is to hold on to that coin for an extended period of time, because that coin continues to gain in value every year and every month, etc. So if I get rid of that coin next month, that coin can continue to increase in value the next month, and the next month, and the next month. It's a long-term strategy. As with all things, when you put your money into them, it always pays to do your due diligence. Research, take your time, know everything about a coin, know who makes that coin, know the uses of that coin, know how that coin can affect your life, and why you would want to invest in that coin. The second strategy is the swing trade. The swing trade uses the principles that we may have heard before of day trading. So, buy low, sell high. You've heard many people shouting that over the years. Buy low, sell high on the stock markets. That is basically what they do in swing trading. However, in swing trading on cryptocurrencies, the margins are much smaller. So the time periods we're using are normally a day or two, because of the volatility of cryptocurrencies. A cryptocurrency can go up 10% today, down 10% the next day. So we're using that volatility to our advantage over a shorter period of time if we're using that strategy. Compared to if we're using, let's say, a Forex or a stock. Those are influenced by external influences. So those can be influences by global macro events and global events. If the president changes, the dollar can go down or the rand can go down. So those take time compared to a cryptocurrency, which can go up or down depending on how people feel about that cryptocurrency this week or this day. All of these strategies take research, because a swing trade is more about identifying medium-term trends through technical analysis. The third way that people make money through cryptocurrency is investing in an ICO. What is an ICO, you may ask? An ICO is an initial coin offering. So practically, let's say I have a coin named the KG coin, and I would like investors to come in early in that coin. I invite them early on within that coin to invest at a discounted rate in the hopes that over a period of time, that investment that they made will continue to grow and grow and grow. This can be a very profitable way of getting a return on investment. However, it was also very dangerous because a coin can appear one day and disappear the next. So you need to do a lot of research in what the coin does, who is running the coin, who developed the coin, what is the uses of the coin, the name, etc. So again, you are invested in that coin. It is your money. You must know everything about that coin. So, the life cycle of a cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies usually have a life cycle which you can plot. However, other cryptocurrencies have their own life cycle. I'm not saying that they're all going to go this way. In the beginning, there is the accumulation phase. The accumulation phase is basically in the beginning where cryptocurrency starts to get traction and it starts to get notoriety from people and starts to gain pace. Whether it develops certain use cases, whether people know that they can use it on e-commerce sites, whether the people know that they can use it for smart contracts, etc. That is the accumulation phase. Then there's the mark-up phase. The mark-up phase is usually when even the layman investor starts to see that a cryptocurrency is starting to gain pace and gain value. So a cryptocurrency can go up 5, 10, 15%, and people will start to be like, okay, I also want to be on this gravy train. And I want to get as much out of this gravy train as possible. Then we get to the next stage, the top. The top is where all of us hope to be. The top of the mountain, the top of the iceberg. The top is where the most amount of value out of this coin has been received. So a coin can go from being a non-existent coin to having grown to 100% increase, 150, 200, 300% increase. That is the very peak of the cryptocurrency. The distribution phase. This is usually the phase where the knowledgeable investors will begin to sell off their currency because they are aware of the fact that the currency is starting to go down. Whether it's going down from the use case being irrelevant, whether it's going down from a fork, whether it's going down from another currency doing what it does, there's various reasons why it may start to go down. Even from people not liking the currency anymore and not using it anymore, it may start to go down. Then it's the markdown phase. The markdown phase is basically when a currency decides to start losing a lot more value. So this is where normally the layman investor starts to get caught. If I'm a layman, because I may not have done my research or know how to identify the trends or know how to see when the markdown is coming, then is when the money decides to start running out on the crypto. So as with any kind of investment, as I'm saying, you need to research and know what point you're getting in, what point you're getting out. Because your return can be defined by what point you get in and what point you get out. Buy low, sell high is the principle of investment. We won't get into too many investment principles. Why you should learn about cryptocurrencies. The cryptocurrency is decentralized. It is yours, this is your asset. You own it. Just owning something is great. Owning something that is, you can see every single day. You can see it growing. You can see it going down. You can see it making movements, and you are emotionally and financially invested in that cryptocurrency. Fraud. So, cryptocurrencies are digital and cannot easily be counterfeited or reversed by a sender. Unlike other forms of financial transaction, where a transaction can be reversed at a certain point or can be counterfeited, like people can counterfeit the money that we use every single day, especially the paper money that we use. A cryptocurrency is digital and is very hard to counterfeit. Identity theft. I'll use an example of a credit card. When you use a credit card with a merchant, whether it be Pick and Pay, whether it be whatever e-commerce site that you're using it with, you give that merchant information to your credit history. You're giving them your credit identity as well. So with a cryptocurrency, as I said earlier, the push mechanisms only give off the vital amount of information needed to create that transaction. So once that transaction is done, we're done. I give you my public key, the private keys can match. Once we're done, we're done. Access to everyone. As we know, there are billions of people all over the world that have access to mobile phones and the internet, but do not have a bank account, do not have a credit card, do not have none of those things. So they are outside of the traditional banking system. These people need to be included within the traditional banking system in some way. Cryptocurrencies can help with that. Cryptocurrencies can be on your mobile phone. You can transact on your mobile phone with your friend. You can transfer, you can transact with, as I said, in an ATM, in a mall. You don't need to go specifically to the bank, which is an intermediary. There are companies out there such as M-Pesa, which is a mobile money transfer platform in South Africa, which currently have Bitcoin functionality. So it started off as a normal fiat currency, cash, transacting between each other in normal currency. Now they saw that a lot of people needed to be included because they were previously excluded. So people transact in Bitcoin on M-Pesa. There are many places that you can transact in Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency. Lower fees. This is one of the favorites. When you're transacting between banks, if I'm let's say, in a bank to a standard bank, there's a transaction fee for transacting one between those banks and across banks. So imagine if I could walk up to you and just give you the money in general. You wouldn't have to pay a transaction fee for me handing the money to you, right? With cryptocurrencies, you can have no transaction fees between transactions. You can have a zero transaction fee between two users. However, to add this point, most people use a third party, which is an exchange. They will transact through an exchange. So that exchange will be an intermediary within that transaction. So that intermediary, being the exchange, there are various out there. You can do your research and find an exchange that is good for you, can charge various transaction fees. Whether it be 0.5%, whether it be 1%, whether it be 2%, it all depends on the exchange. So, what do you need to know about the cryptocurrency market? The cryptocurrency market can be fast and wild. It's a very, very new market. People lose money every day, gain money every day. Nearly every single day, cryptocurrencies are born and others die. Early adopters make money and others lose money. Every single day, you can transact with a cryptocurrency and lose money with that cryptocurrency because you should have held it. Every cryptocurrency comes with a promise to change the world every single day. The markets can be dirty, but if you do your research and you make sure that you know what you need to know before putting your money into the market, you can make a feasible return off these markets. None of these consequences and bad risks that I told you change the fact that cryptocurrencies are here for a very long time. We need to learn how to deal with cryptocurrencies and use them to our advantage. We need to learn how to transact between each other with these tools to be able to include people that were previously excluded. Cryptocurrencies have the potential to change the world. Cryptocurrencies have the potential to include places of the world that banks and central governments may not be able to reach. Cryptocurrencies have the ability to basically do all sorts of things. You can see the excitement on my face of thinking about the things that they could do. Even institutional investors, some of the biggest institutional investors, like JP Morgan, etc., have already started investing in cryptocurrencies because prior, they may have not known all they needed to know about it, and hence they were hesitant. But as people continue to use it and more use cases are created, more adoption will be used, which is a good thing for all of us, honestly. So for this next section, I'd like to introduce my partner, Max. So, hi, Max.
Hi, how's it going, Kagiso?
I'm good, and you, fam?
Yeah, good, man.
So, Max, imagine this. A friend of yours comes to you and tells you, yes, you have the opportunity, a great, wonderful opportunity, like they want you to dance and everything,
yes,
to invest your hard-earned money into a new cryptocurrency or a cryptocurrency mining package. And with that investment, that upfront investment, you will see a return of 100% or more in a 7-week period, or in a 7-day period, actually.
Okay.
So do you think that that type of investment would be a smart investment for you to make with your money?
Like, it's a no-brainer because I'll be getting a 100% return on my investment. So it's a no-brainer. Most definitely, I will invest with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So that makes sense. 100% in 7 days, right? That makes sense. You'd be dancing and singing. Anybody would jump at that opportunity, right?
Yeah, most definitely.
All right. Thanks, Max. Good luck with your investment.
Okay, thanks.
So, the saying usually goes, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. The last scenario with my friend Max was a prime example of a scam that is used to lure people into making bad investments. These scams are counting on the fact that people are out here to make quick and easy money. Because making 100% investment and making 100% return on your investment in a week, there are very few people that wouldn't take that opportunity. These are the type of things that you need to watch out for and do your research. Because if you do not do your research, you will also fall prey to these scams. It does not matter where you come from, your background, how smart you are. These type of things can catch anybody. It doesn't matter how much time you think you spent in this thing. It doesn't matter how much returns you've made previously. This kind of thing can catch you. You may not be alone. But if you do your research, there are ways to see these kind of things. Some of the ways that you can identify scams. 1, unrealistic claims. So, as in the previous example, I told Max that he could get 100% return on his investment in a week. That should sound fishy to Max. He should ask me, how should I get 100% return in 1 week? It sounds too good to be true. Secondly, multi-level marketing. We've all seen multi-level marketing in action. If I get my friend to get his friends, to get their friends, to get their friends to invest in something, multi-level marketing should sound fishy to you. It's one of the prime examples of a facet of a scam. Once a cryptocurrency does not have a white paper, which is a technical analysis of what that cryptocurrency is, what it plans to do, who created that, who's in the team that created that, then you know that you're in for a rough one. Building on that, ghost team members. Team members of a project that you cannot find, you cannot name, they have not mentioned themselves, not even a single person that is responsible for that project has been named, should be a red flag to you. Another thing that you need to be aware of as well, example, is Bitcoin investment packages. Whether they come as Bitcoin mining packages, whether they come as Bitcoin stokvel schemes, etc. Something that is a package and is packaged to you as something that you need an upfront fee and you're going to get a return at a certain period in a short period of time, you need to be aware of. If they don't allow you to do the research on that issue, then there's a problem with that. If they do not allow you to look into that project, then there should be a problem with that. If it's a well-known cryptocurrency such as a Bitcoin, you should be able to find that information on the internet. You should be able to do your due diligence. Because one of the things about the market is that no one is going to hold your hand when you're investing in something. Just as anything else, no one is going to hold your hand. The final decision should be yours, whether you're investing in something. You can trust in someone else, but how much can you trust people with your money? So, what did we learn today? 1, cryptocurrencies are digital assets which are stored on the blockchain. These cryptocurrencies are used as a means of exchange and transaction. There are various cryptocurrencies, not just the one we all know being the Bitcoin, that can be stored in the digital wallet. So you learned about all the forms of wallets that there are compared to your leather wallet. Even though your leather wallet is still very useful. Do not lose that. 3, do your research. I cannot state this enough. Do your research. Take the time to put in the effort if you want the returns. That is basically it. In anything that you want to put your money in, do your research. Because no one is going to do that research for you to the point that you feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable, either pull out or do more research. Again, go with the saying, if it's too good to be true, then it probably is. Set realistic goals. These goals should be realistic when you're investing. Whether you're expecting to make a return over a year, 5 years, 10 years, 1 day, 2 days, set a realistic goal. You cannot expect to make 1,000% or to get rich instantly of cryptocurrencies. Yes, people have got rich. Yes, people have gone broke. 2 sides to every coin. So do your research. Take your time. So, as we close, I'll leave you with something to think about and something for us to discuss. Vusi, or you, put yourself in Vusi's shoes, has 100,000 Rand. He would like to invest in an alternative investment. So Vusi looks around at his options, he looks around at fixed deposits, he looks around at putting it in real estate, he looks around at many things. And he decides that putting it in a cryptocurrency is what suits him. I would like you to, whether you're asking me or you ask yourself, what are some of the questions that Vusi should ask himself before making his investment in the crypto market? Whether it is knowing what the crypto is, whether it is knowing what the crypto does, whether it is knowing what his returns would like to be. Those are just a few hints that I gave you. You can ask yourself even more questions than that because you would know, because since you're in Vusi's shoes. Just imagine that. So, I'm assuming that you had as much fun as I had presenting this to you, and I'm hoping that you're as intrigued and as excited about cryptocurrencies as we are, because there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to gain. We need to do a lot of research, and if you have any questions that you would like to ask us, you can email us or you can hit us in the chat, and we'll get back to you on those questions.
Thanks to Cryptosphere for the crash course on cryptocurrency. Still coming up is Satrix, who will take the conversation of savings further with tax-free savings. Finance Jim on the state of South Africa's consumer finance, and Women Business Achiever on how to balance your personal and business finances.
Molweni, igama lam nguDuma Mxenge, ndiyi-Business Development Manager eSatrix. uSatrix lishishini enqenqeza phambili kwi-index tracking, kwaye siyaziqhenya ngokubambisana no-Money Smart Week 2021. Khe sifumane ithuba lokucacisa ukuba yintoni i-Exchange Traded Funds, ngamanye amazwi i-ETFs. Uzikhetha njani, uzidibanisa njani kwiportfolio yakho, njengomntu oneenjongo zokukhulisa ingxowa yakho ekuhambeni kwexesha. Namhlanje ndizokwenza i-crash course kwi-Exchange Traded Fund, ngamanye amazwi ETF. I-ETF yindlela elula yokuinvesta ixesha elide. I-ETF zitrada kwi-stock exchange, zifana nqwa ne-shares. Umahluko, i-ETF yibhaskithi yee-shares zekhampani ezilistiweyo kwi-Johannesburg Stock Exchange, ngamanye amazwi i-JSE. I-ETF njengoba besenditshilo sithengiswa kwi-stock exchange, kodwa i-account yakho uyivula kwi-broking platform njenge-Satrix Now. I-ETF investment ene-high risk, ixabiso layo le-investment inako unyuka nokuhla, kodwa ekuhambeni kwexesha ixabiso le-portfolio yakho izokhula. I-ETF ziyakwazi ukubhatala i-dividends kumtyalimali. Ezi dividends zivela kulaa baskithi ye-shares zekhampani onazo kwiportfolio yakho. Kubalulekile ndigxininise le ngongoma. I-ETFs yi-investment ene-high risk, ixabiso layo le-investment inako ukunyuka nokuhla, kodwa ekuhambeni kwexesha ixabiso leportfolio lakho iyakhula. I-ETFs zifanele abatyalimali abayaziyo le nto ndithethayo.
Ivan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, my brother. I can't complain. It's a sunny day, Nelspruit. Nothing much to complain about.
Thank you very much for joining us, Ivan. So as you know, we're going to be celebrating Money Smart Week South Africa in the coming weeks. And we as the finance team have decided to run a couple of virtual interviews where we're going to be talking about different topics around financial literacy in South Africa. So thank you very much for joining us. As some of you may know, Ivan is a very well-known financial literacy micro-influencer. Many of you will have seen him run campaigns. He's got a very popping YouTube channel, and he's very active on Instagram and Twitter, where he's often educating different people on their finances, particularly students, right, Ivan?
Yeah, mostly students. That's my target audience.
Yeah. So the questions that we've got are about South Africa as a whole. We're going to be looking at the state of SA consumer finances. And essentially, we just want to ask a couple of questions and hear your views on what you've got to say as we celebrate Global Money Smart Week. And as we particularly celebrate Money Smart Week here in South Africa, we want to talk on a couple of subjects that touch the average South African and what they need to know around their finances. So without further ado, Ivan, I'm going to ask you, lower disposable income mixed with a very non-existent culture of saving, investing and long-term financial planning has resulted in nearly half of our population having a much lower proclivity to save. Looking at this context, where do you think the root cause of financial literacy lies in our country?
See, a question that you're asking is one I would like to break it down to three aspects. Well, I think it touches on three aspects which are very important. Number one is budgeting, which takes into account income. The second one is saving and the culture of saving, and then investing. If investing is an essential thing for people. Just looking at the question, how you asked it and how you structured it, it gives me those three elements which are important. The first thing when it comes about budgeting, we also talk about income. Yes, South Africa has a struggling ideal of how to secure an income. And majority of people nearly don't have an income. So it's hard to speak about saving to people who don't even have money to start with. So I think the number one thing that we need to first touch on when we talk about the culture of saving is to talk about the touch of how to earn money. Because I don't think it's important for us to go out there and preach the culture of saving and diagnose the problem we have with saving money. We're not even able to diagnose the problem we have in relation to create money. So that's why I always say we may go out there and create the content that we want about savings, investing, all of that, but even create content about how people can save and people can earn money and build the culture of earning money. Whatever we talk next, whatever the other fold of your question are asking is irrelevant because South African, majority of them don't even earn the money. But secondly to that, when you look at stokvels, I want to use stokvels in the most broader sense possible. Majority of people who take part in stokvel are low-income South Africans, literally struggling South African who earn almost next to nothing, but they've built the culture of saving through stokvels, showing that as much as this number that is giving the statistic that you're talking about can be true, and then people struggling with earning an income also limit them in saving, but also show that we also have a sense of resilience, a sense of wanting to overcome. That's why you see people. I was reading an article that told us said South Africans save over 50 billion rand a year in stokvels. That shows that we are also trying to overcome the sense of not having an income by being able to take the little that we have and putting it in stokvels. I think then we're going to talk about is stokvel saving, is stokvel part of the culture of saving, and we fail to look at how has been used by the African people. And I'm sure I'm not trying to move away from the question you actually asked. I'm just trying to break it down into different sense. Because I think
you touched on very important points there, Ivan.
Yeah, because the thing is that as much as we can talk about struggling to earn an income and building that culture of earning an income, we also need to be able to take that culture, take that information of there, and try to mix the culture of stokvels. But that also to me looks like it's a culture of saving. I don't know if your statistics that when you're giving me in your question took into account stokvels, but that's also a culture of saving. You don't need to transfer it into other elements and other forms of it. That's why we are seeing now people even investing with the mindset of the stokvels culture. You see now property stokvels growing. We are seeing investment that is structured in a stokvel type of vibe are now growing because people are being able to transfer the culture of stokvel into investment. I think now we also need to be able to now find a way to link all three of them. Stokvels are not uniquely South African. You go to Nigeria, they're there, but they are called something different. Even when you go to America, they're there, but they are called different, they work different, but it's the same model of idea. Now that in each and every country has been able to root itself to the culture of those people. I think even moving forward into how to earn money, how to build a culture of saving, how to build a culture of investing, we need to be able to root it into our people through culture, then move it forward. I think, I'm not sure I answered your question correctly, but that's the three things that popped into my mind when you're asking that question.
What you've spoken about here is a very powerful thing. I think indeed the focus can be too much on saving money when people often don't have the money that they need to save. And so I like what you said when you talk about creating content around, basically telling people about not only the mindset of creating money, basically being able to go out there and make money, but how then that is when you begin to build the foundation towards saving. Isaac, Ivan, as you were talking, there were a couple of things that came to mind. The second question, in fact, it says, in the 2019 Investec Gibbs Saving Index, a very important point was touched on. The report said growth of this nature is consumption-fed and government-led. It is built on the back of pay-as-you-go mindsets and is inherently unsustainable. So the question I want to ask now is, do you think that the focus that has been placed on throwing money at poverty in the form of grants, we live in a country like South Africa where government's answer to everything are grants, and you've actually just now said maybe the answer is how do people actually make money? So do you think that the focus that has been placed on throwing money in the form of grants at people without growth, as opposed to investment-led growth, like what you've touched on about the impacts of, I think what you call the stokvel structured investments is what is now known as impact investing, where people take their stokvel money and they go and they usually even invest in local communities, people who are going out there and making money in the local community. But to get back to the question, with what is the emphasis on domestic investments in terms of this government-led mismanagement of finances, the money that they're pouring into grants, instead of focusing on actually getting people to become less consumer orientated, but actually getting back to the basics of earning money and saving or rather investing their money in a proper way?
Humans are consumers by nature. And any leader, whether you go down to history, go down to the days of the great King Shaka Zulu, you go down to the days of King Sobhuza of the Swazi nation, you go to the UK, you go anywhere in history, every government has survived by giving. Whether it's through grants, and even monarchies, every form of authority has survived through giving. That I don't think is a problem. Because for me, even nowadays, if you look at America just passed a new stimulus check, you go to UK, you go to Canada, you go to even countries in the Arabic countries, you go there, they all existed. Right? It's not a South African phenomenon. It's not something unique to us. I think the problem is there, not the problem of giving the money. I don't believe that giving the money is a problem. I think the problem lies on the usage of that money. And also the existing both. I don't think you can take government giving out grants and the consumer culture and say it's one and the same thing. I think it's misgenuine of us to say that, and it's wrong of us to say that, because the culture of people being given loans, not loans, so being given grants, being given government bailing out businesses, small businesses, even now with coronavirus. That also goes to help the economy to a large extent. So I don't think that can be used as building the culture of consumer. I will being a consumer, but I think the problem lies on being able to provide such things like grants and all of that, while being able to provide financial literacy for your people. You see, the two things must go hand in hand. The government must say, we are providing the people with the stimulus check because we understand that the environment and the socio-economic issue of our particular population is like this, and coronavirus has come in and hit even more, making people more desperate because, as I said in the beginning, the income culture is non-existent. Now the government must also come in and say, how to ensure now that people understand the usage of money. Not government to say, this is how you must use your money. No, understand the usage of money. Also, I don't think that also lies, Gambo. I think when we also put the idea of government, we become lazy and say, yeah, they must do it. No, what exactly do we take our charge of? What do we as individual group ourselves and ensure we can do and fix those type of things and educate ourselves as individuals amongst ourselves?
So Ivan, what two lessons do you think we should be getting across to consumers to say, hey, in such times, what habits should you be fostering to get you through these times? Or what habits can we take out of Corona and beyond?
I think we need to first, I think your question is I love the question because it goes back to the idea of security, number one. Because as I said, coronavirus hit and no one had a sense of security. That's why we saw government passing all these policies to ensure people get grants, businesses get funding and support, and all of that. It shows that there's a lack of security, but there's a high demand for income. If that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't have any form of security to protect us. And the fact that now we are in coronavirus, now we need to move forward with the idea of always having security. When I talk about security, I'm talking about businesses being able to have an emergency fund to cover themselves, being able to have cash that's stored to back up the business, whatever form of emergency can pop up. Have an emergency fund as a business. Save 10% of your profit as a business. Put it aside to ensure that you can secure your business, whatever problem may happen. I was talking to one tavern owner from our local area, and I was like, especially I think it was last year when government was in level 5, and I was like, you still have employees and you're still paying them. How come? And this lady told me that she had almost 13% of her profits from the past 2 years saved. She was looking to use it to expand the business, but now it's come into play and she can be able to pay her employees with that money, but she was use it to expand the business. So just imagine if she also had just 13% or 10% saved up as an emergency, whatever happened to my business, I can keep on paying my employees, I can be able to keep on paying rent, I can be able to pay government services and everything. So now think of that from an individual point of view as well. Me and you, how many percent of our income are we able to use as security? I know income is a problem and a sensitive topic, especially at high unemployment rates. But for those who are earning an income, what amount of percentage of it are you using to secure yourself? If they government comes up again and say, yeah, we're going back to level 5. Can you survive for 3 months? Are you able to survive for 3 months? That's the key thing that every individual needs to ask yourself. You see, so that's why it's so important to ensure that we as individuals, the one lesson we learn is to have a source of security. Literally, 10% can do so much, so much of what you earn. Putting it aside, saving it, put on an investment account, not an investment account, sorry, a savings account that is interest bearing, that can see your money being above inflation. So that whenever something like this, literally something like coronavirus hits again.
You've said a lot there, and some of what you said was very powerful. And it speaks to, I said a word, resilience. It speaks to the traits of resilience in such times. But another realm of personal finance that has affected the lives of many South Africans is that of credit and debt. What parameter should people use when assessing if something they want to purchase is on credits is good or bad? Now, what people don't sometimes realize is that it may not be worthwhile to get, and I'm not gonna, these are touchy subjects. I'm not gonna now say, here's something that's good to buy on credit, here's something that's not good. Yeah. It depends per individual, but when should you reach out for credits, both in good times and bad times?
Listen, credits is one of the most sensitive topics you can touch on in South Africa. But the one thing I think we all need to understand is that at one stage or another, we will need credit. Whether you are good with finance or bad with finance, at one stage, you will need credit. So that's why I'm always one person who does not try to preach the idea of saying all credit is bad and all of that. I try to say, understand your needs and be able to prioritize them. Literally. Being able to know what you need and what you want and whether something can wait and cannot wait will be able to guide you in relation to whether you can take credit or not. Literally, that will guide you to understand your needs. And it goes back to the basic things we learned in EMS back in grade 6 in primary schools. I want you to tell us about the needs and wants. It goes back to that. Literally, I'm not going to go too deep and talk about the amount of credit, interest rate that you can pay, because that you need to take that personal loan. There will come a stage where you need to take that, how they call this thing, or use your credit card and overdraft. There will come that stage, just be honest with ourselves. Literally, it will come. But the most important thing we need to do is to be able to prioritize whether this thing needs me to take credit for it, or I just need to live by it. Literally, I need to save for it, or I need to just ignore it at all. I think it comes to that. So I don't like to, even when people touch this topic of credit, I also like to go into the interest rates. Do you need that car? Do you need it? Do you want it or need it? It's really going to help you be productive with your work, because when you use taxis and you use buses, you get to work, you're tired, you're not productive the way you want to be. Then if that's the case and your productivity at work is at stake, take that loan. Literally take that car financing loan. Just know what type of loan is suitable for whatever thing it is. Because also people, especially us, young Black people, also make mistakes of taking personal loans to finance cars. Literally, that's the type of mistakes we also make. Because a personal loan comes with high interest rate as compared to a car finance service provider that will offer you in low interest rate as compared to personal loans. So I think that's the issue we lost, but we need to do it. And you see that it really is important that to be done. Go take it. If you buy yourself that polo and people are going to make fun of you, go buy yourself that polo. Take that finance to buy that polo. Because for you and your productivity at work is at stake. Do it.
And something I think is important to add there is just around, I like how you said needs and wants, but very often the car comes with its own needs and wants also. You see people go and they customize, they get leather seats, or now the needs of the car is the petrol, there's hidden costs. And I think people often look at the one cost and they're like, okay, it's not that bad, but there are so many hidden costs that both come in the form of needs and wants.
That's so true, and the thing that cars and whatever you may take loan for, all of them have consequences about it. Literally, they come with consequences. You may even buy a house, come with hidden costs. You may take a loan to go family members in emergency, still the hidden cost to everything. So that's why I mentioned the thing of needs and wants. If you're buying yourself that polo, and because you see that you are not being proactive at work, you come back at work late, and now you need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever the case may be, and you buy that polo for that reason. Go to get leather seats and upgrading that car, putting whatever thing you want to put on that car. Now that's no longer part of the needs, out of the prioritizing of things. And all of that in line with that, you're able to get that car, use it for that. But when you have extra cash, then you can get yourself those leather seats. I think being able to understand what the most important things helps a lot.
And lastly, Ivan, before I let you go, what 3 tips do you have for South Africans, particularly young South Africans? But what 3 financial tips do you have for them, especially in such a time,
I think I'll break it down to a tweet I sent out, I think yesterday evening, the day before. There are 3 things that you need to master, and there are 3 things that goes as a step. Be able to understand that before anything comes budgeting. Before investing and saving comes budget. Be able to understand how you budget as a person, how you allocate your income, how you break down your income, and what is your income. Be able to understand those 4 things under budgeting will help you a lot. And when you're done with budgeting, but budgeting will give you the skill to allocate your money. You know how much money to allocate to saving to create security for yourself. When I talk about security, I go back to a point I made before of emergency fund. Then when you save, you're talking about that, creating security for yourself. Whatever happens, I'm secure. And when you're done securing yourself in the form of saving, you now look into growing wealth for yourself. Then now we are talking about investing, because every single thing has steps. You understand budgeting. You understand how to allocate money for saving. You know how to allocate money for yourself to invest, to create wealth for yourself. I think that's the 3 most important things we need to be able to do as young people. Even if you're a NSFAS student, I made a YouTube video about I mentioned on one of my YouTube video about this friend of mine who's just a NSFAS student earning 1.5 per month. Every single month, that is his budgeting allocation skill to invest 300 Rand on those ETFs. So I think that's the things we need to start doing for ourselves.
Thank you so much, Ivan. You definitely, you've done us more than what we thought we were going to get, you know. Thank you so much for that, Ivan. This has been a Money Smart Week interview with the Finance Gym. And we've had Ivan Sambo with us. Thank you so much, Ivan. And we hope that this is going to help make a more financially literate South Africa.
South Africa. My name is Daphne Mashamaite. I am the co-founder of Women Business Achievers. So I am so glad to be here with you today. And it's such a privilege for us as Women Business Achievers to collaborate with Money Smart Week this week, and we are looking forward to actually seeing our financial lives being changed because of the contributions that will be made here. I must say just a little bit about our vision as Women Business Achievers before I introduce my co-founder, Rick, that our mission really, it's so simple. We want to help women in business from various backgrounds in order for them to excel. We want to empower women that are in business from moving to be ordinary into being extraordinary through platforms that we create, and also through having experts, you know, to come and actually advise and help women in business to grow their businesses. So this week it's very, very special to us. Rick, do you want to greet the listeners?
Daphne, sharing this platform with my visionary co-founder is such a privilege. It ranks with the same privilege of being on Money Smart Week, having the opportunity to share with women throughout South Africa the expertise of our wonderful speakers who are sharing their knowledge and expertise to help women in business to be more successful. Over to you, Daphne.
Thank you, Rick. Absolutely on point. So we have a special treat for you ladies. And, you know, I mean, our speaker today, Christine Tedhope, she is a chartered accountant, and she is really very brilliant. She's a genius. And she will be speaking to us about balancing your personal and business finances. She's talking about your financial balance when you look at your business And when you look at your personal finance, they've got to be, incongruent, and you've got to know how to make sure that your business, it's not treated like a personal account. So she's got all that in place for us today. I'm so excited because I know now that we are going to learn how to handle both, and still grow in our businesses. Over to you, Christine.
Hello. Today, I am so excited to be talking to you about financial work-life balance. Now, you might have heard this term before about work-life balance, and there's this big debate about whether it is actually a balance, or whether it's a season, or whether it's actually even doable at all. But today, I want to take it a step further and talk about what this looks like from a financial perspective. But before we dive into a lot of detail, I first want to tell you a little bit of a story. When I learned to drive the first time, I was around 16, going on 17, and gosh, this whole process was actually just so complicated. There were so many things to remember. I wasn't even allowed to switch on the car until I figured out how those gears work, right? It was really complicated. And if you think about it, K53, you had to make sure your hands were 10 to 2, and you had to check your side mirrors, your rear mirror. You had to make sure you're watching the road. You had to change gears at the same time without stopping watching the road. You had to change your pedals, and with one foot you had to do 2 pedals, and it was so complicated. And over and above all of these things, you had to make sure that you didn't crash into anyone, and you remembered what the road signs were as you were driving past them, so you could stick to the speed limit, right? Gosh, so many things to remember. And our financial lives are very similar to this, right? So if you think about when you go for a drive, you go out, hopefully ending up in a beautiful place. It takes you to a destination of your choosing, mostly. But the whole thing is about a journey, and it's about how you get there. Now, some people might be driving in a fancier car than others, or more luxurious, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes you're on your own, sometimes you're with people. But the point is, we all are going through this journey. But what's most important is that you know where you want to end up, and you know how to get there. You normally use a map or a GPS, right? That should make sense. I've gotten lost more times than I can count, so I can definitely attest to the value of having a GPS. So in the same way, in our finances, we need to make sure that we know where we are going and we know how to get there. So then what is a budget? Simply said, it is a resource allocation plan for a specified duration. Lots of big words, but basically it's saying, how are you going to be spending your money, on what, how much, when, and over what period of time are you looking at? Are you looking at a 6-month budget or 12-month budget? Or what is that period that you're looking at? And your budget is really going to be that map that you're going to be using on your drive to financial success. Now, there are 3 main types of budgets that we can talk about today. And the first one is the household budget. Now, that is saying, with everyone that's in the household with you, looking at it in total, what is the total value that you're going to be spending and what is being allocated to each category. It is a group responsibility. Everyone needs to be accountable to that household budget. Take a step further and you say, what is the personal budget? So what is my budget within the context of the household? And then from there, once you know that, then you can start calculating what your business budget is going to be. It's important to follow it in that order because a lot of business owners get this wrong. They start with their business budget and then try and figure out how they're going to make ends meet in their personal capacity. But actually, it should be the other way around. So let's have a quick comparison between your personal and your business budget. So firstly, if we look at unexpected costs. In your personal budget, you are dealing with incidentals, or you might have a rainy day fund that you can access that allows you to be able to deal with those unexpected costs. In your business, you are dealing with something slightly different. You're looking at either fixed or variable costs. Now, fixed costs are those ones that don't change depending on the volumes that you sell, whereas variable expenses will change depending on the volumes that you sell, the hours or the units that you manufacture. Those will change. Thinking about emergencies in your personal budget, you're going to be having a nice little snazzy 3 to 6 month savings that you can pull on to make sure that when that car breaks down, you're able to cover that cost. In your business, on the other hand, you have retained earnings, or what we also call accumulated earnings, which is basically all of the profits that you've built up over the last period of time that becomes this nice little pool of money that you can reinvest into your business. Then if you look at a cash perspective, in your personal capacity, we almost always aim to be debt-free. It's always cheaper to use your own money than it is to use the bank's money or some other credit provider's money. Whereas in your business, it's going to be more important to be cash flush and to make sure that you have sufficient cash flow to meet your requirements, your operational requirements, than it is to be debt-free. If you can leverage off of someone else's money in your business, it will potentially end up being a little bit cheaper. Then for tax in your personal capacity, you can probably do it yourself. You can do your little e-filing, but in your business, get an expert. Get a tax practitioner, financial consultant that can help you to make sure that your tax is correct and that they're saving you money. That is the important part, right? Saving you money. And then finally, from a banking side, in your personal capacity, you can swap as much as you want. Often we try and steer away from cash transactions just because of safety. For your business, make sure that you have a separate bank account for your personal and for your business purposes. And out of that, you can then start putting a portion into savings for your personal investment as well, and to reinvest into the business as well. So if we then start with personal, let's have a look. Firstly, we start with what we need, not what we want. That is the basic of a good budget. So the four main needs within a personal budget is looking at food, it's looking at shelter, so having a roof over your head, it's having a look at clothing and your transportation. So how are you getting around? Is it fuel? Do you need to rent a car? Public transport? What are you doing? So we start with those. And then we need to make sure we put some money aside for tax every year, right? So especially if you are self-employed, make sure that you're putting savings aside for those provisional tax payments that come up. And you can bring in a little bit for holidays and put in something for savings, and really, really importantly, make sure you're incorporating something for debt. Those last two are really important, savings and debt reduction. We cannot move forward in our lives unless we have those two things in place. Okay, so now we have a pretty good idea about what we need in our personal capacity. So then we can start putting together our business budget from there. So you know how much you need for your personal budget. So that will basically be giving you a required salary after tax, potentially, depending on how you structure it. But you're going to get a rough idea about what your salary should be. So now that you know what your salary should be, start thinking about what profit you need in your business to be able to withdraw that salary. And then thirdly and lastly, you can then determine how much business you need to make in order to generate those profits. Okay, can you see how this is sort of turning the whole process on its head, where most people would start with a business budget and they'll say, how much sales can I make? But then they end up forgetting about the fact that they need a little bit of a salary to make ends meet in their personal budget. So this is a different way of looking at it, and this is a more effective way of looking at it as well. So if we just expand on the business budget a little bit, I just want to talk through a few components here. Firstly, we'll start with sales, which is basically looking at your price times by your volume. And then you're going to subtract your cost of sales, or the cost of being able to make those sales. So your variable costs times by your volume. And the difference between those two will give you your gross profit. From there, you can take off your fixed costs, which include things like your overheads, your salaries, admin costs, whatever. All of those things come off. Those are fixed on a monthly basis. And that will give you a profit before tax, simply stated, okay? Profit before tax. But there are items in our budget that we need to take into account which do not affect our profit. And that can include things like having a stock purchase on credit, or selling stock on credit to someone else, or making sure that you can buy your laptop this month, right? And that's probably going to be a cash transaction. So we need to make sure that we're including inflows and outflows that are affecting cash, but not necessarily profit. And this together will give you your total budget. From there, you can then go decide how much are you going to be putting into savings, how much are you going to be paying off on debt, and are you maybe going to take a little bit of an extra salary for yourself this month, okay? But once you've got that total budget, you can really start figuring out how to utilize it properly. So sticking to our budgets is sometimes really hard. A lot of people have a nice plan in place, but they don't follow through on it. And they don't actually even start to execute on it at all. So I want to just share a few tips with you as we look at it from both a personal budget as well as a business budget perspective. So firstly, From a personal perspective, make sure that you have visibility of the money that you spend. Have a tool similar to 227.com, which links into your bank account, and you can then track your transactions, you can categorize them, and you can match them to your budget and make sure in which categories you're under or overspending. Second option could be to use the envelope system. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the envelope system, basically what you do is all of the money that you've allocated to a specific category, you put into an envelope. So I've got money for clothing, and I've got money for fuel, and I've got money for food, for example. Cool. I have already spent all of my money on my clothing. There's no money left in the envelope. I cannot buy any more clothing. Or I say, actually, maybe I will take a little bit out of the food envelope and put it into clothing. But then that means that the food one is decreasing, right? Sometimes it's easier to swipe for something than it is to actually spend cash. So a system like this will really help you to make sure that you have visibility about how much you're spending. Then the next one, try and be accountable to someone, whether it's a family member, a partner, a friend, it doesn't matter, but make sure someone is aware of what you're doing and can hold you accountable to your commitment. And then plan for savings and debt reductions. I've already mentioned this, I will not belabor the points. And then lastly, look at using debit orders. Debit orders are a very sneaky way to help us to follow through on the commitments that we made. So if you said that you want to save 1,000 Rand every month, put in a debit order that will automatically take that off with your other bills at the end of the month to make sure that you are sticking to those commitments. And then if we go on to our business side, because this is also where the rubber meets the road sometimes, right? So again, make sure that you're separating your business and your personal bank accounts. Really important. Your accountant is going to thank you forever if you make sure that you split those. Then look at sharing your business budget with a professional in the same way that you need to be accountable. In your personal budget, you need to be accountable in your business budget, but you also might need some expert input to make sure that what you are budgeting is realistic. And then make sure you are reviewing your financial accounts monthly, not annually, monthly. That's really important. And then update your budget regularly. This is supposed to be a living, breathing document that you can move along with and grow along with. And as things change, you can update your budget for that, okay? And make sure you're incorporating any unusual or once-off fluctuations in your budget going forward, because those sort of things inevitably tend to happen again, or there's something similar to that will happen again. So if you can stick to some of these tips, I can almost guarantee you that your chances of sticking to your budget is going to be so much higher. So in conclusion, I want to share this quote by Dave Ramsey with you. He is one of the best personal finance coaches around. And he says that a budget doesn't limit your freedom. It gives you freedom. Because when you tell your money where to go, you get to spend on purpose and without guilt, which means you get to go for that holiday that you were planning because you planned for it, right? So finally, I want to ask you, where will you go? Thank you very much.
What a wonderful analogy, Christine. I would never have thought of comparing driving a car to one's finances, but it really brings it home. It makes it real, and it helps us to understand why it's so important to have that balance for both of them to succeed, for us to have a wholesome life, both personal and in business. Christine, thank you very much for sharing with us.
So women, you've had just a little bit, but for you to learn more, you need to contact us. Not only contact us, but you need to join a community of women in business. And you can find more information on our website, which is on the screen right now, is womenbusinessachievers.com. womenbusinessachievers.com. And our email address is info@womenbusinessachievers.com. info@womenbusinessachievers.com. You'll find all the information, and you'll see also upcoming webinars. Our webinars are fully sponsored, and if you want further information, you can register there on the website. We are looking forward to hosting you, and we are looking forward to see your businesses grow throughout the nation. Thank you so much.
Our 7-day program may be over, but the conversation continues on MSWSA.co.za. All the segments will be available right here for you to view anytime, any place. During this week, we've had over 90 participants giving financial education to you, South Africa. With over 77 hours of financial education, we have reached over 1 million South Africans, touching even more hearts and minds. A big thank you to National Treasury, the National Consumer Financial Education Committee, the FSCA, and all our participants for bringing this campaign to life. A special thank you to the PR, marketing and production team at Creative Space Media, as well as the monitoring and evaluation team at Pan Africa for their role before, during and after this campaign. To those who have filled in the consumer survey, keep an eye out on the social media for the next few weeks for the announcement of the winners. From all of us here at Money Smart Week South Africa, my name is Alicia Moses, and it has been an absolute pleasure hosting you for the week. I hope to see you all again soon. Let us continue to build a Money Smart South Africa. Goodbye.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a Money Smart South Africa.